Chapter 1. I plan to dig a pit to bury you on an uncharted island. A man lay sprawled on the sandy shore, his body swaying with the rhythm of the waves, resembling a lifeless corpse. Suddenly, he erupted into a violent fit of coughing, expelling seawater from his mouth, as if he were a drowning man rescued from the depths. After ejecting the salt water that had invaded his lungs, he struggled to turn over, gazing up at the vast expanse of sky, a smile of survival illuminating his face. At last, I have survived, he thought. The man, named Zhao Qian, was a freelancer and a wilderness survival enthusiast. He had originally intended to fly to another city to participate in an outdoor survival event, but unexpectedly, the plane veered into an unknown maritime region, and after enduring a tempest and storm clouds, it predictably crashed. The aircraft, torn apart by the storm before it even touched the ocean, expelled him into the waters adjacent to this mysterious island. Drawing upon the physical endurance he had cultivated through rigorous training, he swam toward the island. Just as he was about to reach the shore, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he sank into the sea. Fortunately, the waves carried him onto the beach rather than dragging him back into the abyss. The first rule of wilderness survival is safety, followed by food and water. Rising to his feet on the sandy shore, Zhao Qian surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "The vegetation on this island is quite lush. Food should not be a concern. The primary issues now are safety and water." In that moment, the knowledge he had acquired as a wilderness survival aficionado proved invaluable. Alongside his anxiety, he felt a flicker of exhilaration, as if all the survival skills he had learned were finally poised to come into play. Realizing the gravity of his situation, he resolved to gather any items that had fallen from the plane. Intending to return to the beachside before darkness fell to ignite a signal fire, warding off potential nocturnal dangers. He contemplated searching for containers for water in the days to come. With purpose, Zhao Qian set about his task. The plane had crashed not far from the island, and many items had been washed ashore. He meticulously collected every piece of debris, for what may seem like refuse in ordinary circumstances could prove invaluable on a deserted isle. However, a puzzling thought crossed Zhao Qian's mind. All the items washed ashore were from the plane, yet there was an absence of oceanic debris. Given the current state of marine pollution on Earth, it was almost certain that every island bore some vestiges of ocean waste. Even Bear Grylls often encountered numerous plastic containers in his survival escapades. Yet here, not a single trace of marine litter could be found. Regardless, Zhao Qian managed to amass a considerable collection of items: several airplane seatbelts, over a dozen partially consumed bottles of mineral water, and a few passengers' luggage. Upon opening the suitcases, he discovered that most contained clothing, and few items were of practical use. Relying on the collected spring water, the issue of hydration was no longer a concern. However, he decided to gather some additional items. The sea would rise twice each day, and as twilight approached, the signs of an imminent tide were evident. If he did not collect the belongings from the plane before the tide came in, they risked being swept back into the ocean during low tide. Simultaneously, he yearned to locate his suitcase. For this wilderness survival event, he had packed numerous supplies that could prove invaluable, and finding his suitcase would significantly enhance his chances of survival. At that moment, Zhao Qian's pupils dilated sharply as he spotted a woman being washed ashore by the waves not far away. He hurried over, eager to ascertain whether she was alive or dead. The most terrifying aspect of surviving on a deserted island was the solitude. Rescuing the woman would at least provide him with someone to converse with. Upon reaching her side, he did not immediately turn her over. Instead, he knelt beside her to clear any debris from her mouth and nostrils, ensuring her airways were unobstructed. After completing this task, he flipped her over, intending to administer artificial respiration and chest compressions in hopes of reviving her. Wang Qianqian. As soon as he turned her over, Zhao Qian's eyes widened in shock. To his astonishment, he recognized the woman before him. She was not a personal acquaintance, but rather a well-known celebrity in Huagua. To put it simply, Wang Qianqian was a major star. Unlike other young and glamorous internet celebrities, Wang was not only beautiful, but also a talented actress, having recently won a prestigious award. She is even more stunning in person, Zhao Qian mused as he assessed Wang Qianqian. Her beauty was markedly different from the artificially enhanced faces of social media influencers. She exuded the charm of a neighborly girl, with delicate and pure features that radiated natural beauty. "I hope fate is kind to you," he whispered, pinching her nose and covering her lips with his own to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. He then pressed his hands against her chest, delivering 30 firm compressions. Zhao Qian repeated the cycle of 30 chest compressions followed by 2 breaths. Yet despite his relentless efforts, Wang Qianqian's body remained unresponsive. "Such beauty, what a pity," he sighed, gazing at the alluring figure beside him. As he continued to observe her, An unsettling feeling stirred within him. Though he was not one to keep a journal, he considered himself far from virtuous. In moments of boredom at night, he would draw the curtains, take some tissues, and secretly indulge in watching films alone. Now, with such a stunning star beside him and no one else around, impure thoughts began to take root in his mind. Should he seize the moment while it was still warm? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he swiftly slapped himself, muttering, "What nonsense am I thinking?" Even if one is not a person of integrity, such heinous acts are utterly shameless. Clearly, in the end, Zhao Qian steadfastly maintained his moral compass. It would be unconscionable to leave your body abandoned in the wilderness, so I shall kindly give you a proper burial. Zhao Qian cast a few more glances at Wang Qianqian and, with a sigh, lifted her in his arms, intending to find a suitable spot to dig a grave. However, just as he had taken a few steps, Wang Qianqian suddenly began to cough violently, expelling a mouthful of seawater. The lifeless Wang Qianqian had astonishingly returned to life. "Who are you? What do you want? Let go of me, you scoundrel." The awakened Wang Qianqian panicked upon realizing a man was holding her, and she struggled to break free, her voice filled with alarm. Zhao Qian, wishing to dispel any notions of being a rogue, explained, "I intended to dig a grave for you." Chapter 2. Your chest is not that impressive, yet your thoughts are quite ambitious. Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian immediately perceived Zhao Qian as a villain intending to commit unspeakable acts before ending her life. She screamed in terror and relentlessly struck Zhao Qian in an attempt to escape. "Oh, please, stop moving. I can hardly keep my balance. To hell with it. I won't carry you anymore." Although Wang Qianqian was petite and light, her relentless scratching and hitting incited Zhao Qian's ire. In his heart, Zhao Qian thought, "I saved you with good intentions and even planned to bury you. Yet instead of gratitude, you accuse me of being a rogue. Truly ungrateful." Enraged, he released his grip, letting Wang Qianqian tumble onto the sandy beach, fortunately avoiding a harsh fall. "You scoundrel! You are no man, you bully women." Wang Qianqian, being a renowned star, had never endured such indignities and began to berate Zhao Qian vehemently. "Be quiet," Zhao Qian retorted sharply, stating, "Firstly, the reason I intended to bury you was that our plane crashed, leaving us stranded on this island. I believed you had perished, which is why I planned to inter you. Secondly, I am Zhao Qian, not a rogue, and I never had any intention of assaulting you. Thirdly, given our current predicament, even if I were to commit such acts, do you truly believe anyone would discover it? So, tread carefully and do not provoke me." With that, Zhao Qian ignored Wang Qianqian and resumed his search for supplies before nightfall. Meanwhile, Wang Qianqian remained frozen in place, her mind racing back to the moments of the plane crash. After a brief pause, she realized her misunderstanding of Zhao Qian. If he truly intended harm, he would not have left her so easily after merely frightening her. After all, living is preferable to being dead, is it not? Yet, regardless of her misunderstanding, she thought, he is still not a man for having shouted at me. As she attempted to rise and move to the shade of a tree to avoid the direct sunlight, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in one of her feet. Looking down, she realized she had twisted her ankle, likely during the plane crash. While Zhao Qian had carried her, she had not felt the injury until now, when she attempted to walk. At that moment, Zhao Qian fortuitously discovered 2 suitcases, which he was transporting to his makeshift shelter. Seeing this, Wang Qianqian could only plead, "Hey, I've sprained my ankle. Could you lend me a hand?" Faced with her entreaty, Zhao Qian merely cast a brief glance in her direction, disregarding her completely as he strode past. "Hey, don't walk away. I'll pay you," Wang Qianqian exclaimed, resolved to offer money to persuade Zhao Qian to assist her. "In our current predicament, what use is $1 billion to you?" Zhao Qian halted, his expression impassive as he turned to face Wang Qianqian. This actress is quite clever on screen, yet, in reality, she seems utterly devoid of sense, and her assets are rather modest. Wang Qianqian stood frozen for a moment, surveying the desolate island, suddenly realizing the truth in Zhao Qian's words. No matter how glamorous one may appear in the outside world, upon reaching a deserted island, one is rendered inconsequential. The wealth that attracts everyone outside holds no value here, even less than a bottle of water. "What will it take for you to help me?" Wang Qianqian gazed at Zhao Qian with pleading eyes, her large irises glistening with unshed tears, on the brink of breaking down. She was not acting. She genuinely felt isolated and helpless. Observing Wang Qianqian's near tears softened Zhao Qian's heart. After all, he was not an unfeeling man, and he could not simply disregard her plight. Once more, "I am not He, I am Zhao Qian." He crouched before Wang Qianqian, gesturing for her to climb onto his back. "Come on, but you mustn't entertain any improper thoughts about me," Wang Qianqian warned, her tone cautious. "Huh, Your assets are modest. Your thoughts are quite fanciful, Zhao Qian replied without reservation. If you don't get on, I shall leave. Zhao Qian was not inclined to waste time on idle chatter. He needed to utilize his remaining strength to construct a secure shelter. Otherwise, as his energy waned and the issues of food, water, and shelter remained unresolved, survival in the wilderness would become increasingly difficult. I can ride on your back. Can I? Under normal circumstances, Wang Qianqian might have acted stubbornly, but having witnessed Zhao Qian's unwavering demeanor, she knew he would abandon her without hesitation, leaving no room for her defiance. Struggling, Wang Qianqian climbed onto Zhao Qian's back, wrapping her delicate arms around his neck as he still had 2 suitcases to carry. At that moment, Zhao Qian's physical training bore fruit as he exerted force through his legs, rising from the beach while holding the 2 suitcases in his hands, making his way toward his shelter. In truth, Zhao Qian's so-called shelter was merely 2 trees situated a distance from the beach. These trees stood about 3 meters apart, each trunk roughly the thickness of a thigh. Zhao Qian retrieved clothes from the suitcases, fashioning them into a makeshift hammock to sleep on that night. He gently lowered Wang Qianqian to the ground, noticing that the daylight was nearly extinguished, and stood up to search for firewood to kindle a flame. However, just as he rose, Wang Qianqian hastily seized his arm and inquired, "What are you going to do?" This is indeed a desolate island, shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Should Zhao Qian wander further away, she would be left alone in this inky blackness, gripped by fear. "I will gather some firewood to start a fire," he said. "Please do not stray too far. I am frightened." Zhao Qian replied curtly, then ventured into the thicket. He first collected some dry twigs, then sought out a palm tree, from which he procured some soft, fibrous material suitable for kindling, before returning. Left behind, Wang Qianqian suddenly felt an itch on her face after Zhao Qian's departure. Upon inspection, she discovered small granules on her skin. Pinching one and placing it in her mouth, she found it to be salty. It was seawater. I must have been submerged in it while unconscious. In a state of mild panic, she exclaimed, "I have heard that seawater can be quite harmful to the skin. I must wash my face immediately." Nowadays, male celebrities are so overly concerned with their appearances, let alone female stars, some of whom will not hesitate to undergo surgery to enhance their beauty. For others, being splashed by seawater may be trivial, but for me, it feels like a matter of life and death. Fortunately, she soon discovered over 10 half-empty bottles of mineral water, along with a few unopened ones. Without hesitation, she twisted off the cap of one of the unopened bottles and began to wash her face. As the pure water washed away the salt from her skin, a wave of relief washed over her. However, at that moment, a figure approached briskly, snatching the mineral water from her hands. Chapter 3. The Ironclad Man. The intruder was none other than Zhao Qian, who had just returned from his search for firewood and kindling. As he neared their makeshift shelter, he heard the sound of running water. With the last remnants of daylight, he beheld Wang Qianqian using the precious fresh water he had painstakingly gathered to wash her face, consuming an entire bottle in the process. A surge of anger welled up within him. What a thoughtless celebrity, wasting fresh water even on a deserted island. Did she not understand that fresh water is the most crucial resource in such a place? Thus, he strode back to the campsite, seizing the remaining mineral water from Wang Qianqian's grasp and draining the nearly empty bottle in one go, before glaring at her and declaring, "You are not welcome here. Please leave." "What have I done?" Wang Qianqian replied, bewildered, wondering how her simple act of washing her face had provoked this ironclad man. "Are you aware that we have been cast away on this island?" Zhao Qian inquired. "Yes," Wang Qianqian nodded. "Then do you understand what is of utmost importance on a deserted island?" he pressed. I do not know," she replied, shaking her head. Deep down, she had an inkling, but felt embarrassed to admit it given her earlier actions. "It is fresh water," Zhao Qian stated bluntly, showing no leniency. "You have just wasted an entire bottle, and if we are unable to find more fresh water, that single bottle could have sustained us for 2 days." His words were not merely alarmist. Fresh water is a scarce resource on deserted islands, and some islands lack it entirely. In the absence of fresh water, one can only rely on the distillation of seawater to obtain it. However, with the current containers available, the daily yield of distilled fresh water is insufficient to sustain even 2 individuals. Of course, should fortune smile upon them with a rainfall, a considerable amount of fresh water could be collected. Yet, Zhao Qian was unwilling to place his hope for survival upon mere chance. "Why so fierce? I am a girl. Can't you show a little leniency?" Wang Qianqian was aware of her faults, but refused to relent verbally. Zhao Qian cast a sidelong glance at her, scoffing. "You women often proclaim the importance of feminism, insisting that whatever men can achieve, women can too. If that is the case, Why should I yield to you? You. Tomorrow, you will have no water, Zhao Qian, disinterested in further argument, remarked before gathering dry twigs and kindling to transport back to their camp. He did not ignite a fire immediately. Instead, he first arranged some stones into a circle, then began the arduous task of creating fire through friction. Watching survival shows made it seem effortless, yet the reality, even for seasoned experts like Bear Grylls and Les Stroud, was often fraught with difficulty. Zhao Qian's experience in this endeavor was limited to a few occasions, all conducted under optimal conditions. The present scenario, however, was anything but prepared, raising the stakes significantly. As he rapidly rotated the wooden stick, the friction generated sparks from the lower piece of wood. Yet, the manual method of fire starting proved exceedingly challenging. While the lower stick emitted a burnt odor and smoke rose, no sparks appeared. After laboring for a solid half-hour, with hands sore from exertion, he finally managed to produce a flicker of flame. Hastily, he directed the spark onto the kindling, delicately cradling it in his hands and gently blowing. A substantial plume of smoke erupted, and when it reached a critical point, a burst of flame emerged. Rushing to place the kindling atop the collected dry twigs, he breathed a sigh of relief only when the twigs began to ignite. "Wow, you're incredible. You actually managed to create fire," Wang Qianqian exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the flames. Darkness breeds fear, yet fire dispels it. A single blaze can offer a sense of security. Zhao Qian merely shot a glance at Wang Qianqian, thinking how oblivious this starlet was, given that he had just informed her of their imminent water shortage. And she seemed utterly unconcerned. "You might want to think about what you will drink tomorrow," he decided to offer a gentle reminder. "You're not really planning to leave me without water, are you?" Wang Qianqian implored, her eyes wide with concern. "I've heard there are coconut trees on deserted islands. We could just pick some coconuts. Do you have any idea how tall coconut trees grow?" Zhao Qian inquired as he rummaged through their luggage. "I don't know," Wang Qianqian replied with a shake of her head. "Coconut trees typically reach heights of 7 to 8 meters, equivalent to the height of a 3-story building. Can you climb that high unaided?" Zhao Qian pressed further. Wang Qianqian turned to Zhao Qian and said, "But you are so capable. Surely you can climb?" "Indeed, I can ascend to such heights," he replied candidly, "but it is perilous. If I were to misstep and fall, what then? In a scenario where both of us are injured, our chances of survival would be severely compromised." Zhao Qian articulated the harsh reality of their situation. The foundation of survival on a deserted island hinges first on the availability of fresh water and sustenance to meet fundamental needs. If, at the peak of our physical strength, we fail to address the issues of hydration and nourishment, our weakened state would render survival even more unattainable. However, there exists a prerequisite. One must avoid placing oneself in jeopardy. While the island may boast coconut trees, scaling one that rises 7 or 8 meters is not a feat for everyone. Unless coconuts naturally fall, it is best to refrain from taking unnecessary risks. For once injured, the ordeal of surviving alone on a deserted island would become exponentially more arduous. "Very well," Wang Qianqian pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, feeling a sense of injustice. Yet, before a single tear could fall, she noticed Zhao Qian tossing her some clothing, saying, "The temperature on the island drops significantly at night. Cover yourself, lest you catch a chill." "Thank you," she replied, suddenly feeling that Zhao Qian was not as much of a stoic as she had presumed. Zhao Qian, however, thought to himself that her injured ankle already made her a burden. If she were to catch cold, she would become an even greater encumbrance. He had no desire to care for an invalid while struggling for survival. There's no need for gratitude. Just tend to the fire and ensure it does not extinguish, Zhao Qian stated, draping some clothing over himself. He added, "If the fire goes out, you can resort to friction fire making tomorrow." "You expect me to stand guard?" Wang Qianqian asked incredulously. After all, she was a renowned star, a woman, and an injured one at that. How could she possibly be the one to stand watch? Zhao Qian simply nodded, saying, "There is much to accomplish tomorrow. I must conserve my energy. Watching over the fire is the only task you can manage at present." With that, he disregarded her protests and closed his eyes to rest. Though stranded on a deserted island, Zhao Qian soon fell asleep, fully aware that his foremost priority was to recuperate. However, just as he succumbed to a deep slumber, a cry for help pierced the darkness. "Zhao Qian, help." In an instant, Zhao Qian's eyes snapped open, and he sprang to his feet, hastening toward the source of the distress. In the dimness, he beheld Wang Qianqian, terrified and seated on the ground, her handsome face awash with fear. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "A corpse," Wang Qianqian stammered, pointing towards the underbrush. "A corpse?" Zhao Qian paused, taken aback, and then followed her gaze, discovering indeed a motionless figure among the foliage. Yet, rather than fear, a glimmer of anticipation sparked within Zhao Qian's eyes. The presence of more survivors on this forsaken island would increase their chances of enduring this ordeal. Upon arriving before the so-called corpse, Zhao Qian began his examination and discovered, to his astonishment, that the body was not lifeless. A faint breath still lingered. To his surprise, it was a woman. Zhao Qian cautiously turned her over, first inspecting her mouth and nose, finding no signs of drowning, suggesting that her unconsciousness was due to other reasons. What is going on? Wang Qianqian, standing a few meters behind Zhao Qian, asked with an expression of palpable anxiety. She is not dead. She is alive, albeit very weak. Zhao Qian replied succinctly, then added, let us take her back. Whether she survives now rests with fate. What if she suddenly dies? That would be quite frightening. Wang Qianqian expressed her reluctance to bring the woman back, fearing the psychological burden of an unexpected death. However, without allowing Wang Qianqian to finish her thoughts, Zhao Qian asserted, on a deserted island, having one more person means an increase in strength, which enhances our chances of survival. Oh, hearing this, Wang Qianqian could only step forward to lend a hand. But as she approached and caught sight of the woman's face, she gasped, Xiaoyun, it's Xiaoyun. Who is Xiaoyun? Zhao Qian inquired, furrowing his brow at Wang Qianqian's outburst. Her name is Lu Yun. She is my personal assistant, Wang Qianqian explained. Let us carry her back, Zhao Qian said, showing little interest in the woman's identity. Subsequently, the two exerted considerable effort to transport Lu Yun back to their camp, placing her near the warmth of the fire. Perhaps due to the comforting heat of the flames, Lu Yun's breathing gradually strengthened, though she remained in a state of unconsciousness. Honestly, if only she had eaten a little less, I wouldn't be so exhausted, Wang Qianqian complained, stretching her arms. Zhao Qian frowned at her words, feeling displeased with Wang Qianqian's attitude. In truth, Lu Yun was not particularly heavy, standing around 5 feet tall and weighing approximately 90 pounds. She was quite slender. Wang Qianqian's sense of entitlement as a star led her to feel a disparity in her role as the caretaker of her assistant. Carrying Xiaoyun back has worn me out. Can I get a moment to rest? Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian with a pitiful expression. Are you suggesting that I should keep watch for you? Zhao Qian asked coolly. Yes, you're a man, Wang Qianqian nodded. Absolutely not. As soon as Wang Qianqian finished speaking, Zhao Qian firmly rejected her proposal, stating, we haven't eaten anything for a whole day. Our strength is waning. If I keep watch, who will search for food tomorrow? Wang Qianqian glanced down at her injured foot, rendered speechless. Don't let the fire die, otherwise, even if we find food tomorrow, we'll be left with nothing but raw provisions, Zhao Qian remarked as he lay down to resume his rest. What a stubborn man. No wonder he'll be single for life. Wang Qianqian pouted in irritation. In reality, Zhao Qian was not as callous as Wang Qianqian presumed. His apparent indifference stemmed from a clear understanding of what was vital for survival on the deserted island. Considering their current circumstances, although there are 3 individuals, Wang Qianqian has sprained her ankle, and Lu Yun lies in a state of unconsciousness, leaving him as the only one with full mobility. However, even he begins to feel his strength waning after a day of hunger. Should he not rest adequately, how will he manage to search for food the following day? Without nourishment to replenish his energy, his physical condition will only deteriorate further, rendering him incapable of foraging for sustenance in the future. Therefore, he must not indulge in sentimentality. Survival on this deserted island necessitates such resolve. The next day, Zhao Qian enjoyed a sound night's rest. Indeed, his stomach still growled with hunger. Yet he possessed approximately 80% of his full vigor. Seizing this moment of relative strength, it was imperative that he locate food today. Otherwise, even with a good night's rest, his vitality would dwindle to a mere 50 or 60% of its peak tomorrow. Upon rising, Zhao Qian's first task was to inspect the fire pit, as he wished to conserve energy rather than expend it on the arduous task of creating fire by friction. Fortunately, Wang Qianqian had tended to the fire well, and it still flickered brightly after a night's passage. Nearby, Wang Qianqian leaned against a tree, one hand supporting her head, drowsily teetering on the brink of sleep. I've recuperated. You should take a rest, Zhao Qian gently urged as he approached her. Oh, Wang Qianqian replied. But just as she was about to recline, she suddenly regarded Zhao Qian with suspicion, inquiring, you wouldn't take advantage of my slumber to do something untoward, would you? At that moment, Zhao Qian was tearing fabric into strips, intending to weave a rope for trapping prey. Taken aback by her question, he paused briefly before resuming his task. You're overthinking it. I wouldn't squander my energy on you. That is a relief. Wang Qianqian exhaled, but upon reflection, she felt a pang of discomfort at his words. If he viewed her as lacking allure, what did that imply? What do you mean by that? Am I not pretty? Am I not attractive? You are indeed beautiful and quite appealing to men, Zhao Qian replied candidly. Then why would you say such a thing? She pressed. What do you expect me to say? Must I claim that I desire you to show you respect? Zhao Qian retorted, continuing, of course. If you insist that I engage in something, I wouldn't be opposed, but you must take the initiative. I need to conserve my strength. Wang Qianqian, exasperated by Zhao Qian's words, retorted, how shameless. I'm going to sleep now. Faced with her ire, Zhao Qian chose not to placate her. He deemed it more prudent to channel his energy into hunting for sustenance to ensure his survival. After some time, having completed the weaving of his makeshift rope, Zhao Qian stood and announced, take care of your assistant. I shall go in search of food. Chapter 5. Does being a star mean one doesn't need intelligence? With the rope he had crafted in hand, Zhao Qian ventured into the wilderness of the deserted island. Typically, such islands harbor no large animals, let alone sizable carnivorous beasts. The simplest explanation lies in the fact that the ecosystem of a single island cannot support the existence of large fauna. When considering the habitat of a tiger, it is observed that in an environment abundant with food, a territory of approximately 30 square kilometers suffices. However, in scenarios where food is scarce, as is the case for the Siberian tiger, the required habitat can expand to a staggering 1,000 square kilometers. Even if an island possesses sufficient space for a solitary tiger to thrive, it must be noted that tigers require the ability to reproduce. Should the island's environment fail to support the proliferation of the population, extinction remains a looming threat. Furthermore, the absence of large animals on a deserted island does not imply a lack of danger. Venomous snakes, poisonous spiders, and other hazardous creatures still pose significant risks. As Zhao Qian navigated through the forest, he found the task far more arduous than he had anticipated. Each step necessitated the clearing of thorns and obstacles, laboriously forging a path. Despite his careful approach, his hands were marred with numerous small cuts. However, with the pressing need for sustenance overshadowing concerns for minor injuries, he pressed on. Zhao Qian searched diligently for a water source, acutely aware of the preciousness of fresh water on the deserted island. Discovering a water source would attract various small animals, allowing him to set traps nearby. Regrettably, his efforts to locate such a source were in vain, compelling him to abandon his initial plan and reconsider his strategy. He identified some trails that appeared to be frequented by small animals and set up rudimentary traps along these paths. Yet, Zhao Qian understood that relying solely on these traps would yield a low probability of capturing prey. To avert hunger, he resolved to seek alternative food sources. He contemplated venturing to the shoreline. However, before doing so, he needed to gather some branches to fashion fishing tools. Zhao Qian furrowed his brow and reflected, acknowledging that while the ocean teems with food, capturing it requires tools. Unfortunately, in his current predicament, he lacked even a dagger, rendering the creation of a harpoon impractical. His only recourse was to utilize branches and strips of fabric to construct simple nets. While in pursuit of branches, he stumbled upon a plant that captured his attention, and a smile graced his lips. The palm tree, one of the easily found plants on the deserted island, harbors an edible core rich in carbohydrates. Chanting to himself, Zhao Qian made his way toward the clusters of palm trees. Meanwhile, within the camp, Wang Qianqian was in a deep slumber when a faint voice pierced through her dreams. Water, I need water. Startled awake, she turned towards the sound and saw her assistant, Lu Yun, calling out weakly. Water is coming. Wang Qianqian swiftly retrieved a half bottle of water stored by Zhao Qian and approached Lu Yun. Carefully, she unscrewed the cap and brought the bottle to Lu Yun's lips, tenderly administering the much-needed water. In a moment of desperation, Lu Yun, once frail, felt the refreshing flow of water, akin to a parched soul finally quenching its thirst. She grasped the bottle of mineral water and drank deeply, the liquid vanishing at a visibly rapid pace until the bottle was emptied. After her indulgence, Lu Yun succumbed once more to unconsciousness. Be careful, leave some for me, Wang Qianqian exclaimed, observing the now empty bottle. She turned it upside down, extending her delicate tongue to savor the droplets that escaped, her voice tinged with irritation. Due to her previous day's wastefulness, she had been prohibited from drinking water today as a form of punishment. She had initially contemplated sneaking a sip, but upon witnessing Zhao Qian meticulously count the precious water, her intentions dissipated. Starved and parched, I wonder what Zhao Qian will bring back to eat, she pondered, rubbing her stomach, which had begun to grumble in protest after a day without sustenance. At that moment, she truly comprehended the reality of surviving in the wilderness, far removed from the comforts of urban life. In the city, she had to resist the allure of culinary delights, but on this deserted island, even a morsel of food would be a blessing. Just as Wang Qianqian grappled with her hunger and thirst, she spotted Zhao Qian emerging from the forest, arms laden with various items. She longed to rush towards him, yet her sprained ankle throbbed painfully, leaving her to wait at the campsite for his return. "What did you find to eat?" she eagerly inquired upon his arrival. "Only this," Zhao Qian replied, presenting the tender heart of a palm tree to her. Wang Qianqian gazed at the pristine white core, unfamiliar with such sustenance, and asked, "What is this?" "It is the inner core of a plant, capable of replenishing carbohydrates. In dire circumstances, it can satiate one's hunger," Zhao Qian explained as he took a piece for himself and bit into it, chewing vigorously. In truth, the taste of the palm heart was rather bland. Had he not been so famished, he would never have chosen to consume it. Seeing Zhao Qian relish the food, Wang Qianqian assumed it must be palatable and hastily grabbed a piece, taking a generous bite. However, after a few chews, she grimaced and spat it out, exclaiming, "What is this flavor? It is utterly dreadful." "Such is the taste of the palm heart," Zhao Qian remarked. "I refuse to eat this. Is there anything else?" Wang Qianqian pressed. "You must grasp the reality of our situation. We are on a deserted island. Having any food at all is fortunate, and yet you are being picky?" Zhao Qian replied, somewhat exasperated. Were it not for the thought that Wang Qianqian might one day be of assistance, enhancing their collective chances of survival, he would have little patience for this pampered starlet. And what of it? I once watched survival videos where individuals effortlessly caught lobsters, grouper, and king crabs by the seaside. We are surrounded by the ocean. Catching a fish shouldn't be too difficult, Wang Qianqian retorted. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian suddenly recalled those so-called survival videos on deserted islands he had previously scoffed at, thinking it implausible that anyone could be deceived by such fabricated content. However, he never anticipated that such a person would appear before him, and moreover, she was a celebrity. Unable to restrain himself, Zhao Qian questioned, "Is being a star synonymous with a lack of intellect?" Chapter 6. How clever you are initially. Wang Qianqian did not comprehend Zhao Qian's remark, but once she grasped its meaning, she became somewhat incensed and retorted, "What do you mean by that? Who are you implying is devoid of intelligence?" Zhao Qian surveyed their surroundings and inquired of Wang Qianqian, "Aside from your unconscious assistant, do you perceive anyone else nearby?" In essence, he was asking, "Who else is there besides you?" Upon understanding this, Wang Qianqian furiously exclaimed, "Are you suggesting I lack intelligence? Do you have any evidence? If you don't, are you planning to send me a lawyer's letter for defamation?" Zhao Qian interrupted her, continuing, "However, before you consider sending a lawyer's letter, it would be prudent for you to first find an attorney." Just a moment prior, Wang Qianqian had exuded an air of arrogance, but upon hearing Zhao Qian's words, her demeanor deflated instantly. On this deserted island, not only would sending a lawyer's letter be impractical, but locating a fourth person would likely prove equally challenging. How could one possibly send a legal notice? Moreover, perhaps due to the frequency with which celebrities issue legal threats, contemporary netizens have grown indifferent to such claims. Recently, a male star had committed a crime. At the onset of the incident, he too had vowed to send a lawyer's letter, asserting that should he be at fault, he would willingly face imprisonment. Ultimately, he did end up incarcerated. While his character may have been questionable, his adherence to his word was commendable. "Regardless, I am not devoid of intellect," Wang Qianqian weakly protested. "Otherwise, why don't you venture to the shore and attempt to catch some lobsters and king crabs?" Zhao Qian jested. "Do not be so smug. Had my foot not been injured, I would have certainly been able to catch lobsters and king crabs." Wang Qianqian clenched her fists defiantly. Upon hearing Wang Qianqian still entertain thoughts of capturing lobsters and king crabs, Zhao Qian was rendered speechless. After all his explanations, this seemingly dim-witted celebrity still failed to grasp that the videos she watched were mere fabrications. Sighing, Zhao Qian remarked, "King crabs are deep-sea crustaceans, typically dwelling at depths of approximately 850 meters. Even during high tide, it is inconceivable that they would wash ashore. Furthermore, if king crabs were so easily obtainable, do you truly believe they would command such high prices?" 850 meters deep. Wang Qianqian, though somewhat lacking in knowledge, was not foolish. She possessed a degree of common sense. Thus, when she learned of the king crab's habitat being at such depths, she recognized the fallacy of those videos. Wang Qianqian stammered for a moment, then sheepishly expressed, "Thank you. Otherwise, I would have remained in the dark." "No need for thanks. My assistance is not entirely selfless." Zhao Qian waved his hand dismissively, stating, "In survival on a deserted island, having an additional person increases our chances. I merely worry that you might After watching those mindless videos, inadvertently put yourself in danger, which would ultimately reduce our numbers. Despite our shared hardships, must we speak so harshly? Wang Qianqian pouted, a hint of grievance evident in her voice. Do you wish for me to speak the truth or to utter falsehoods? If your version of the truth serves only to wound me, I would prefer you to speak untruths. Falsehoods. Zhao Qian was momentarily taken aback, then replied earnestly. You are quite astute. Wang Qianqian, incensed into silence, seized a piece of palm heart and bit down hard. Though the flavor of the palm heart was rather bland, it sufficed to quell her hunger. After consuming 2 pieces, she no longer felt as ravenous. At that moment, Lu Yun, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, suddenly coughed violently and slowly opened her eyes. Xiaoyan, thank goodness, you are finally awake. Wang Qianqian hurried to her side, supporting Lu Yun as she sat up. Lu Yun, still in a daze, held her head and asked, Qianqian, where are we? Our plane met with an accident, and we have found ourselves stranded on a deserted island. Wang Qianqian's expression darkened momentarily, but she continued, fortunately, we are both unharmed. Upon hearing Wang Qianqian's words, Lu Yun was left speechless for a while. Unable to process the information, Zhao Qian was somewhat surprised. He had initially thought that the seemingly timid Lu Yun would panic. Yet she merely appeared stunned for a moment before accepting the reality. It seemed that this outwardly fragile girl possessed a remarkable inner strength. Xiaoyan, do you think someone will come to rescue us? Wang Qianqian inquired. Typically, if a plane goes missing for several hours, the airline will initiate a rescue operation, Lu Yun, possessing a broader knowledge base, explained. Today marks the 2nd day since the accident. This suggests that a rescue team should locate us soon. Wang Qianqian counted on her fingers, a joyful expression illuminating her face. Zhao Qian and Lu Yun were rendered speechless by her optimism. Lu Yun had merely recounted the airline's procedures, which did not guarantee that they would be found within a week. Many downed aircraft were not discovered for years, and even those found sooner often took weeks. Yet Wang Qianqian was lost in fantasies of imminent rescue. Zhao Qian, disinterested in arguing, turned to Lu Yun, stating, since you are awake now, it is time for you to contribute. How can you be so heartless? Xiaoyan has just regained consciousness, and you expect her to work. Wang Qianqian interjected before Lu Yun could respond. We have only a limited supply of fresh water to sustain 3 of us. How long do you think it will last? Zhao Qian replied calmly. The rescue team will arrive shortly. We won't need to endure for too long, Wang Qianqian asserted. Do you have absolute confidence that the rescue team will find us before we perish from thirst? Zhao Qian pressed. Wang Qianqian faltered, her conviction wavering as she realized she too could not be certain when help would arrive. Sir, that is not what Qianqian meant. Please, assign us any tasks you have. Lu Yun observed Wang Qianqian rendered speechless by the rebuke and promptly interjected. Zhao Qian, showing no restraint, directly stated, before the rescue team arrives, we must focus on our survival on this deserted island. Your tasks are twofold. Firstly, to locate fresh water, and secondly, to gather materials for constructing shelter. If time permits, you may also arrange an SOS signal on the beach, where it is unobstructed. Our responsibilities are numerous. Wang Qianqian began to voice her complaints again, while we toil away. What are you contributing? Zhao Qian retorted, my sole duty is to ensure we do not starve. However, if you manage to catch lobsters or king crabs, I might consider assuming your tasks. How infuriating. Wang Qianqian realized Zhao Qian was mocking her, and she exclaimed impatiently. Chapter 7. A lavish dinner. Zhao Qian replenished his strength briefly, avoiding the scorching midday sun. As the afternoon sun became less oppressive, he resumed his search for food. Although the heart of the palm tree could stave off hunger temporarily, a prolonged absence of meat would lead to a deficiency in protein, resulting in fatigue and bodily swelling. Such a condition would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Thus, his mission for the afternoon was to secure some protein-rich sustenance. Do not forget the tasks I assigned you, Zhao Qian cautioned, concerned that Wang Qianqian might take the responsibilities lightly. Understood. Wang Qianqian pouted, her face a portrait of melancholy, murmuring, he is certainly not a gentleman. Here we are, 2 women, one injured and the other barely returned from the brink of death, yet he insists we bear the burden of labor. Zhao Qian, having overheard her grievances, chose to disregard the complaints of this pampered celebrity. In their current predicament, survival was the utmost priority. Whether his methods were deemed appropriate had become inconsequential. After all, if they failed to survive, they would eventually be discovered as mere skeletons, and no one would care whether they were male or female in life. Upon departing the camp, Zhao Qian re-entered the forest. He first checked the traps he had set, only to find, after a thorough inspection, that there were neither prey nor any signs of the traps being triggered. With no other option, he resorted to his backup plan, foraging for branches and vines to weave fishing tools. One of the advantages of a deserted island, as opposed to other wilderness environments, is that procuring food tends to be somewhat easier. Soon, Zhao Qian discovered several branches and vines, the essential materials for crafting fishing implements. With these at hand, he needed only to weave them into shape. Creating fishing tools is not a trivial task. It requires a conceptual design in one's mind and some weaving skills. Fortunately, as a wilderness survival enthusiast, Zhao Qian possessed both attributes. Let us construct a tool based on the structure of a fish trap, he declared, sketching a simple diagram on the ground before beginning to weave step by step. The structure of the gill net is exceptionally suited for fishing, comprising a funnel-like passage and a tightly woven cage. The entrance of the passage is broad, yet the exit is exceedingly narrow, rendering it nearly impossible for fish, shrimp, or crabs to escape once they enter. The entire weaving process is rather intricate. Even with Zhao Qian's knowledge, he dedicated several hours to crafting the fishing tool. Just as the fishing apparatus was completed, a growl emanated from his stomach. Having subsisted solely on the inner core of palm trees for 2 days, he was exceedingly famished. Rubbing his belly, Zhao Qian chuckled bitterly. He realized that if he did not consume something soon, his strength would wane significantly, making survival increasingly arduous. He continued, although the fishing tool is ready, darkness is approaching, and I shall have to wait until tomorrow to fish. For now, my utmost priority is to replenish my energy. He resolved to check the traps he had set to see if any prey had been caught. If not, he would have to rely once more on the palm tree core for sustenance. With this thought, he cast the completed fishing tool aside and proceeded to inspect his traps. The first trap yielded nothing. The second trap was also empty. The third trap, likewise, bore no fruit. Having set a total of 4 traps, he was disheartened after inspecting the first 3 without success. Just as hope began to fade, he approached the 4th trap, only to be greeted by a sudden squeaking sound. There was indeed prey. Zhao Qian's earlier despondency vanished as he hastened forward to investigate, discovering a gray figure ensnared by his trap. It was a mouse, measuring over 10 centimeters in length. Perhaps his arrival instilled a sense of threat in the creature, as it emitted frantic squeaks and struggled wildly. However, its strength was insufficient to escape. Fear not, for you shall be my meal tonight. Zhao Qian chuckled with a hint of folly, then swiftly stomped down, rendering the mouse unconscious. His reluctance to capture it by hand stemmed from the fear of being bitten during its struggle. He could not ascertain whether the mouse harbored any viruses, thus the safest approach was to use his foot. Lifting the mouse, he gauged its weight and sighed. This is far too small. Even if we were 3, it would not suffice. Alone, it is hardly enough. Once the internal organs and fur were removed, the edible portion was less substantial than a chicken leg. Relying on tea, the so-called bursting worm is not its scientific name. It gained notoriety when Bear Grylls consumed it raw during a television show. The memorable scene captured the moment he bit into the worm, causing its innards to burst forth. In truth, the bursting worm is the larva of a longhorn beetle, edible and rich in protein, making it a commendable source of sustenance in the wild. In the past, Grylls had even purchased these worms to hone his survival skills, though he opted to clean and fry them rather than consume them raw. They were delightfully crispy and quite palatable. As he reminisced, his stomach grumbled once more, and gazing at the plump, wriggling, bursting worm in his hand, he felt a sudden urge to indulge. However, just as the worm was about to enter his mouth, he halted, a look of remorse washing over his face. How selfish of me. Such a delicacy should be shared with everyone. I cannot partake alone. With that, he set aside the worm and continued his search along the withered tree for more bursting worms. Perhaps due to the absence of human interference, the number of worms on the tree was abundant, and within a short time, he unearthed dozens. A smile spread across Zhao Qian's face as he beheld the plentiful bounty, sensing a sumptuous dinner awaited him that evening. Chapter 8. Crunchy Delight. Why are they not back yet? I feel as though I might starve. At the campsite, Wang Qianqian stood by the fire, her stomach audibly protesting, leaving her devoid of energy. Thirsty and hungry, she felt utterly lethargic. It dawned on her why Zhao Qian often emphasized the importance of conserving energy. Finding food on a deserted island was indeed a formidable challenge. While searching for water and building materials that afternoon, she had been vigilant for any edible items but had found nothing. Qianqian, have some water. Lu Yun twisted open a bottle of mineral water and offered it to Wang Qianqian. With her eyes fixed intently on the bottle, Qianqian swallowed hard, hesitating before shaking her head. Perhaps not. That fellow is guarding the water tightly, and even a sip would alert him. Lu Yun reassured her, no worries. I've devised a method to procure fresh water, ensuring a supply for the three of us. Xiaoyan, you are remarkable, Wang Qianqian exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she accepted the mineral water and drank deeply. After a day of thirst, she drained the entire bottle in one go, leaving not a single drop behind. Satisfied, she remarked, "This water is exquisite. That's because you were parched." Just then, Zhao Qian's voice emerged from the darkness. Startled, Wang Qianqian instinctively concealed the empty bottle behind her, fearful of being discovered. "Don't hide it. I saw everything," Zhao Qian said, stepping into the light and casting a glance at her. "I shall impose a day of water deprivation upon you to instill an appreciation for fresh water. It seems to have been effective, so you may drink now." "Humph," Wang Qianqian huffed, unimpressed with his reprimand. Zhao Qian chuckled softly, saying nothing as he tossed the bundle made from clothing onto the ground. "You must be hungry," he remarked. "Inside is the food we found today. Just prepare it, and you can eat." Food. Wang Qianqian, already famished, felt her stomach pressing against her back. Upon hearing the mention of food, she hurried forward to open the bundle. At that moment, she would have devoured even the heart of a palm tree without hesitation. "What is this?" It was soft and wriggling, due to the dim firelight. She could not discern what lay within the bundle and reached in to retrieve it. The next moment, upon realizing that she held a plump, writhing maggot in her hand, her expression of excitement rapidly transformed into one of horror. "Ah!" Wang Qianqian shrieked in terror, flinging the maggot away and retreating to a safe distance. "Zhao Qian, you scoundrel! Is this the food you found? What else could it be?" Zhao Qian approached, picking up the maggot. "It's a larva of the longhorn beetle, rich in protein, many times more than beef." Wang Qianqian interrupted his explanation with a firm tone. "I would rather starve than eat a worm." Hearing this, Zhao Qian produced a mouse he had caught and said, "If you won't eat the maggot, then you'll have to settle for this. Its nutritional value is quite decent as well." Upon seeing the mouse, Wang Qianqian's eyes reflected not only fear but also disgust. She shouted at Zhao Qian, "Can't you find something more normal to eat? It's either worms or mice. How can I possibly eat this? Then starve?" Zhao Qian replied, frowning in discontent. He had thought to share something good with Wang Qianqian, only to find her ungrateful, deeming his findings as abnormal. "If that's the case, just go hungry." With that, he began to prepare the mouse and the maggot. In truth, only the mouse required preparation. The maggot fed on wood, rendering it remarkably clean, no washing needed. It could simply be skewered with a twig and roasted over the fire. "I'll help you." At that moment, Lu Yun stepped forward, willingly taking on the task of skewering the maggots. Zhao Qian was somewhat taken aback and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" "Yes." Lu Yun's hand trembled as she held the maggot, but she steadied herself, saying, "However, given our current situation, having these to eat is already a blessing. If we don't eat, we'll only go hungry." "You are far better than some people," he remarked, deliberately glancing at Wang Qianqian, who still failed to recognize the gravity of our circumstances. Wang Qianqian glared back fiercely, wanting to retort, but ultimately chose silence. Under normal circumstances, most people would find it difficult to consume such fare. It was entirely reasonable for Qianqian to refuse. Lu Yun defended Wang Qianqian with a kind word, then curiously turned to Zhao Qian and inquired, "But you, surprisingly, possess such extensive wilderness survival skills and knowledge. It's rather unexpected." "I am an enthusiast of wilderness survival," Zhao Qian explained with a smile. In contrast to Wang Qianqian's lack of understanding, he found himself enjoying the conversation with Lu Yun far more. Thus, the two continued to prepare their ingredients while engaging in pleasant dialogue. In this process, the first roasted explosion worm was ready, emanating an enticing aroma that proved to be a fatal temptation for the three famished individuals. Zhao Qian pondered for a moment and, embodying a rare, gentlemanly demeanor, picked up the roasted worm and handed it to Lu Yun, saying, "This one is ready. You may have it first." "Thank you." Lu Yun hesitated briefly, expressed her gratitude to Zhao Qian, and accepted the cooked worm. However, she did not consume it herself. Instead, she approached Wang Qianqian and said, "Qianqian, you should eat first." "I won't." Wang Qianqian shook her head, although she was quite hungry and somewhat attracted by the worm's aroma. The sight of the roasted creature made her heart waver. The mere thought of consuming a worm sent shivers down her spine. Just as she declined, her stomach audibly protested. No matter how much she resisted internally, she could not suppress her body's instinctive needs. Observing this, Lu Yun contemplated persuading her further, but ultimately decided against it, recognizing that her attempts would likely be futile and might provoke a rebellious response. After a moment's hesitation, she placed the roasted worm on the ground in front of Wang Qianqian and returned to the fire. "I'll get you another one." Zhao Qian initially thought to himself that letting her go hungry for a few meals would make her less picky, but considering it was someone else's matter, he refrained from voicing his opinion and instead handed another explosion worm over. Thank you. Lu Yun expressed her gratitude again, accepting the worm, yet not consuming it immediately. Zhao Qian understood that, despite her outward indifference, she was still struggling to acclimate to the idea of eating worms. Thus, he boldly took a roasted explosion worm and unhesitatingly popped it into his mouth. The crunching sound of the worm being chewed resonated, a testament to its charred exterior. Crispy and surprisingly palatable, he encouraged the two. You should hurry and eat. Chapter 9. My education exceeds yours. In truth, Zhao Qian had misled them. The explosion worm was far from delectable. Considering it, one could easily deduce that without any seasoning, not even salt, the worm could hardly be considered tasty. However, to prevent Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun from feeling repulsed, he felt compelled to speak thus. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Yun overcame her psychological fear and placed the worm in her mouth, chewing a few bites before saying to Wang Qianqian, Qianqian, it actually tastes quite good. You should give it a try. Watching the two savor their meal, Wang Qianqian felt her own hunger intensifying. A voice in her mind urging her to consume the explosion worm before her. At last, after much deliberation, she summoned the courage to grasp the worm in her hand. She longed to remain obstinate, but after 2 days of subsisting solely on the meager insides of a palm tree, her hunger was overwhelming. With her eyes closed, Wang Qianqian bit down hard on the worm. Due to its thorough cooking, there was no explosion, only the crisp outer layer and the tender, gelatinous interior of the explosion worm. How should one describe it? The dish was not as delectable as Zhao Qian and Lu Yun had suggested. Yet it was far from the inedible experience Wang Qianqian had anticipated. It was, at the very least, tolerable. Observing this, both Zhao Qian and Lu Yun exchanged smiles. After Wang Qianqian devoured a bursting insect, they offered her another. This time, she did not decline but eagerly grasped the insect and consumed it, evidently quite famished. Noticing that Wang Qianqian had succumbed to the allure of the dish, Zhao Qian refrained from mockery and instead inquired, how did your search for water sources and materials for construction fare today? Upon hearing the question, Wang Qianqian feigned ignorance, her gaze fixed on her food. She had not completed any of the tasks assigned by Zhao Qian. They had failed to locate either a water source or materials for building. While we did not find a water source, I have a method to extract fresh water from seawater sufficient for the 3 of us to drink, Lu Yun responded. Moreover, I can also extract sea salt. Although it may not compare to the table salt we are accustomed to, it is safe for long-term consumption. How do you intend to extract fresh water from seawater? Are you relying on distillation? Zhao Qian asked. Indeed, relying solely on distillation would yield insufficient fresh water for the 3 of us. As an enthusiast of wilderness survival, Zhao Qian was aware of the method of evaporating seawater to obtain fresh water, yet he knew that this approach was exceedingly inefficient. Acquiring even a cup of fresh water in a day would be a commendable feat, utterly inadequate for their needs. Using traditional distillation methods, the yield is indeed insufficient. However, my proposed method involves generating water vapor through boiling. Lu Yun articulated her idea. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian began to grasp Lu Yun's approach. The conventional method of extracting fresh water from seawater entails utilizing solar radiation to evaporate the seawater and then collecting the resulting vapor to obtain fresh water. Lu Yun's method, however, involved artificial intervention to expedite the evaporation process, significantly enhancing the speed of fresh water acquisition. That is a commendable approach. It could indeed resolve our drinking water dilemma. Zhao Qian concurred with Lu Yun's strategy. Lu Yun continued, after the evaporation of seawater, what remains is sea salt. Zhao Qian cautioned, directly boiling seawater yields coarse salt, which is acceptable for short-term consumption but detrimental to health over time. Although seawater is rich in salt, it also contains numerous harmful elements. This is precisely why few individuals consume coarse salt derived from boiled seawater directly. Edible sea salt is typically refined through industrial processes to eliminate these harmful elements. Furthermore, ever since a certain nation, enjoying a relatively prosperous existence, began discharging nuclear waste into the ocean, the edibility of sea salt has become a matter of concern. Rest assured, I have a method to purify sea salt, Lu Yun asserted confidently. You can purify sea salt? Zhao Qian was taken aback, as even he lacked this skill. After all, a deserted island was merely one of many wilderness environments. His primary focus lay in survival in snow-capped mountains, deserts, and forests, with little research into surviving on a deserted island. Lu Yun, a graduate of Peking University, found the task of purifying coarse salt to be trivial. Observing Zhao Qian's astonishment at her assistant's capabilities, Wang Qianqian interjected with a tone of pride, Peking University. Zhao Qian couldn't help but glance at Lu Yun, acknowledging that those who could gain admission to Peking University were undoubtedly of exceptional academic caliber. Impressive, isn't it? Wang Qianqian asked with a hint of pride. Indeed. Zhao Qian nodded, turning his gaze to the self-satisfied Wang Qianqian, and inquired, your assistants are all Peking University graduates. Surely your own academic credentials are commendable as well. Do share, so I may admire you. Wang Qianqian, who had been boasting just moments before, suddenly fell silent, fumbling for words. It was Lu Yun who interjected, explaining, Qianqian has dreamed of becoming a star since childhood and has dedicated herself to that pursuit, which is why her academic performance has not been stellar. Zhao Qian, upon hearing such a formal explanation, paused for a moment before playfully probing, undergraduate? Wang Qianqian remained mute. Associate's degree? Still no response. High school? She continued to be silent. You aren't like Xiao Yaya, are you? Zhao Qian suddenly considered a possibility. Yes, Wang Qianqian finally nodded. Indeed, it appeared that becoming a star did not necessitate intellectual prowess. Zhao Qian sighed, expressing his disdain for the current crop of internet celebrities, believing that the vast majority among them were merely products of marketing, lacking any real talent or knowledge. This was precisely why so many of these celebrities face scandals, whether it be tax evasion, surrogacy, or substance abuse. There was nothing their fans could conceive that they had not done. Even Wang Qianqian, who had previously left a good impression on him, turned out to be nothing more than a pretty face, woefully lacking in common sense. Wang Qianqian wished to counter his assertions, but, recognizing her own modest educational background, could only retort with a hint of defiance. Given your tone, your own education must be quite impressive. Do enlighten me, so I may admire you. Zhao Qian cast a disdainful glance at Wang Qianqian, stating, in comparison to me, you are only inviting humiliation upon yourself. I have received a higher education. Wang Qianqian felt a chill run down her spine and asked, you aren't from a 985 or 211 university, are you? Zhao Qian shook his head, replying, I graduated from the 3rd high school of Jinghai City. The 3rd high school? Wang Qianqian was bewildered, momentarily unable to comprehend. Lu Yun, noticing her confusion, clarified. The 3rd high school is a secondary school. Wang Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. You are merely a high school student. How dare you look down upon me? Zhao Qian retorted, I am a high school student, and you are a middle school graduate. Thus, my education surpasses yours. Wang Qianqian sought to argue, but found no grounds for her defense. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that one day, as a celebrated star, she would be scorned by a high school student. Chapter 10. The darkness of human nature. Seeing Wang Qianqian fall silent, Zhao Qian refrained from pressing further and turned his attention to Lu Yun, asking, now that we have resolved the issue of drinking water, have you made any progress regarding materials for constructing shelter? Lu Yun shook her head, responding, no. We have searched a vast area and have not found suitable materials for building a shelter. Wang Qianqian, who had been sulking moments ago, interjected. But we saw plenty of trees this afternoon. Those trees can be used to construct a shelter. Those trees cannot be used as materials, Lu Yun replied, shaking her head. Why not? Wang Qianqian initially expressed confusion, but soon came to a realization, exclaiming, are you concerned about harming the environment? This indeed posed a significant issue. Last time, a film crew was criticized online for merely neglecting to dispose of their waste properly, and if I were to damage the environment, I would surely face severe backlash. As Wang Qianqian spoke, her confidence grew, and she asserted, exactly, that must be it. The mind is a wonderful tool, yet regrettably, you seem devoid of it. Zhao Qian tossed a juicy insect into his mouth and replied while chewing, we are stranded on a deserted island. Surviving is our primary concern. Do you truly believe anyone would care if we were to damage the environment? Wang Qianqian, irritated, inquired, if it's not about the environment, then what is the reason? Zhao Qian responded, the fundamental issue is that we lack the tools to fell trees. In the city, acquiring tools for cutting down trees is a trivial task. One merely needs to visit a store to purchase axes or chainsaws, as the options are plentiful. However, here on this deserted island, we have nothing, not even a fruit knife. Attempting to chop down trees under such conditions is almost an insurmountable challenge. It was for this reason that he had instructed Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun to search for materials to construct shelter instead of directly felling trees. Is there truly no alternative? Upon grasping the situation, Wang Qianqian turned her gaze towards Lu Yun. I possess little knowledge of wilderness survival, and under these circumstances, I am at a loss. Lu Yun gently shook her head. What about you? Wang Qianqian then directed her attention to Zhao Qian. I can conceive of 3 potential methods. Zhao Qian said, slowly relaxing his furrowed brow as he elaborated. The first method involves using fire to burn the trees, reducing them to manageable sections. This is feasible for us at present. However, the primary concern lies in controlling the flames, as it could easily lead to a catastrophic forest fire. The second method entails searching for suitable stones to craft into tools for cutting down trees. Those stone tools are prone to damage. We would need to create numerous such implements, thereby extending the time required to establish our shelter. The third method involves locating the wreckage of an aircraft, which would undoubtedly contain metal. If we can find this metal, we could fashion tools for felling trees. The challenge, however, is that we have no idea where the wreckage might be, and we could end up expending considerable effort without success. Among these three methods, the first was the most perilous. A slight miscalculation could lead to irreparable disaster. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not consider this option. He favored the second method, seeking stones to craft tools. Although stone tools are inferior to metal in many respects, the materials are readily available, as long as we locate a suitable stone. There would be plenty more in the vicinity to provide a continuous supply. As for searching for aircraft wreckage, that depended on luck. If the wreckage were on the island, they might have a chance of finding it. If it were submerged in the ocean, they would likely never discover it. Which method would you prefer? Lu Yun inquired. The second method, crafting stone tools, Zhao Qian explained. The first method is too dangerous, and the third relies on luck. Indeed, I concur with the second method. Lu Yun nodded in agreement. As laughter erupted from Wang Qianqian, she exclaimed, I believe we need not complicate matters. Did you not mention that rescue would arrive in a couple of days? We can simply wait in tranquility. Despite having been stranded on the deserted island for 2 days, Wang Qianqian remained convinced that salvation would soon be at hand. Observing her naive optimism, Zhao Qian chose to withhold the truth, fully aware that revealing the grim reality could lead to her despair. In dire circumstances, it is often best to maintain an optimistic outlook, for such a disposition may extend one's survival. I am satiated, Zhao Qian declared, feeling fatigued. Rising from beside the fire, he selected some clothing to serve as bedding for the night and sought a quiet spot to rest. Upon witnessing Zhao Qian's departure, Wang Qianqian made a face of disdain and then turned her gaze toward Lu Yun with a look of deep grievance, inquiring, Xiaoyan, why did you not come to my aid when Zhao Qian belittled my education? In a soft voice, Lu Yun replied, Qianqian, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. It is that I cannot. Why not? Wang Qianqian asked, perplexed. Lu Yun hesitated for a moment, glancing in Zhao Qian's direction before stating, we are lost on this deserted island, and it is impossible for just the two of us to survive. Our only chance lies in staying close to Zhao Qian. Wang Qianqian, unconvinced, retorted, he is merely a blunt man. Why should our survival depend on him? Lu Yun countered. Setting aside other matters, would we have been able to find food without him? Wang Qianqian pondered for a moment and slowly shook her head. Although she felt a sense of indignation, she had to concede that both she and Lu Yun were at a loss when it came to foraging on the island. Moreover, there are other dangers on this deserted isle. With him around, he will protect us in perilous times, Lu Yun added. But I do not like him. He is always at odds with me. I have never endured such humiliation, Wang Qianqian said, clenching her fists and pouting. He is not as bad as you think. What do you mean by that? Wang Qianqian inquired. We find ourselves in the wilderness, devoid of order. The darker aspects of human nature amplify in such conditions, and even the slightest malevolent thoughts can become magnified. What do you mean? Wang Qianqian asked, perplexed. You are exceptionally beautiful and a renowned star. Do you not think men may harbor intentions towards you? At this revelation, Wang Qianqian's expression shifted dramatically as she grasped Lu Yun's implication. It is crucial to recognize that even in civilized society, unsavory individuals may seek proximity to her under various pretexts, sometimes even placing a price on a night of companionship. Fortunately, laws provide constraints that deter such individuals from acting overtly, allowing her to navigate hazardous situations with relative safety. However, on this deserted island, there are no such constraints. Any nefarious inclination Zhao Qian may possess could be amplified and potentially acted upon. The mere thought of this filled Wang Qianqian with dread, and she asked, Xiaoyan, does my beauty render me vulnerable? You are overthinking it. Lu Yun reassured her. From my observations, Zhao Qian shows little interest in women of limited intellect. Relieved, Wang Qianqian initially sighed in relief, but then reconsidered. Wait a moment, Xiaoyan, are you implying that I lack intelligence? Observe my prowess at capturing the dragon's claw. Accept my retribution. Chapter 11. Lack of self-awareness. As dawn broke, the sun gradually ascended from the horizon, casting its resplendent rays upon the earth, illuminating Zhao Qian's face. Feeling the piercing sunlight, Zhao instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, awakening from his slumber, and with a languorous stretch, he sat up. After a night of rest, he had regained his optimal condition, marking the first step towards survival on the deserted island. The initial days of survival on an uninhabited isle are often the most daunting. Once one navigates through those early days, provided that unforeseen circumstances do not arise, it becomes entirely feasible to endure for an extended period. At that moment, a startled exclamation from Wang Qian pierced the air. "Zhao Yun, you are remarkable. You've truly managed to extract fresh water from the sea." Fresh water. Zhao, who had still been somewhat drowsy, instantly became alert, scrambling out of his makeshift bed and racing towards the source of the sound. Fresh water is paramount for survival on a deserted island. Addressing this issue is tantamount to resolving the most significant challenge of island living. Upon reaching the two, Zhao beheld Lu Yun ingeniously connecting two empty mineral water bottles with a straw, crafting a rudimentary distiller. The principle of the distiller is quite straightforward. One bottle is tasked with evaporating seawater into vapor, which then travels through the straw into the other empty bottle. Subsequently, through condensation, the vapor transforms into droplets that accumulate at the bottom of the bottle, yielding potable fresh water. This is merely a rudimentary principle. There is no need for such astonishment, Lu Yun remarked before pausing, continuing, "Moreover, this distiller is only a temporary solution. It cannot be relied upon indefinitely." "Why?" Wang Qian inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. Zhao Qian seized the opportunity to impart knowledge. When plastic is heated beyond 90 degrees Celsius, it releases toxic substances. While a few instances may not be harmful to the body, prolonged exposure is detrimental. Wang Qian was taken aback by Zhao's sudden interjection. When she turned to look at him, she rolled her eyes but chose to ignore his presence. Nevertheless, Zhao's focus remained fixated on the distiller, increasingly convinced of the wisdom in rescuing Lu Yun. Despite his extensive knowledge of wilderness survival, he lacked proficiency in other areas. He might not have conceived such an innovative method for obtaining fresh water. Knowledge is indeed power. This adage often holds true. How much fresh water can we obtain in a day? Zhao posed his most pressing question. "I'm not certain," Lu Yun replied, shaking her head. "This is my first attempt at constructing such a device, so I cannot ascertain the daily yield of fresh water. However, it should suffice for our consumption." "That is sufficient," Zhao responded, his expectations modest. As long as the trio had access to potable water, he would be content. Furthermore, they must ultimately search for a more sustainable fresh water source. Extracting it from seawater is merely a transitional solution. Having thoroughly admired the distiller, Zhao turned to Wang Qian and Lu Yun, stating, "A new day has dawned. I will assign tasks. Lu Yun, you shall oversee the fresh water and salt." "Understood." Lu Yun nodded gently. Zhao Qian said to Wang Qian, "Your task remains the same as yesterday, to seek out a water source and gather materials for shelter." Wang Qian protested, "Such a task is ill-suited for me. My legs have yet to fully heal." She was reluctant to continue with the task from the previous day. On the island, there were no paths. She would need to forge her way through thickets, her body marred by numerous scratches from the branches. Moreover, she lacked sunscreen, and direct exposure to the sun would only worsen her skin, jeopardizing her future prospects in the entertainment industry. Aside from finding water and constructing shelter, what else can you do? Zhao Qian inquired. Wang Qian pointed to the distiller, grinning as she replied, "I feel that this task suits me well. I can manage this." Zhao Qian retorted bluntly, "You might want to reconsider. Fresh water and salt are essential for our survival on this deserted island. Do you truly believe I would entrust such a critical responsibility to you?" To be candid, he would sooner believe that the national football team could claim the world championship than trust Wang Qian to execute this task effectively. The importance of this job was paramount. Any failure could result in the loss of fresh water and salt, directly threatening their survival. Wang Qian, lacking self-awareness, instead accused Zhao Qian, "You are biased against me, and I am far more reliable than you. Yesterday, you were tasked with finding food, and all you brought back were insects and rats. Is that truly food? You should be grateful I didn't let you starve." Zhao Qian mused inwardly, remarking, "If I recall correctly, you consumed quite a bit of those insects and rats yesterday. Is that not considered food?" Wang Qian's cheeks flushed as she stammered in defense, "I was simply hungry. Besides, what you brought back was not food." Not wishing to engage in further argument with Wang Qian, yet unable to let her remain idle, Zhao Qian pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about this? You focus on your task today, and I will return with fish." Wang Qian's expression turned skeptical as she asked, "Can you really catch fish?" Zhao Qian nodded, saying, "Yesterday, I fashioned a fishing tool, so I should be able to catch some." Wang Qian retorted, Are you taking me for a fool? When you returned yesterday, you had no fishing tool on you. Zhao Qian explained. The fishing tool is quite heavy. I left it behind to avoid exhausting myself by carrying it back. Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian's eyes darted around shrewdly, and she suddenly seemed invigorated as she exclaimed. You keep warning me and Xiaoyan to be cautious, yet the most careless one is you. How could you leave such an important tool exposed? What if it gets stolen? Earlier, you penalized me for wasting fresh water on my face, stating that it is vital for our survival. Now, because of your negligence, our fishing tool might be stolen, which also affects our survival. Shouldn't you face a penalty as well? Zhao Qian grasped Wang Qianqian's implication, pausing in stunned silence for a few seconds before bursting into laughter, continuing for quite some time. What are you laughing at? Wang Qianqian asked, feeling displeased, sensing that Zhao Qian was trying to evade responsibility. I once suspected that being a star required little intellect, but now your words have entirely confirmed it. Indeed. It seems one does not need a brain to be a celebrity. Zhao Qian chuckled until tears streamed down his face. You accuse me of lacking intelligence. Have I spoken wrongly? Wang Qianqian clenched her delicate fists, wishing fervently to deliver a blow to Zhao Qian. Qianqian, Lu Yun, who had remained silent until now, gently tugged at Wang Qianqian's sleeve, whispering a reminder. We are currently stranded on this deserted island, and there are only the three of us here. Even if we leave our fishing tools outside, they cannot possibly be stolen. Upon hearing this, the expression on Wang Qianqian's face instantly froze, and she felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. Chapter 12. Fishing Slow Down, Wait for Me. In the woods of the deserted island, Wang Qianqian called out in dissatisfaction at Zhao Qian, who had already distanced himself by over 10 meters. Zhao Qian, walking ahead, observed the surroundings while responding. Our responsibilities are substantial. We must search for food, water sources, and materials for shelter. We cannot afford to slow down. Since he refused to let Wang Qianqian remain at the campsite, she insisted on his accompaniment, using the pretext that it was too dangerous for a girl to be alone on the island. Thus, Zhao Qian, who was initially tasked with food gathering, found himself additionally burdened with the search for water and construction materials. I understand, Wang Qianqian said with a hint of melancholy, hastily catching up to Zhao Qian, and inquired. What shall we do next? Zhao Qian replied. First, we need to check if the traps I set have caught anything, and then we will gather some explosive larvae. Wang Qianqian immediately questioned. Didn't you say we shouldn't eat explosive larvae at night? Having succumbed to hunger the previous night, she had indulged in them, only to feel nauseated afterward and spent the night regretting her decision. This time, we won't be eating the explosive larvae, Zhao Qian clarified. We will use them as bait when we fish. That sounds more reasonable, Wang Qianqian sighed in relief. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Qian led her to inspect the traps he had set. All 4 traps had been triggered, yet their luck had run dry as not a single creature had been caught. After resetting the traps, the two ventured deeper into the forest to find a fallen dead tree, where they began to break open its tough exterior in search of explosive larvae. Due to the absence of human intervention, the population of these pests was abundant. In no time, Zhao Qian had discovered over a dozen plump, wriggling explosive larvae within the decaying wood. Seeing the white, fat larvae squirming about stirred turmoil in Wang Qianqian's stomach, and she regretted consuming the larvae even more. Zhao Qian naturally noticed Wang Qianqian's discomfort, but refrained from offering consolation. Survival was paramount on this deserted island. If she could not overcome the aversion to consuming insects, she would struggle to endure. He needed to help her confront the harsh realities of their situation. Moreover, compared to the challenges presented in Bear Grylls' show, their circumstances were relatively favorable. He recalled an episode where Bear Grylls extracted moisture from elephant dung and another where he performed an enema on himself. Wang Qianqian was fortunate to have avoided drinking urine or eating maggots. Once Zhao Qian had collected a sufficient number of explosive larvae, he led Wang Qianqian to the location where they had fashioned their fishing tools the previous day. Does this contraption really catch fish? Wang Qianqian gazed skeptically at the oddly shaped fishing tool, doubting its efficacy. Whether one can catch fish remains uncertain. Yet it is undoubtedly more reliable than finding a king crab along the shore. Do you not agree? Zhao Qian replied. I fear that while you attempt to catch fish, you might drown. Wang Qianqian, perceiving Zhao Qian's mockery, retorted with indignation. Your words have made me hesitant to fish. Perhaps I shall resort to digging for exploding worms instead. Zhao Qian cast aside his fishing gear and turned to leave. At this moment, Wang Qianqian grew anxious. While Zhao Qian could afford to be indifferent to what they consumed, she could not. The mere thought of having to eat exploding worms made her stomach churn. If forced to continue feasting on them, she would rather starve. With this in mind, she grasped Zhao Qian's arm and exclaimed, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Let us indeed go catch fish. Zhao Qian feigned seriousness. Have you heard of Murphy's Law? It suggests that while good luck may elude us, misfortune will surely strike. To be cautious. I shall avoid taking risks. Wang Qianqian inquired. What would convince you to fish? Zhao Qian pondered briefly before responding. You must swear a solemn oath. Very well. Wang Qianqian clenched her teeth, raised 3 fingers, and declared, I swear that Zhao Qian will not drown while fishing, or else I shall perish alongside him. Not so fast. Zhao Qian quickly interjected. Your existence is already bothersome enough. To accompany me in death would mean I cannot find peace, nor endure such torment. Zhao Qian, you scoundrel. Wang Qianqian shouted in fury. As a top-tier celebrity in the country, she had always been the one to disdain others, never having experienced disdain directed towards her. Let us go then, to catch fish. Zhao Qian had her firmly in his grasp. This single statement quelled her momentarily. Shortly thereafter, feeling quite pleased, Zhao Qian shouldered his fishing gear and made his way to the shore. However, he did not immediately cast his tools into the sea, but rather spent half an hour searching along the coastline until he discovered a rocky area. The rocks formed an elliptical shape, with an opening facing the ocean, allowing fish to enter the oval space. Over time, many fish had gathered within this enclosure. Once he had identified the spot, Zhao Qian found a stone the size of his head and took out the exploding worms he had caught, crushing them one by one. In an instant, the dark green innards of the worms splattered forth, creating a rather unpleasant sight, prompting Wang Qianqian to retreat further away. Zhao Qian, however, was unperturbed. He smeared the innards of the crushed worms onto the stone, placed it into his fishing gear, and gently lowered it into the water. The moment the gear touched the sea, the innards began to disperse, instantly attracting a multitude of fish. The fish surrounded the fishing gear, mouths opening and closing as they consumed the worms' innards. Yet, this was merely a fraction of the bait. The majority of the worms remained in the gear, and instinctively, the fish began to seek out the entrance, desiring to enter the fishing apparatus. Look, a fish has entered, Wang Qianqian exclaimed, witnessing a fish swim into the gear. Her excitement palpable as she gestured animatedly. Pull it up quickly. Today, we shall feast on fish. Zhao Qian, displaying an air of calm, remarked, do not be anxious. Let us place the fishing gear here for now, and we shall retrieve it upon our return to the camp. We have other matters to attend to. Wang Qianqian inquired. What if the fish have gorged themselves and fled by the time we return? Zhao Qian reassured her, you need not worry. The fishing apparatus I crafted ensures that once a fish enters, it cannot escape, unless someone were to steal it, which is rather unlikely, don't you think? Wang Qianqian shot him an indignant glare, fully aware that he was subtly mocking her. Observing her sulking demeanor, Zhao Qian found it remarkable that this celebrity possessed such a resilient disposition. Despite his repeated jabs, she had not once lost her composure. Furthermore, she bore no grudges, quickly forgiving and even initiating conversations with him after moments of anger. Chapter 13. Do not be coy. It disgusts me. How has one with such a temperament managed to navigate the entertainment industry? Zhao Qian pondered, encapsulating Wang Qianqian's disposition in 3 words: naive, innocent, and sweet. Such a personality thriving in the entertainment world was indeed an anomaly. However, it was also possible that this was merely an act on her part. Though Zhao Qian deemed that unlikely, others may feign ignorance, but Wang Qianqian was genuinely unassuming. What temperament do I possess? Why couldn't I succeed in the entertainment industry? Wang Qianqian expressed her confusion. This left Zhao Qian momentarily speechless, as he could hardly articulate. Your simplicity, lack of guile, and forgiving nature make it improbable for you to thrive in this realm, for that would be tantamount to an insult. He opted for a different approach, asking, I have heard that the entertainment industry is rife with unspoken rules. Have you encountered such situations? Wang Qianqian did not shy away, eagerly nodding. Indeed, I have faced such circumstances. Some individuals approach my manager, openly offering to pay for my company. Zhao Qian's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he pressed. And what happened next? Wang Qianqian shook her head. I do not know. Zhao Qian felt as though his curiosity was being tantalizingly teased, exclaiming, you were the one involved. How could you possibly not know? Wang Qianqian clarified, whenever such situations arise, I always leave it to Xiaoyan to handle, as she is adept at managing these matters. Zhao Qian, intrigued, inquired further, how does she manage it? She replied, she never discloses the details to me, merely instructing me to focus on my acting. One thing I can affirm is that those individuals have not troubled me since. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian yearned to return to the camp immediately to inquire how Lu Yun had navigated such situations. It was essential to recognize that Lu Yun was merely Wang Qianqian's assistant, not even her manager, which theoretically limited her influence. Zhao Qian could not help but ask, "Do you fully trust her?" Wang Qianqian countered, "Why would I not trust her?" Zhao Qian found himself at a loss for words, chuckling softly, realizing that he should not have posed that question. Given Wang Qianqian's nature, even a mere smile from a stranger would inspire trust in her. Thus, it was no surprise that she would place her faith in her assistant with whom she spent her days. "Zhao Qian, do you think this will work? If you retrieve the fishing gear and extract the fish within, I shall share more gossip from the entertainment industry." Wang Qianqian still had the fish on her mind. Would a single fish be enough to compel you to betray the entertainment world? Zhao Qian shook his head and replied, "The fishing gear cannot be retrieved at this moment. But rest assured, I will ensure you have your fill of fish today." Having said that, he stifled his curiosity about the gossip and turned away, continuing, "Let us proceed with our next task." Wang Qianqian pouted and followed, inquiring, "Is it still about finding a water source?" Zhao Qian responded, "Finding a water source is merely one of our tasks. We must also craft stone tools and swiftly construct shelter. The four elements essential for survival in the wilderness are water, fire, food, and shelter. At present, we have secured 3 of these elements: water, fire, and food. The only aspect we remain uncertain about is shelter. Although shelter may seem insignificant, it provides protection from rain, snow, strong winds, wild animals, and insects, alleviating the fear of the wilderness. The reason they have not yet felt the significance of shelter is that they have yet to encounter inclement weather. To build a decent shelter, tools are indispensable, which explains why those who survive in the wild carry knives and flint. These tasks cannot be completed in a single day. Can they? Wang Qianqian asked with a distressed expression. Indeed. Zhao Qian nodded, not concealing anything from her, and added, "Even if everything goes smoothly, it will take several days." Upon hearing that it would take several days, Wang Qianqian panicked. "I am a star. If I am exposed to the sun every day, my skin will deteriorate. Zhao Qian, could you assist me?" After her initial panic, her voice turned sweet and pleading, her large eyes sparkling with admiration and desperation as she gazed at Zhao Qian. If it were any other man, facing Wang Qianqian's delicate demeanor, he would undoubtedly succumb to her charms and shoulder all the burdens. However, after 2 days of interaction, Zhao Qian had gained some understanding of Wang Qianqian and developed a degree of resistance. Therefore, at this moment, she did not evoke his sympathy. Instead, she sent chills down his spine, making him shudder involuntarily. It felt akin to Mari Li's coyness towards him. He would much prefer her to pat him on the shoulder and exclaim, "Brother, lend me a hand. I shall leave all the work to you." Zhao Qian's face contorted in disdain as he grimaced and said, "Spare me your coquetry. It disgusts me." Wang Qianqian was about to express her anger, but reminded herself that she needed Zhao Qian's assistance, so she suppressed her irritation and said, "Brother Zhao Qian, if you say that, it will hurt my feelings. Please help me. Damn it, go away." Zhao Qian fought the urge to curse and retorted sternly, "We have already been cast away on this deserted island. Survival is our primary concern, so you should not worry about your skin." With that, he left no room for Wang Qianqian to respond and quickly departed. Wang Qianqian stood there, momentarily dazed by Zhao Qian's hasty retreat, then reached up to touch her face, the first time she began to doubt her own beauty. Why does he seem so disdainful of me? Is it because I am not pretty enough? Incorrect. How could I possibly be unattractive? If it is not my fault, then it must be his. Does he not have an affinity for women? Indeed, he seems to prefer men. Wang Qianqian held a profound confidence in her appearance and, after a thorough deduction, arrived at the conclusion that Zhao Qian favored men. Upon reaching this conclusion, a peculiar expression typical of devoted fans graced Wang Qianqian's face as she hurried after him, exclaiming, "Sister, wait. Zhao Qian, hold on, let's have a proper conversation. I suddenly wish to learn more about you." However, as a delicate woman, she found it challenging to catch up with Zhao Qian, who maintained a distance of over 10 meters between them. This was not due to Zhao Qian's desire to distance himself. Rather, he was concerned that Wang Qianqian might lose her way. Thus, he matched her pace, quick when she was swift and slowing when she lagged. Yet, their chase did not last long, for Zhao Qian abruptly halted. "At last, I have caught up with you. Could you not slow down a bit?" Wang Qianqian gasped as she approached, only to find Zhao Qian standing still, and she inquired with curiosity, "What is the matter?" Zhao Qian turned around, his face alight with excitement, pointing ahead and declaring, "Coconut trees. We have found coconut trees." Chapter 14, A Monster Coconut Trees. Wang Qianqian followed Zhao Qian's gaze, spotting a few tall coconut trees scattered about, each adorned with coconuts. For those stranded on a deserted island, coconuts are a perfect find. Coconut water quenches thirst, while the flesh is rich in protein and fatty acids, providing high nutritional value to satiate hunger. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as one can locate a few coconut trees on a deserted island, one need not fear succumbing to thirst or starvation before the coconuts are consumed. However, Wang Qianqian did not share in the enthusiasm. With a hint of melancholy in her tone, she remarked, "What of the coconut trees? You previously stated that you would not take the risk of climbing to harvest coconuts." Zhao Qian was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat awkward. Earlier, when Wang Qianqian wasted water, he had punished her by forbidding water for a day. She had suggested that they pick some coconuts to quench their thirst, but he had refused, citing the height and danger involved. In truth, that reason was not the main factor. He had been reluctant to fetch coconuts primarily because he had not seen any trees at that time. Furthermore, he did not wish to expend energy searching for coconut trees, considering they had just arrived on the deserted island and had numerous other tasks at hand. Little did he expect that they would stumble upon the coconut trees serendipitously, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. "I did say I wouldn't take the risk of climbing for coconuts. But ripe coconuts fall from the trees on their own. We can simply gather the ones that have already dropped," Zhao Qian mused, crafting himself an excuse. Upon hearing that there might be fallen coconuts, Wang Qianqian eagerly exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let's hurry and collect the coconuts." Without waiting for Zhao Qian, she dashed toward the cluster of coconut trees. Seeing this, Zhao Qian swiftly followed. Before they even reached the base of the coconut trees, they spotted coconuts lying on the ground. Each coconut tree bore only 2 or 3 coconuts beneath it, but collectively, there were more than a dozen scattered beneath all the trees. "This coconut is mine, and so is this one." Wang Qianqian picked up a coconut, but without pausing to examine it, she hurriedly reached for another. However, the weight of the coconuts was considerable, and after collecting 3 in succession, she found herself unable to carry them all, stamping her feet in frustration. In contrast, Zhao Qian appeared far more relaxed. He selected a well-formed coconut and approached a nearby rock, bringing it down forcefully. With a dull thud, the coconut struck the stone, immediately cracking open, its sweet juice flowing freely. Zhao Qian eagerly picked up the coconut, positioning his mouth at the fissure and sucking vigorously, savoring the rich, fragrant coconut water until he had drained it entirely. At that moment, Wang Qianqian noticed Zhao Qian's actions and exclaimed in discontent, "Zhao Qian, is this really the time to eat? Hurry up and collect coconuts." Zhao Qian smiled and retorted, "What's the matter? Are you worried someone else will take them?" At his words, Wang Qianqian's anxious expression froze, her fair cheeks flushing crimson, utterly embarrassed. Soon after, she selected a coconut as well, imitating Zhao Qian's technique, and slammed it against the rock. However, lacking his strength, she struggled for 6 or 7 attempts before managing to crack it open, hastily sucking the juice. "Delicious," she exclaimed, her face lighting up with satisfaction. "Don't discard the empty coconut. The flesh inside is still useful," Zhao Qian advised, as he took the emptied coconut from his hand and forcefully smashed it against the rock again. It took him 3 strikes to completely break it apart, revealing the snow-white flesh within. However, instead of indulging in the flesh, he began to apply it to his face and exposed arms. "What are you doing?" Wang Qianqian asked, puzzled as she sipped her coconut water. Zhao Qian explained, "Coconut oil serves as an excellent natural sunscreen. Applying it protects you from sunburn." Wang Qianqian expressed her skepticism, asking, "Is that true? I've never heard of that before." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian paused his actions and countered, "What have you heard?" Wang Qianqian fell silent. Previously, she had believed she possessed considerable knowledge, but on this deserted island, she realized her understanding was woefully inadequate. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "I believe you." With that, she attempted to follow Zhao Qian's method to crack her own coconut. Unfortunately, her strength was insufficient. After more than 10 attempts, her arms began to ache. Yet the coconut remained unyielding. "Let me do it," Zhao Qian said, unable to witness the coconut endure such torment. He took the coconut from her hands and hurled it against the rock with force. With a resounding thud, the coconut cracked open dramatically, and Zhao Qian effortlessly split it in 2. "You're incredibly strong," Wang Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, a man's strength often surpasses that of a woman. Zhao Qian paid little attention, returning the coconut to Wang Qianqian and saying, "You women have quite a few areas to apply this, and I find it inappropriate to remain here. I shall gather the coconuts together." With that, he turned and walked towards the coconut tree. Wang Qianqian observed Zhao Qian's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing her lips as she muttered, "Don't think that by feigning the demeanor of a gentleman, I am unaware of your preference for men. I see right through you. What are you pretending for?" Driven by a curiosity to discern whether a homosexual response would elicit any reaction from a woman, She felt an impulsive urge to call Zhao Qian back, but ultimately suppressed it after considerable deliberation. It would be one thing if there was no reaction. However, if there were, that would pose a significant problem. Picking up a coconut, she moved behind the bushes and began to apply coconut oil to her skin. Unbeknownst to Zhao Qian, he was perceived as a homosexual by Wang Qianqian. His decision to distance himself stemmed primarily from a desire to avoid any misunderstandings. After all, he was a young man filled with vigor. If Wang Qianqian were to reveal something in his presence, he feared he might lose control and act inappropriately. Even stranded on a deserted island, he could not allow himself to forsake his humanity. However, as Zhao Qian gathered the coconuts, a sudden, terrified cry from afar pierced the air. Zhao Qian, come quickly, help me. There's a monster here. A monster? Zhao Qian's mind swarmed with questions. How could there possibly be a monster on a deserted island? Nonetheless, he dared not hesitate, picking up a stone from the ground and sprinting towards Wang Qianqian's direction. Chapter 15. The coconut crab. Zhao Qian moved swiftly, reaching the panicked Wang Qianqian behind the bushes in mere seconds. Yet, he saw no monster. Only Wang Qianqian stood there. Where's the monster? Zhao Qian asked, his heart racing as he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Wang Qianqian pointed towards the bushes, exclaiming, the monster went into the bushes and stole my coconut. A monster stole your coconut? Zhao Qian was momentarily taken aback, nearly believing he had misheard. He had only ever heard of monsters that devoured humans. This was the first time he had encountered the notion of a monster pilfering coconuts. Could it be that monsters had turned vegetarian? What did the monster look like? Zhao Qian inquired. I didn't see it fully, just a massive claw. It was terrifying. Wang Qianqian replied, still shaken. A massive claw? Upon hearing her description, a particular creature flashed through Zhao Qian's mind. Without pausing to inform Wang Qianqian, he dashed in the direction the monster had fled. What are you doing? Wang Qianqian exclaimed, startled by Zhao Qian's sudden action. Don't provoke the monster. We should hurry back to the camp. After all, the sensible course of action upon encountering a monster would be to flee, not pursue. Such behavior was tantamount to courting death. Just as Wang Qianqian floundered in confusion, Zhao Qian's figure returned, but unlike before, he now grasped a creature approximately half a meter long. This creature possessed a pair of enormous claws, one of which clutched half a coconut. Is this what you just saw? Zhao Qian asked. Yes, that's it. Wang Qianqian affirmed. Wang Qianqian beheld the familiar gigantic pincers and nodded vigorously. This is no monster, Zhao Qian explained, but a creature known as the coconut crab. The coconut crab, a type of hermit crab, can grow up to 1 meter long, making it not only the largest terrestrial crab, but also the largest terrestrial arthropod, possessing formidable pincers capable of effortlessly cracking open the hard shell of a coconut. Coconut crab. Wang Qianqian paused momentarily before continuing. I have heard of it before, but never seen one. I didn't expect it to look this way. It's rather intimidating. Why are you catching it? Zhao Qian replied, of course, to eat. Wang Qianqian gazed incredulously at the peculiar coconut crab, exclaiming, can this thing really be eaten? Zhao Qian affirmed, not only can it be eaten, but it is also quite delicious. The meat of the coconut crab is exquisite, and due to overconsumption, it has become a protected species in many countries. Well, Wang Qianqian hesitated. Let's avoid discussing any discouraging thoughts. Zhao Qian seemed to anticipate her sentiments and preemptively interrupted, stating, now that we find ourselves marooned on this deserted island, our foremost priority is survival. Thus, regardless of whether the coconut crab is a protected species, to me, it is merely sustenance. Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian fell silent for a moment. Eventually nodding without further protest, Zhao Qian breathed a sigh of relief. For he genuinely feared that Wang Qianqian would suddenly adopt a moral high ground and prevent him from consuming the coconut crab, which would have been quite a loss. Subsequently, Zhao Qian tore the clothing he had brought into strips, skillfully binding the coconut crab in a manner reminiscent of how one would secure a crab. After completing this task, he turned to Wang Qianqian with a smile, saying, all done, However, just as he spoke, Zhao Qian abruptly halted, his eyes fixated intently on Wang Qianqian. Initially perplexed, she soon looked down and suddenly realized that in her haste to apply coconut oil, she had removed her t-shirt, now clad only in her undergarments, exposing a significant expanse of her fair skin. Ah! Wang Qianqian shrieked, her hands instinctively shielding her front as she shouted at Zhao Qian, pervert, turn around at once. Humph. As if anyone would want to look, Zhao Qian retorted, feigning indifference, though his gaze lingered on the mountains for a few moments longer before reluctantly turning away. Taking a deep breath after turning, Zhao Qian struggled to suppress the desires that surged within him. He had to concede that Wang Qianqian possessed an admirable figure. Coupled with her delicate features, he was perilously close to crossing a line. Unbeknownst to Wang Qianqian, when she heard Zhao Qian's remarks about her not being sufficiently endowed, she glanced down in defiance, feeling quite indignant. Though not particularly large, she believed it was certainly not insignificant. In her mind, she mused, besides, many nowadays have enhancements. Their size is artificial, whereas mine is entirely natural. Oh dear, I almost forgot. He doesn't even like women. How foolish of me to care about his opinions as a homosexual. With that thought, her spirits lifted considerably. Although she still felt a twinge of discomfort at Zhao Qian's insinuation. Even if mine isn't large, it must be bigger than that of other men, she thought. Incredulous at how he could utter such a disingenuous remark. I'm dressed, Wang Qianqian called out after adjusting her clothing. Ah, Zhao Qian turned around. Striving to maintain a semblance of calm. Let us proceed to retrieve the fishing tools, and then return to the camp. Wang Qianqian inquired, are we going back now? Aren't we going to continue with the mission? Zhao Qian shook his head. No, the noon sun will soon elevate the temperature on the island significantly, increasing the risk of heat stroke. The climate here resembles that of a desert. At night, the temperature can plummet below freezing. Had he not gathered several suitcases from which he procured clothing, they would have surely been frozen by the night chill. However, during the day, the island becomes scorching, and even I dare not exert myself vigorously at noon, for it poses a threat of heat stroke. He continued, furthermore, we have expended considerable energy and require sustenance to recuperate, ensuring we remain in optimal condition. Since arriving on the island, only last night's meal was somewhat satisfactory, yet we still left unsated. Having not eaten this morning and traversed such a distance this morning, I am now ravenous. We must eat something to replenish our strength. All right, then let us return. Wang Qianqian, upon hearing Zhao Qian's explanation, felt a desire to stretch her limbs. She had never cared for the reasons. From the outset, she had wished to remain behind. And now the prospect of returning to the camp was most welcome. Subsequently, Zhao Qian led Wang Qianqian to the shoreline to collect their fishing gear. They were fortunate, catching 5 fish in total, though not particularly large. Each was palm-sized, ample for a hearty meal. After securing the fish and replenishing the bait, they returned to the camp together. During their absence, Lu Yun had been industriously at work, managing to gather 3 bottles of fresh water and seemingly engaged in the process of salt extraction. Observing this scene, Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian hurried over, eager to learn about the salt-making process. Chapter 16, Purifying Raw Salt. In truth, Lu Yun had already procured a significant amount of coarse salt through the distillation of seawater. This salt was not granular, but rather formed in chunks, which Lu Yun had collected in an empty bottle. Xiaoyan, this salt looks peculiar, Wang Qianqian remarked, observing the salt that appeared entirely different from what she was accustomed to. Curiosity getting the better of her, she pinched a bit and placed it in her mouth. Yuck! Yuck, yuck! She exclaimed, spitting it out vehemently, her face contorted in distaste. Why does this salt taste like this? She continued, though it is salty. Why does it also taste bitter? It's quite unpleasant. That is the nature of coarse salt, Zhao Qian commented, sampling a pinch himself and confirming its unpalatability. The seawater contains not only salt, but also numerous impurities. Distillation merely removes moisture, leaving those impurities intact. Lu Yun interjected. Consuming such coarse salt over an extended period is detrimental to one's health. It requires purification. Wang Qianqian asked, how do you purify it? Although her inquisitive nature was commendable, Zhao Qian thought it futile to explain the method to a middle school student who might not comprehend. You're just a high school student. What is so impressive about that? Wang Qianqian retorted, my education level surpasses yours. Zhao Qian straightened his chest, exuding the distinctive charm of a high school student. Before immediately bending down and addressing Lu Yun, let us disregard the middle schoolers. Please demonstrate to me how to purify seawater. A certain talented student from Peking University observed the quarrel between the high school and middle school students, nodding slowly in acknowledgement. Lu Yun retrieved a bottle of fresh water she had purified, crushed the coarse salt into granules, and began to add it to the fresh water until the salt ceased to dissolve. Seeing this, both the high school student and the middle school student wore expressions of confusion, unable to comprehend why the Peking University student would add salt to the freshly purified water. Wouldn't this revert the fresh water back to seawater? As they pondered this, Lu Yun procured some clothing to serve as a filter, layering it over the bottle's opening. After 3 layers, she added a 4th layer containing a black powder. The middle school student was unaware of the identity of the black powder, but the high school student recognized it as activated charcoal. In wilderness survival scenarios, activated charcoal has numerous applications. one of which is to absorb harmful substances found in water or air. This was likely intended to extract impurities from the seawater. Naturally, this method would only eliminate insoluble impurities, leaving soluble contaminants untouched. Lu Yun added 3 more layers of fabric and, turning the bottle upside down, water began to trickle through the layers of clothing and charcoal. The entire process was exceedingly prolonged, consuming a considerable amount of time to filter the entire bottle of salt water. Upon removing the fabric from the bottle's opening, they discovered a significant amount of impurities clinging to the layers, the innermost layer bearing the most, diminishing gradually until the final layer was nearly devoid of impurities. This step effectively removed the insoluble impurities from the salt water, and if conditions permitted, it could be repeated multiple times. Noticing the middle school student's hesitant curiosity, Lu Yun proactively offered an explanation. After her explanation, Lu Yun took another empty bottle and poured out half of the freshly filtered salt water. Subsequently, she placed this half over the fire for distillation. As the water from the salt water evaporated, crystals began to form at the bottom of the bottle, and this time, both high school and middle school students recognized that these were indeed salt crystals. Compared to the initial coarse salt, this salt was significantly more refined and appeared much whiter. Zhao Yun, is this salt suitable for direct consumption after purification? Wang Qianqian inquired. This is merely the first round of purification. Although it is an improvement, it is still advisable not to consume it directly, Lu Yun replied. Not yet consumable? How troublesome, Wang Qianqian remarked. Do not fret, it is progressing swiftly, Lu Yun reassured her. With that, Lu Yun crushed the salt obtained from the first purification and retrieved the remaining half bottle of salt water. Under the astonished gazes of the high school and middle school students, the Peking University student poured the once purified coarse salt into the half bottle of salt water and commenced stirring. Remarkably, the coarse salt did not dissolve in the water this time, remaining as crystalline forms settled at the bottom of the bottle. After stirring for an adequate duration, Lu Yun proceeded to heat the crystals that had settled at the bottle's base. Due to the minimal impurities present, the distillation process was completed swiftly, resulting in the acquisition of salt once more. However, whether it was a matter of perception or the effectiveness of this purification, Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian were astonished to discover that the salt obtained this time appeared even whiter. Do taste it. Lu Yun presented the salt, which had undergone 2 rounds of purification, before Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian. I shall go first. Wang Qianqian hesitated for a moment before pinching a small amount and placing it in her mouth. After savoring it, she exclaimed in disbelief, "How remarkable! The bitterness of this salt has diminished significantly. Xiaoyan, how did you achieve this?" Zhao Qian, equally perplexed, turned to her, unable to grasp the details. Lu Yun, with a smile, generously elucidated, the first step of purification involves removing insoluble impurities, while the second step focuses on eliminating soluble impurities. However, due to our limited resources, I employed a saturation method for purification. Do you understand what saturation means? Wang Qianqian shook her head in ignorance. Zhao Qian furrowed his brow in contemplation before articulating. Is it not the maximum extent to which a substance can dissolve in water? Once this limit is reached, any further addition of that substance will not dissolve. Close enough, Lu Yun affirmed. Initially, I continuously added coarse salt to fresh water, aiming to achieve saturation. At that point, if I continued to add salt, what would happen? Once saturated, it naturally ceases to dissolve. After Zhao Qian's response, a spark of realization illuminated his expression as he declared, the saturation levels differ for each substance. The previous salt water merely reached the saturation point for salt, while other soluble substances in the coarse salt had not yet achieved saturation. Hence, when more coarse salt is added, the salt remains undissolved, allowing other impurities to dissolve in water, ultimately yielding a finer salt. Upon hearing Zhao Qian's explanation, Lu Yun smiled and remarked, "Precisely. You are quite astute." The compliment from Lu Yun filled Zhao Qian with a sense of superiority akin to that of a praised student. As he cast a sidelong glance at the middle schooler, lifting his head high as if to say, "Have you felt the pressure of academic superiority? How childish." Wang Qianqian, with a scoff, turned her head away, bearing an expression that suggested she would not stoop to the level of engaging with someone so foolish. Yet, her tightly clenched fists revealed her growing displeasure. Chapter 17. Your hands move faster than your mind. When Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian returned to the campsite, it was still before noon, yet the salt-making process had extended into the afternoon. It must be said that the production of salt is an exceedingly intricate endeavor, with considerable time consumed merely in filtering and evaporating the salt water. Additionally, the yield of salt was scant, amounting to no more than the contents of 2 bottle caps. Nevertheless, Zhao Qian insisted that Lu Yun continue the salt production. For once an individual surpasses 10 days without salt intake, the sodium levels in the body diminish, leading to symptoms such as loss of appetite, weakness in the limbs, and dizziness. In severe cases, one might experience accelerated heart rate, muscle spasms, blurred vision, and diminished reflexes. Imagine encountering such symptoms on a deserted island. It would essentially be a death sentence. This being the inaugural salt production, it was not yet executed with proficiency. But future endeavors would undoubtedly accelerate the process. Lu Yun handed the extracted salt to Zhao Qian. "Xiaoyan, you have accomplished something remarkable. If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to produce this small amount of salt." Wang Qianqian interjected, not allowing Zhao Qian a moment to respond. She licked her delicate lips and added, "With this salt, we shall no longer have to endure tasteless food." Lu Yun smiled and inquired, "What have you caught to eat?" Wang Qianqian immediately replied, "We caught 5 fish and collected over 10 coconuts, but they were too heavy, so we only brought back 3, along with a coconut crab. With these provisions, we will no longer have to eat rats and bursting worms." Wang Qianqian then animatedly recounted the events of the morning, embellishing her tale. As Zhao Qian listened to her description, he initially felt indifferent, but soon realized that he had played no role in the entirety of the endeavor. Whether it was fishing or capturing the coconut crab, all the credit belonged to Wang Qianqian, leaving him as merely an observer. Had this been their first encounter, Zhao Qian would have undoubtedly retorted sharply. However, after 2 days of interaction, he understood that Wang Qianqian meant no harm. She simply wished to show off. So he chose to ignore her and busied himself with the fish. Before long, the 5 fish were gutted and cleaned. Zhao Qian then found 5 twigs, skewered the fish, and placed them over the fire to roast. In a short while, a delectable aroma wafted through the air, reaching the nostrils of Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. Mid-sentence, Wang Qianqian halted, inhaling deeply, and realizing it was Zhao Qian roasting fish, she grabbed Lu Yun and rushed over, unable to resist reaching for the fragrant delicacy. However, just as Wang Qianqian's hand was about to touch the fish, Zhao Qian swiftly slapped her hand away. "Ouch! Why did you hit me?" Wang Qianqian exclaimed, pulling her hand back in indignation. "The fish has just begun to roast. It isn't ready yet," Zhao Qian explained. "Even if the fish isn't cooked, you can't hit me. Can't you just speak to me nicely?" Wang Qianqian protested. "No." Zhao Qian shook his head, and without waiting for her to ask why, he elaborated. "Your hand acts faster than your brain. Even if I were to speak, by the time your brain processes my words, your hand would have already taken the fish." Wang Qianqian pondered this for a moment before cheerfully asking, "Are you complimenting my quick reflexes? Why do you have such an impression?" Zhao Qian shook his head again, looking directly at her, and enunciated, "I am criticizing your lack of thought. You act without engaging your mind. You dare call me foolish? I shall challenge you," Wang Qianqian declared, brandishing her hands playfully. "If you wish to savor the delicious roasted fish, then go play elsewhere. I will call you when it's ready," Zhao Qian teased, entirely disregarding her mock threat. "Humph, do you take me for someone who would bow to food?" Wang Qianqian thought it absurd. After all, she was a top-tier celebrity in the country. How could she be swayed by a mere roasted fish? Yet, as Zhao Qian had suggested, her mouth seemed to outrun her brain. "Fine, call me when it's ready," she conceded. Upon hearing those words, Wang Qianqian stood frozen in place, wishing for nothing more than to give herself a resounding slap. How embarrassing. Fortunately, Lu Yun interjected to shift the topic, inquiring, "Shall we eat this coconut crab today?" Zhao Qian's gaze drifted towards the crab, contemplating before shaking his head. "At present, these 5 grilled fish suffice for our meal. There is no need to consume the coconut crab just yet. Moreover, it is still alive and can be kept as a reserve food source." The sustenance on this deserted island was precarious. While they enjoyed grilled fish now, their next meal could very well yield no bounty, leaving them to face hunger. Weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds, if rationed wisely, it could sustain them for a day or 2. "I share the same sentiment," Lu Yun continued. "Let me assist you with the grilling." "All right, let us grill together. It will cook more quickly that way." Zhao Qian handed 2 fish to Lu Yun, enlisting her help. Observing Lu Yun divert Zhao Qian's attention, Wang Qianqian tiptoed aside, pouting in a fit of sulk, uncertain whether her irritation was directed at herself or Zhao Qian. Pop, pop, pop. Just as Wang Qianqian brooded, the sound of bubbling reached her ears. She turned to see the coconut crab, bound and helpless. In that instant, a wave of sympathy washed over her. She gently patted the crab's head, lamenting, "We are both unfortunate souls, aren't we? I am tormented by that scoundrel daily. You agree with me, don't you?" A smile broke across Wang Qianqian's face as she declared, "Since we share a common plight." The coconut crab seemed to respond to her words. "Grilling fish is an art. Lacking experience could easily result in charred offerings. However, under Zhao Qian's meticulous guidance, and with Lu Yun's remarkable aptitude for learning, the 5 fish were successfully grilled without incident. The finished fish boasted a golden exterior, emanating an irresistible aroma that made all 3 instinctively swallow. There was just one final step, Zhao Qian announced, retrieving the salt he had previously prepared, carefully sprinkling it over the grilled fish. Completing this task, he called out to Wang Qianqian. "All right, it's ready for you to come and eat." Coming. Wang Qianqian, who had just moments ago been filled with resentment, dashed over at the mention of grilled fish, leaving the coconut crab behind. If the crab could speak, it might have asked her, "Didn't you say you wouldn't abandon a friend?" Chapter 18. The lake, though the only seasoning for the grilled fish was salt. When Wang Qianqian placed a piece of the fish in her mouth, she found it to be the most exquisite food she had ever tasted, surpassing anything she had ever eaten before. In a swift and effortless manner, the 3 individuals consumed all 5 grilled fish, their faces illuminated with expressions of satisfaction. Ever since their unfortunate descent onto the deserted island, this meal was the most delightful they had experienced, and they even savored the refreshing taste of coconut afterward. "Xiaoyan, this must be the 3rd day since the plane incident, right?" Wang Qianqian suddenly inquired while sipping her coconut. Upon hearing this, the smiles on Zhao Qian and Lu Yun's faces froze, their expressions turning somber. Both were acutely aware of the question that would follow. Indeed, Wang Qianqian continued, "When do you think we will be rescued? I certainly do not wish to remain stranded on this island indefinitely." Lu Yun managed to smile and replied, "Don't worry. It should be soon." Soon. Zhao Qian let out a bitter laugh, realizing Lu Yun was merely deceiving Wang Qianqian. Typically, when an airplane accident occurs, rescue teams search continuously for 3 to 7 days. Beyond that period, the intensity of the rescue efforts diminishes significantly, and the likelihood of salvation becomes nearly non-existent. Moreover, 2 years post-accident, national laws can declare individuals deceased, rendering rescue efforts virtually non-existent. Although they had only been stranded for 3 days, the prospect of being found amidst the vast ocean was as improbable as finding a needle in a haystack. He had never entertained such hopes. Their only solace lay in Wang Qianqian's fame back home. If the incident garnered attention, it might prolong the rescue efforts. "That's great," Wang Qianqian exclaimed with excitement. "Once we return, I'll enlist a few screenwriters to turn my story into a script, and it will surely be a blockbuster. Would you like to participate? I could offer you the leading male role. On second thought, you've never acted before. You might not handle it well and end up scolded by the director. However, we could create a wilderness survival show and invite you as a guest, which would surely earn you a considerable sum." Zhao Qian responded playfully, "Thank you." Wang Qianqian waved her hand dismissively. "Even though we often argue, you did save me. I am not one to forget a favor. I, Wang Qianqian, value loyalty and would never abandon a friend." After saying this, she suddenly remembered Lu Yun and continued, "Xiaoyan, you are so capable. When we return, don't be my assistant. I plan to start a film company, and I want you to manage it entirely." Lu Yun chuckled, "Thank you." Having eaten and drunk to their fill, she added, "Now I shall indulge in a beauty sleep. Just wake me when the sun is less fierce." Wang Qianqian finished her coconut, stood, stretched, and sought out a shady spot to rest. Sighing, Zhao Qian and Lu Yun exchanged glances, ultimately deciding not to disclose the grim reality to Wang Qianqian. In the afternoon, as the sun dipped slightly and the temperature became more bearable, Zhao Qian rose and addressed Lu Yun. "I am heading out." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yun asked, "Should we wake Qianqian?" Zhao Qian glanced at the still sleeping Wang Qianqian and shook his head. "No need. Her presence would only hinder me. It's more convenient to go alone. Under normal circumstances, 2 individuals working together would be more efficient than one." However, Wang Qianqian was an exception. The entire morning, Wang Qianqian not only failed to be of any assistance, but instead became a source of incessant trouble for him, hindering his efficiency. This was not a helper, it was, in fact, a burden. Nevertheless, he was fortunate that this encumbrance possessed a sense of conscience and lacked the notorious temperament of a celebrity. Within her capabilities, she was willing to support another person. Of course, beyond Wang Qianqian's own qualities, there was also the matter of Lu Yun. Lu Yun was Wang Qianqian's assistant and was fiercely protective of her. Should he dare to dismiss Wang Qianqian, Lu Yun would undoubtedly follow suit. Although he could survive alone on a deserted island, it would not be nearly as comfortable. After all, whether it was fresh or salt water, he did not have to consider it himself, as Lu Yun could manage that. Thus, even to retain Lu Yun, he could not afford to get rid of Wang Qianqian. "Thank you." Lu Yun expressed her gratitude towards Zhao Qian. "May I ask a question?" Zhao Qian ventured to voice his curiosity. With your qualifications, you could surely find a better job. Why do you willingly choose to be her assistant? Is it not a diminishment of your talents? Lu Yun cast a glance at Wang Qianqian and replied, my mother is afflicted with a terminal illness, and our family lacks the funds for treatment. Wang Qianqian sponsors a patient each year, and my mother is the one receiving assistance. Zhao Qian was somewhat taken aback and inquired, is she aware of this? Lu Yun shook her head. There is no need for her to know. After contemplating this reason, Zhao Qian hesitated for a moment before opting to believe her. Firstly, he could not fathom that Lu Yun would deceive him, and secondly, someone of Wang Qianqian's intellect could indeed engage in acts of charity. Without uttering another word, Zhao Qian departed from the camp. Upon leaving the camp, he first went to inspect the traps he had set, only to find them empty. Were it not for his concern regarding insufficient food, he would have truly contemplated abandoning this inefficient method of hunting. However, fortune smiled upon him when he reached the seaside to check his fishing gear, discovering that he had caught 3 fish. With the prospect of dinner secured, Zhao Qian then devoted himself entirely to his tasks. Unlike Lu Yun and Wang Qianqian, who aimlessly searched for water sources, he climbed to a higher vantage point on the deserted island after some contemplation. From this elevated position, his view expanded significantly, allowing him to see great distances. His purpose in doing so was to locate areas of lower terrain on the island, as water tends to flow downhill. Thus, low-lying areas were likely to harbor water sources. After a lengthy observation, Zhao Qian gained a rudimentary understanding of the island's topography and proceeded in a determined direction. As he descended, he sensed that the air was becoming less arid, imbued with a hint of moisture, signaling that he was on the right track. However, the path ahead was fraught with challenges, the distance was considerable, and navigating through the forest proved to be quite arduous. By the time dusk approached, he emerged from the woods into an open space, arriving at the edge of a lake. The lake was sizable, its boundaries nearly indiscernible at first glance, and the water was remarkably clear. Now, the only task remaining was to ascertain whether the lake contained fresh water. Zhao Qian hurried to the water's edge, cupping his hands to scoop up the lake water, and extended his tongue to taste a sip. It lacks the briny flavor, it is fresh water. Zhao Qian exclaimed with excitement. Yet, just as he lifted his gaze elsewhere, his pupils dilated suddenly, and he scarcely dared to breathe, for he beheld, not far from him, several wild boars drinking from the water source. Chapter 19. A frantic escape. While the resources of an island may not suffice to support large carnivorous creatures, omnivorous animals like wild boars can indeed thrive. It was merely that Zhao Qian had never anticipated encountering them. His eyes fixated on the wild boars. He dared not move a muscle, fully aware that should he provoke them, his demise would be inevitable. One must never compare wild boars to domesticated pigs. The two are entirely incomparable. Previously, hunters had characterized the ferocity of wild boars with the phrase, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. Even armed hunters regarded wild boars with trepidation. What chance did he stand without any weaponry? As Zhao Qian remained transfixed on the boars, he began to retreat at an excruciatingly slow pace. In such a scenario, turning to flee is a grave error, for the moment one turns their back, the wild boars will undoubtedly launch an attack. Instead, facing them directly, maintaining an air of composure, might intimidate the boars, dissuading them from an easy assault. The wild boars, too, were startled by Zhao Qian's sudden appearance, halting their drinking to observe him warily. This was their first encounter with a human, and lacking an understanding of the potential threat he posed, they hesitated to attack. For a fleeting moment, both parties found themselves in a stalemate. However, Zhao Qian understood that such a standoff could not last. Wild boars possess a strong territorial instinct, and any creature encroaching upon their domain would face their wrath. With a rustling sound, Zhao Qian continued to glide backward, his feet creating faint noises against the ground. Yet, he had only retreated a couple of meters when one of the boars suddenly emitted a few grunts. Initially, Zhao Qian was bewildered by the meaning of this. But in the next moment, as he heard a chorus of grunts echoing through the surrounding woods, he realized that the boar was calling for its kin. Zhao Qian recognized the urgency of making a decision. Otherwise, he would soon find himself encircled by the boars with no chance of escape. Drawing a deep breath, he abruptly spread his arms and unleashed a piercing roar directed at the approaching wild boars. Startled by his outburst, the boars halted their advance, and one timid boar even turned to flee. Seizing the moment of their distraction, Zhao Qian pivoted and fled. He was acutely aware that his roar would only temporarily deter the wild boars. Once the others converged, his chances of survival would dwindle to nothing. The tactic of using a roar to intimidate the boars, though seemingly reckless, was grounded in reality. In his homeland, wild boars are protected animals, prohibited from arbitrary slaughter. Yet, due to their propensity to ravage crops, a method had been devised to create noise to drive them away, proving quite effective. The leading wild boar, upon witnessing Zhao Qian's retreat, momentarily paused before emitting an enraged cry and charging after him. The other wild boars hastily followed suit. If one were to observe from above, they would see a dozen furious boars pursuing a solitary human. What to do? As Zhao Qian fled for his life, his mind raced with potential strategies. Despite having gained a head start of several dozen meters, he was acutely aware that escape was implausible, for human speed pales in comparison to that of wild boars. The average speed of a wild boar can reach 40 to 70 kilometers per hour, while the fastest human speed, achieved by Usain Bolt in a 100-meter dash, scarcely exceeds 45 kilometers per hour. At that moment, Zhao Qian dared not glance back, fearing that a backward glance would reveal a boar right at his heels. However, he could still hear the sounds of the boars pursuing him, instilling a sense of urgency that made him feel that halting for even a second would lead to imminent capture. Never had he felt so close to death. In this dire situation, his brain functioned at lightning speed, conjuring countless thoughts, visions of being gored by the boars, hopes of being rescued, and plans for escape. Dismissing the futile thoughts, he finally devised a viable solution: to climb a tree. Although boars possess formidable strength, they are not felines and lack the ability to scale trees. With determination, Zhao Qian spotted a tree and, without hesitating to slow down, leaped towards it, clutching its trunk tightly. The force of the impact from his high-speed ascent jolted his body, making him feel as though his bones might shatter, yet he gritted his teeth and held on, unwilling to let go. Ignoring the pain coursing through him, he swiftly ascended the tree. After climbing just over a meter, the entire tree began to sway violently. He did not need to look down to know that it was the wild boars crashing against the trunk, their velocity too great to allow for a halt. As he reached a branch, perhaps sensing his newfound safety, he finally exhaled deeply, releasing the breath he had been holding. In that moment, the adrenaline of survival had kept fatigue at bay, but now that he felt secure, exhaustion engulfed him. At that instant, he felt an overwhelming discomfort within, as if flames were consuming him, accompanied by a wave of nausea. After a considerable duration, the discomfort gradually subsided, granting him the strength to observe the situation below. To his astonishment, he discovered a dozen wild boars surrounding the base of the tree, poised to ram it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he witnessed one boar accelerate and collide with the trunk, the tremendous force causing the tree to sway violently. Fortunately, the tree he had chosen was substantial enough. The boar's assaults, while causing it to tremble incessantly, did not threaten to snap it. Yet these boars, relentless in their determination, continued to exchange places, each one taking turns to crash into the tree. Gradually, Zhao Qian became acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation, as the relentless battering of the wild boars caused the tree to sway increasingly. It was evident, without even glancing, that the tree could not withstand the onslaught, and the trunk was beginning to sustain damage. Once the impairment reached a critical threshold, the tree would inevitably succumb to the force, leaving him with no possibility of escape. If only he had chosen a larger tree. This one was rather too small, Zhao Qian mused. The impact of the boars was sufficient to splinter a tree of wrist thickness. Though the tree he had selected was considerably thicker than his wrist, it still did not possess the fortitude to disregard the wild boar's force. His reluctance to choose a sturdier tree stemmed from the fact that too robust a trunk would hinder his ascent. At that moment, he had not anticipated the boar's relentless pursuit. Even after he had fled to the tree, they remained undeterred. I cannot remain passive. I must devise another strategy. As he contemplated, a bold idea emerged in his mind. Chapter 20. For the sake of survival, it has been said that the greatest distinction between humans and animals lies in the ability to wield fire. The solution that Zhao Qian envisioned was to harness flames. Almost all wild creatures, apart from humans, harbor an instinctual fear of fire, akin to humanity's intrinsic dread of darkness. However, the thought of employing fire made him hesitate. As an enthusiast of wilderness survival, he was acutely aware of the treacherous nature of igniting flames in a forest. A moment's carelessness could ignite a devastating wildfire. Yet, this hesitation lingered only for a few seconds before Zhao Qian resolved to act. He disregarded the potential for a forest inferno. All he desired was to survive, even if it meant incinerating the entire woodland. After all, given time, the forest would inevitably regenerate, but his life was singular. With determination solidified, Zhao Qian began to prepare for friction firemaking. Fortunately, he had brought along fire-starting materials and tools. The only thing lacking was a means to sustain the flame once ignited. After a few moments of contemplation, he removed his clothing. Subsequently, Zhao Qian found a suitable spot, secured his fire-making apparatus, and commenced the process of drilling for fire. The wooden stick spun rapidly against the wood, and the point of contact quickly darkened due to friction, emitting a faint odor of char. However, when he attempted to transfer the spark to the tinder, his nerves got the better of him, causing him to falter and extinguish the ember. Stay calm, focus, or death awaits. Zhao Qian firmly slapped his trembling hand, inhaling deeply to stave off anxiety. Once again, he resumed the friction fire-making, and soon, sparks began to emerge. At that moment, he dared not exhale, for the gravity of his predicament allowed no room for a third attempt. This time, it was a matter of success or demise. Carefully, he placed the tinder atop the spark, gently inverted the wooden board, and allowed the spark to nestle within the tinder, where it began to emit smoke. Zhao Qian cradled the tinder in his hands, fervently blowing air to nurture the nascent flame. Thick plumes of smoke began to rise from the kindling, and as the smoke reached a certain density, the kindling ignited completely. Zhao Qian, unable to revel in the moment, swiftly set his own clothes ablaze. Only when witnessing the flames engulfing his garments did he finally exhale in relief. Below, the wild boars continued to ram against the trees. Their relentless assault having already damaged most of the trunks, it would not be long before they succumbed. Standing precariously on the swaying branch, Zhao Qian gazed at his burning attire, his expression stern as he muttered, "I truly do not wish to resort to this. You have left me no choice." Without a moment's hesitation, he cast his flaming clothes downwards. The burning fabric struck the ground, instantly causing the boars to retreat in fear, their eyes reflecting a mixture of terror and dread. Yet, the merciless nature of fire did not wane with their fright. Instead, it swiftly spread upon contacting the dry leaves and twigs beneath the trees. What began as a small flame burgeoned into a fierce inferno, transforming into a wall of fire. At that moment, the wild boars were truly frightened. Having forgotten Zhao Qian, they turned and fled in a frenzy. Observing their retreat, Zhao Qian hastily descended from the tree, casting a glance back at the blazing wall, without a thought of extinguishing the flames. The ferocity of the fire was beyond his capability to quell. To survive, I harbor no guilt, Zhao Qian declared, casting aside the last remnants of remorse, and fled in another direction. After escaping to a considerable distance, he turned to look back at the forest, now engulfed in a vast conflagration, a significant area illuminated by the fierce blaze. In the deep of night, at the campsite, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun sat by the fire, enveloped in a suffocating silence. It was late, and Zhao Qian had yet to return, prompting an unsettling thought to arise within their minds. "Xiaoyan," Wang Qianqian called out, inquiring, "Do you think something has happened to Zhao Qian? He would usually have returned by now." "I don't know," Lu Yun replied, shaking her head. In truth, she believed that something unfortunate had likely befallen Zhao Qian. Yet she could not voice this, fearing it would distress Wang Qianqian. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't overslept and accompanied him, he wouldn't be in this predicament," Wang Qianqian lamented, realizing Lu Yun's unspoken thoughts. "Qianqian, do not blame yourself. He is quite capable and may not have encountered any trouble," Lu Yun quickly reassured her. "Xiaoyan, please don't deceive me. If he were unharmed, he would have returned by now," Wang Qianqian said sorrowfully. "It's possible he has encountered difficulties or ventured far away, unable to return in time," Lu Yun suggested. "Even so, he should have been back by now. Something must have happened to him," Wang Qianqian insisted, firmly convinced of Zhao Qian's misfortune. "Zhao Qian, I'm sorry. I am the one who has brought you harm," Wang Qianqian expressed her guilt, saying, "Once Xiaoyun and I are rescued, please visit her in a dream and reveal what you lack below. I will surely burn it for you." At that moment, a voice emerged from the darkness, curiously inquiring, "Why did you come to Lu Yun in a dream?" "I fear ghosts," Wang Qianqian instinctively blurted out, only to suddenly freeze and hastily hide behind Lu Yun, exclaiming, "Ghost? Xiaoyan, there's a ghost." "What ghost?" "It is I, Zhao Qian," Zhao Qian retorted, visibly displeased. "Zhao Qian," Wang Qianqian peeked out, gazing at the figure in the darkness, and asked, "You're not dead?" "Of course not," Zhao Qian replied with a sense of certainty. "Though I narrowly escaped death when I encountered a wild boar herd while searching for a water source." "Wonderful. You're alive. You nearly scared me to death." Wang Qianqian's expression instantly transformed into one of joy as she emerged from behind Lu Yun and rushed toward Zhao Qian's silhouette. It wasn't that she had developed feelings for him. Rather, she was simply relieved that he was unharmed. "Don't come closer," Zhao Qian shouted in an attempt to halt her approach, but alas, He was a moment too late. Wang Qianqian had already reached his side, her eyes scrutinizing him. The next moment, Wang Qianqian let out a piercing scream, followed by an enraged shout, "Pervert! You deserve to die!" With a resounding slap, she struck him. Following that, she covered her face and fled in a panic. Meanwhile, Lu Yun, who was beside the bonfire, was utterly bewildered by the scene, completely at a loss as to what had transpired. In the darkness, Zhao Qian covered his face and let out a wry smile, muttering to himself, "I told you not to come over, yet you didn't listen. Not only did you see me exposed, but you also hit me. I've suffered greatly." It turned out that Zhao Qian had used his clothes to fuel the fire, leaving him with nothing but his undergarments. Chapter 21. Doubts. At this moment, Wang Qianqian resembled a startled ostrich, burying her head in a pile of clothes, her mind uncontrollably replaying the scene she had just witnessed. What a shameless pervert. Returning without any clothes on, she muttered while touching her flushed face, perplexed. What is happening to me? Why am I blushing? Although she had seen Zhao Qian in a rather revealing state, such sights were not uncommon in today's society, be it Olympic divers, swimmers at pools, or vacationers at beach resorts. However, witnessing similar scenes involving others had never caused her to blush as she did now. At that moment, Lu Yun's voice reached her ears, "Qianqian, the grilled fish is ready. Come and eat." "I don't want to." Wang Qianqian initially intended to refuse, but the words faltered on her lips as she questioned herself internally. Zhao Qian is the one being strange. Why should I skip the meal? Moreover, she reasoned, if I don't go eat, Zhao Qian will surely think I'm embarrassed, and that would only lead to him teasing me later. I must eat. Having come to this conclusion, Wang Qianqian removed the clothes from her head and called out loudly, "Coming." As she approached the bonfire, she maintained an air of innocence, believing herself blameless, while attributing the strangeness to Zhao Qian. However, upon seeing him, her heart raced, and the earlier scene replayed in her mind. In contrast, Zhao Qian appeared remarkably composed. After casting a casual glance at Wang Qianqian, he resumed eating the grilled fish, displaying not a trace of embarrassment. Firstly, he reminded Wang Qianqian that it was her own thoughtless actions that led her to misunderstand his words and rush in. Secondly, it was Wang Qianqian who had exposed herself to him, not the other way around, and she even struck him first while playing the victim. From these 2 points, it is clear that he is the one who has suffered and been wronged, and he feels no shame in the matter. "Qianqian, that largest fish belongs to you." Lu Yun, aware of Wang Qianqian's ravenous hunger, handed her the biggest grilled fish. "Thank you." Wang Qianqian replied graciously, taking the fish and devouring it eagerly. She had only eaten at noon that day, and as dawn approached, her stomach was growling. If Zhao Qian did not return soon, she might even be compelled to forage for grubs. "Zhao Qian, you mentioned encountering a herd of wild boars today. What happened?" Lu Yun inquired while taking a grilled fish for herself. Although Zhao Qian had briefly explained his late return, she was eager to understand the full story of his encounter. Upon hearing her question, Zhao Qian paused in his eating. Even now, the memory of the day's events sent a shiver down his spine. Nevertheless, he recounted his experience in detail. Throughout his narration, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were completely engrossed, seemingly forgetting the fish as they listened intently. At that moment, I had no choice but to set a fire to scare off the wild boars. That was the only way I could return alive. Zhao Qian paused before continuing. However, by the time I emerged from the forest, that fire had turned into a raging inferno. Wang Qianqian replied, "So what if it caused a forest fire? In that situation, I would have done the same. The most important thing is that we are safe. Besides, as a poet once eloquently stated, though the wildfire may consume, the spring breeze shall bring life anew. By next year, with a gentle breeze, the forest will flourish once more." Zhao Qian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wang Qianqian would be the first to support him, as he had expected Lu Yun to voice such sentiments. Yet he pondered, as a public figure, does she not fear the backlash from animal and environmental protection advocates for such comments? Qianqian's sentiment was clear: human life is paramount. Lu Yun quickly interjected to clarify Wang Qianqian's position, anxious that such remarks might tarnish her career. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian realized that Lu Yun had always been wary of him, not fully accepting him as one of their own. However, he acknowledged that this was quite normal. Their relationship was one of collaboration, and a degree of caution was to be expected, especially since both were women. "I understand," Zhao Qian nodded, continuing, "without external interference, this forest fire could continue burning for quite some time. Fortunately, our campsite is far from the forest, so even if it spreads, it will not reach us." Lu Yun frowned and said, "In comparison to the forest fire, I am more concerned about the size of this island, which boasts such a large freshwater lake and a multitude of wild boars. The area of this island must be considerable. Wang Qianqian asked. Xiaoyan, have you discovered something? Yes. Lu Yun nodded slowly, extending 2 fingers as she spoke. There are 2 points of concern. First, I have researched our flight path, and there are no significant islands along the way. Second, a land mass of such magnitude could not possibly remain undeveloped. Even the smallest islands have been cultivated. Wang Qianqian scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and replied, Xiaoyan, I don't quite understand. Zhao Qian stepped in to clarify Lu Yun's statement. What she means is that our current position may have deviated from the original flight path. Had it not been for Lu Yun's reminder, he too would not have noticed these 2 points of concern. After all, he had no idle time to investigate the route. If they truly had strayed from the initial course, the already slim chances of rescue would diminish further. What could that imply? Wang Qianqian seemed to sense the gravity of the situation and anxiously inquired about the rescue team. Zhao Qian contemplated revealing to Wang Qianqian that there was no rescue team. But before he could utter the words, Lu Yun interjected. Initially, the rescue team will search along the flight path, but they will gradually widen their search area. Since we have deviated, it will take them considerably more time to locate us. With that, she kept casting glances at Zhao Qian. Resigned. Zhao Qian nodded in acknowledgement of Lu Yun's words. I was terrified. Wang Qianqian exhaled in relief, saying, seeing your expressions just now, I thought the rescue team would not be coming. I suppose it's merely a delay. I'll just treat it as an extended vacation. After all, I haven't had a break since becoming a celebrity. With that, she stretched languidly, bid good night to Zhao Qian and Lu Yun, and retreated to her slumber. After Wang Qianqian departed, Zhao Qian turned to Lu Yun and remarked, we cannot keep the situation regarding the rescue under wraps indefinitely. You must inform her in advance so she can brace herself. Lu Yun replied firmly, I understand. I will take responsibility for this matter, so you need not intervene. All right. Zhao Qian shrugged, then added, actually, aside from the 2 points you mentioned, I have discovered another anomaly. Chapter 22. The eerie half-cooked fish. What anomaly have you identified? Lu Yun, who had intended to sleep, furrowed her brow at Zhao Qian's words. This island bears no refuse. Zhao Qian articulated his concern, observing Lu Yun's confusion. He clarified, every year, humanity dumps vast quantities of domestic waste into the ocean. Thus, even uninhabited islands typically exhibit signs of human refuse. However, this island is different. I traversed the coastline for quite some time, and aside from the items from the plane, there is no trace of any domestic waste. Theoretically, such an island should not exist. In truth, Zhao Qian had identified this anomaly 2 days prior. Yet he had not given it much thought until Lu Yun's 2 points of concern prompted him to revisit it. His intention in bringing up this anomaly was to provide Lu Yun with additional information, in hopes that she might deduce their approximate location from it. Of course, he himself could not calculate it, but Lu Yun was an academic prodigy. Perhaps she could ascertain their position based on factors such as ocean currents. No domestic refuse. Lu Yun furrowed her brows tightly, and after a while said, this doubt is quite significant. I need to ponder it. You must be weary from today's events. So you should rest for now. Zhao Qian stood up, suddenly recalling something, and inquired, are you once again keeping vigil for Wang Qianqian? Lu Yun remained silent, merely nodding in response. Observing this, Zhao Qian contemplated saying something, yet ultimately refrained. The following day, perhaps due to the exhaustion from the previous day, Zhao Qian awoke only after the sun had risen high in the sky. As he opened his eyes, he heard Wang Qianqian's voice, you've finally awakened. I thought you might sleep indefinitely. It's getting late. We must set off quickly. Confused and still dazed, Zhao Qian wondered at her sudden enthusiasm, recalling that she had been reluctant to accompany him the day before. Is it because you were worried I might perish? Wang Qianqian, realizing the implication of her words, quickly clarified, I and Lu Yun still need you to find food for us. If you were to die, we would have to fend for ourselves. Zhao Qian chose not to dwell on the authenticity of her statement and replied, I appreciate your concern, but starting today, you cannot accompany me. Wang Qianqian questioned, why can't I come with you? Zhao Qian explained, it is far too perilous to follow me. One misstep could lead to death. It would be safer for you to remain within the camp. Recalling the previous evening's ordeal, he felt grateful that he had not brought Wang Qianqian along. Had she been there when they encountered the wild boars, it would have been disastrous for her, as she was neither adept at fleeing nor climbing trees. Then I should go even more. It is better for two to look out for each other, Wang Qianqian insisted. Between us, there is no mutual support. You would simply be a burden. In the past, Zhao Qian would have retorted immediately, but now, recognizing Wang Qianqian's concern for him, he refrained from speaking harshly. Thus, he smiled and said, in truth, I would like you to accompany me. However, I have a daunting task for you that requires your attention, and you simply cannot join me. What task? Wang Qianqian inquired. Zhao Qian responded, I would like you to weave several fishing tools. This way, we can catch more fish and have provisions in case of emergencies. Wang Qianqian replied, Your idea is commendable, but I do not know how to weave fishing tools. Zhao Qian continued, Weaving fishing tools is quite simple. I will teach you when I return at noon. For now, gather the necessary materials. With that, he left no room for Wang Qianqian to respond and hurriedly departed. Watching Zhao Qian leave, Wang Qianqian stamped her foot in frustration before setting about collecting materials for weaving fishing tools. After leaving the camp, Zhao Qian did not check on the traps he had set, nor did he dig for the explosive larvae or inspect the fishing tools. Instead, he made his way toward the lake. He wished to ascertain the extent of the forest fire's devastation and the area of forest that had been consumed. Simultaneously, he harbored a glimmer of hope that he might discover charred animals amidst the burnt forest to enhance their meals. Ideally, he hoped the wild boars would have perished in the flames, allowing them to prepare smoked meat that would sustain the three of them for an extended period. However, when Zhao Qian spent considerable time returning to the forest surrounding the lake, he was astounded to discover that the catastrophic forest fire he had envisioned had, against all odds, extinguished itself. Not only that, but he also observed that the area affected by the blaze was roughly the same as when he had departed. This implied that the moment he left, the inferno had ceased. How could this be possible? Zhao Qian, with a look of incredulity, struggled to comprehend the extinguishment of such a formidable fire. It is important to note that once a forest fire ignites, it is nearly impossible for it to be extinguished so effortlessly. Take, for instance, the Australian bushfires of 2019, which raged for 4 months, resulting in nearly 200 fatalities and the loss of approximately 3 billion animals. This was under conditions of human intervention, yet the fires persisted for 4 months. Yet now, in the absence of any human influence, a forest fire had only scorched a minuscule area before extinguishing. This was indeed perplexing. While he certainly did not wish for the forest to burn, the entire situation felt exceedingly strange. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Qian mustered his courage and cautiously advanced towards the charred region. Here, the trees had recently burned but were quickly quenched. Upon reaching the edge of the fire, he noted that these trees were only singed on the surface, with no internal damage. He broke open the bark of these trees, feeling the insides, and muttered to himself, These are merely ordinary trees. Thus, the extinguishment of the forest fire has nothing to do with them. Zhao Qian then continued deeper into the forest. As he ventured further, the extent of the burn became increasingly severe, and the tree he had climbed yesterday to evade the wild boar was completely consumed. After surveying the surroundings for some time, he still could not ascertain the cause of the fire's cessation. Perhaps it was best to return, lest he encounter those wild boars again. Zhao Qian dared not continue his investigation, wary of another encounter with the wild creatures. Just as he had walked a few dozen meters, he suddenly spotted something and hurriedly approached it, crouching down to pick it up. Wiping away the dust, the object revealed itself to be a deceased fish, half-cooked while the other half remained untouched. How could there be a fish on the shore? Zhao Qian furrowed his brow and remarked, From the condition of this fish, it appears to have suffered from extreme heat. Otherwise, it would not be half-cooked while the other half is raw. This indicates that while enduring high temperatures, the forest fire was extinguished. Could it be that rain fell? But how could that be possible? The campsite is not too far from here. It is unlikely that it rained without us noticing. Chapter 23. Smelting iron. Although Zhao Qian was filled with numerous questions, he refrained from delving deeper, primarily out of concern for encountering that group of wild boars once more. Thus, after pausing briefly, he departed from the forest. Regarding the lake's water source, he considered that it could serve as a replenishment when fresh water was scarce, yet he had no intention of relocating there. The fundamental reason was the insecurity of the surrounding forest, which could harbor perilous wildlife. He did not wish to endure another incident like the one from yesterday. However, not long after Zhao Qian exited the forest, the previously tranquil surface of the lake suddenly rippled with enormous waves. Ripples incessantly spread outward, swiftly enveloping vast expanses of the lake's surface. At this moment, should one gaze from a high vantage point, they would observe a colossal shadow gliding slowly across the water, only to gradually fade from view. After departing the forest, Zhao Qian did not return to the campsite but instead ventured toward the distant peaks. With the issue of water sources temporarily resolved, his next quest was to seek materials suitable for crafting stone tools. Common rocks, of course, were inadequate. The stones suitable for toolmaking must possess high hardness yet be quite brittle, such as obsidian, flint, or quartzite. Lacking significant knowledge about these stones or the geographical conditions that give rise to them, he resolved to explore the mountains. Surely, stones would be abundant atop the peaks. Though the mountain he aimed for appeared visually close, it took several hours to finally reach its base. Towering into the clouds, the mountain obscured all but the midsection from below, indicating its impressive height. The stones here exhibited reasonable hardness, but whether they were suitable for tool-making remained uncertain. Zhao Qian collected a few stones at the foot of the mountain, testing their hardness and finding it satisfactory. However, whether these stones could be fashioned into tools depended on other criteria as well. He was reluctant to fell a tree only to exchange it for dozens of stone axes. Oh, how I wish for a military-grade shovel. A dagger would suffice if that isn't possible, Zhao Qian lamented, then added. Though it remains unclear if these stones can be shaped into tools, they should suffice for crafting a hammer. Since his encounter with the wild boar herd, he had felt an urgent need for a weapon for self-defense. Even if it proved ineffective against the boars, it would at least grant him some solace. With this thought, he found a piece of wood slightly thinner than his wrist and sought a sharp stone, creating a cross shape at the top of the wood. He then selected a stone that met his standards from among many, placing it into the cross-shaped notch and securing it with strips of cloth. Once completed, an unremarkable stone hammer had been fashioned. Zhao Qian swung it a few times, finding it quite satisfactory as a weapon. He pondered whether this hammer would be sufficient to fend off the wild boars. Startled by his previous encounter, his primary hypothetical adversary in crafting stone tools remained those very wild boars. Of course, he was self-aware enough to understand that, even with the stone hammer, he could at best repel the boars, but not slay those with tough hides and flesh. Onward with the exploration, Zhao Qian declared as he stored the hammer away. Meanwhile, at the campsite, Lu Yun braved the scorching sun, clutching a strip of cloth and pacing along the beach. Upon returning with materials for crafting fishing tools, Wang Qianqian spotted Lu Yun and hurried over to lead her to a shaded area. Xiaoyan, are you trying to fry yourself in this sweltering heat? The ultraviolet rays are so intense, they will accelerate skin aging. I applied coconut oil. Lu Yun offered a faint smile to Wang Qianqian before retracting the cloth strip. At that moment, Wang Qianqian noticed that the end of the strip was tied with some objects, covered in a multitude of minuscule black granules. Xiaoyan, what are these? Wang Qianqian inquired, observing Lu Yun collect the black granules with a puzzled expression. Ferric oxide, Lu Yun elucidated. What is ferric oxide? Wang Qianqian asked again. It is a compound of iron that can be extracted through a displacement reaction, Lu Yun further explained. Goodness, you aren't planning to smelt iron, are you? Wang Qianqian exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Lu Yun did not conceal her intentions from Wang Qianqian, stating, Zhao Qian encountered a wild boar yesterday, indicating that this island is not safe. Just in case, I am attempting to see if I can produce iron. In truth, she had not initially harbored such thoughts. It was Zhao Qian's encounter with the wild boar that served as a warning, making her realize the necessity for weapons. On such a desolate island, due to the constraints of their circumstances, the primary weapon would be stone tools. Nevertheless, she had always aspired to create iron tools. Compared to stone tools, iron tools would be vastly superior in every aspect. However, smelting iron is no trivial task. At the very least, one requires iron ore or iron-containing materials, which she currently lacked. Fortunately, she had conceived alternative methods. Xiaoyan, you are truly remarkable, Wang Qianqian remarked, glancing at the magnets tied to the cloth strip. Where did these magnets come from? They were salvaged from the suitcase. Lu Yun pointed to the suitcase that Zhao Qian had collected, explaining, each suitcase contains some magnets. Aggregating them has yielded this quantity. By utilizing the magnets to extract ferric oxide from the sand, we will soon have enough iron sand to forge a weapon. Wang Qianqian, feeling a sense of admiration, commented, Xiaoyan, I suddenly feel that having you as my assistant is an overestimation of your talents. Compared to you, I seem utterly inept. Lu Yun smiled and replied, every person possesses different talents. I am merely a learner, while your talent lies in performance. There is no need for comparison. Wang Qianqian pouted. But there are so many people online criticizing my lack of acting skills. Lu Yun, with a serious expression, responded, make a note of their IDs. When we return, I will sue them for defamation. How annoying. Wang Qianqian finally broke into a smile. Her spirits lifted considerably. Lu Yun said, you should rest. I will go collect iron sand. Don't go. It's not good for your skin. Wang Qianqian interrupted Lu Yun, her gaze suddenly drawn to a coconut crab, and she grinned. Xiaoyan, I have a plan that can both collect iron sand and protect you from the sun. What plan? Lu Yun asked curiously. Instead of answering, Wang Qianqian snatched the cloth strip from Lu Yun's hand and approached the coconut crab. Coconut crab, I, Wang Qian, am a person of my word. I promised to let you go before, and now I shall release you. However, whether as a person or a crab, one must know gratitude. I am setting you free now, so you owe me a favor. Chapter 24 Wang Qian's Talent. Wang Qian paused for a few seconds before continuing. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. After speaking, without regard for whether the coconut crab could respond, she unilaterally decided to assist it, fastening a strip of cloth with a magnet to its body and ultimately loosening the rope that bound it. It was unclear whether the coconut crab, having been tied up for 2 days, was half dead or if it truly understood Wang Qian's words. Upon the release of its bindings, the coconut crab remained motionless, as if awaiting a command. I almost forgot, you must be starving after 2 days. Let me fetch you something to eat, Wang Qian said, bringing over the coconut that had been emptied of its water the previous day, placing it before the coconut crab. Upon seeing the coconut, the crab extended its formidable pincers, forcefully grasping the nut, which was surprisingly opened with ease. The coconut crab gradually extracted the coconut meat, savoring it at a leisurely pace, taking quite some time to finish before raising its head to gaze at Wang Qian. Don't just think about eating, it's time to work. Wang Qian seemed to comprehend the crab's intent. If Zhao Qian were present, he would undoubtedly think Wang Qian was foolish. How could a creature like the coconut crab, devoid of intelligence, possibly comprehend human commands? Yet, surprisingly, after a brief pause, the coconut crab began to move. To everyone's astonishment, it showed no inclination to flee, only wandering a few meters away before returning. Lu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. While she would not have been surprised if Wang Qian had trained a dog, how could a coconut crab possibly be tamed? Qian, how did you manage that? Lu Yun could not help but inquire. What do you mean? Wang Qian responded, somewhat perplexed. How did you get the coconut crab to assist you? Lu Yun pointed at the crab meandering back and forth. It's quite simple. It's akin to training my pet dodo. With a bit of guidance, it can help with various tasks, Wang Qian replied. How can that be the same? Dodo is a border collie, Lu Yun countered. Border collies are among the most intelligent dogs, with an adult's intellect comparable to that of a 6 or 7-year-old child, possessing remarkable mimetic abilities that allow them to learn numerous tasks with minimal instruction. Conversely, she doubted the coconut crab possessed any semblance of intelligence, rendering it impossible to train. But I trained the coconut crab just like I trained Dodo, Wang Qian insisted, adding, it really is simple, you just need to think of it as a friend. Why don't you give it a try? How? Lu Yun asked. First, think of it as a friend in your heart. Then call its name and ask it to come back, Wang Qian instructed. Are you serious? You want me to befriend a coconut crab? Lu Yun, knowing Wang Qian was genuinely trying to teach her, nevertheless felt skeptical. After gathering her thoughts, she called out to the coconut crab, come back. However, upon hearing her voice, the coconut crab paid no heed, continuing its task on the beach, undeterred. It seems ineffective, Lu Yun remarked. Wang Qian was momentarily taken aback, her expression revealing surprise as she exclaimed, how could it possibly be ineffective? How could it possibly be of use? You don't genuinely believe that this alone can tame an animal, do you? Lu Yun pondered for a moment and suggested, why not give it a try? Your previous success might have merely been a coincidence. All right, I shall attempt it, Wang Qian declared, turning her gaze towards the coconut crab and commanding, coconut crab, come back. This time, as her words echoed, the coconut crab halted in its tracks and, after a brief pause, surprisingly approached Wang Qian. So obedient, she remarked, gently patting the crab's head. You may continue. The coconut crab obediently scuttled away. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yun was utterly astonished, her shock beyond expression. For she had finally confirmed that Wang Qian could indeed command the coconut crab. Xiaoyan, why not try a few more times? It's quite simple, Wang Qian suggested. No need, Lu Yun replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. If my intuition serves me correctly, this must be your unique gift. Akin to those who can hold their breath underwater for 30 minutes, or those with perfect recall. Your talent lies in controlling the coconut crab. Oh, how foolish of me. Wang Qian suddenly exclaimed, slapping her forehead. Since I can control the coconut crab, why not send it into the sea to catch fish for us? Not only fish, but abalone, sea cucumbers, and lobsters as well. Lu Yun, observing the jubilant Wang Qian, kindly reminded her, however, the coconut crab is a terrestrial crustacean. It would drown if it ventured into the sea. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian was at the foothills, searching for a route to ascend the peak. After a considerable time, he concluded that the mountain was far too steep to climb. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was already afternoon. Given that he had not returned for lunch, he worried that Wang Qian and Lu Yun might be concerned if he returned late. Just as he was retracing his steps, on the verge of exiting the mountain's range, he suddenly spotted a cave. The cave was exceptionally concealed. Due to the angle, it was invisible from below but barely discernible when descending. Approaching the cave's entrance, Zhao Qian gazed into the dark abyss, an impulse to explore welling up within him. After contemplating for a few moments, he resolved to venture inside, justifying to himself that he was not seeking adventure but rather shelter, as he lacked a place to stay and tools to construct a dwelling. I must do this for survival, he affirmed. With that, he fashioned a torch and retrieved a stone hammer, cautiously stepping into the cave. Upon entering, a refreshing chill enveloped him, reminiscent of a summer day spent in an air-conditioned room. The cave extended deep into the mountain. After walking several dozen meters with his torch, he still had not reached the end. However, he could hear the sound of dripping water. Approaching the source, he discovered a crack in the mountain wall through which water flowed, pooling on the ground. Over the years, this had formed a small puddle of fresh water, approximately half a meter in diameter. I'll move here after I return, Zhao Qian decided almost instantly. Once they relocated to the cave, not only did they resolve their housing dilemma, but they also conveniently addressed their water supply issue. The water that seeped through the crevices, filtered through layers of rock, was far purer than most wilderness sources, even suitable for direct consumption. Chapter 25. Gigantic bones. The absence of animal droppings on the ground indicated that this cave was not a den for other creatures. Coupled with the water source, it was nothing short of a natural sanctuary. Zhao Qian grew increasingly fond of the cave, believing that moving in would spare them considerable trouble. Otherwise, constructing a shelter would consume a significant amount of time, not to mention the unresolved water issue. However, to be on the safe side, Zhao Qian continued to delve deeper into the cave. During his exploration, he discovered that the cave was indeed vast. Even after advancing several dozen meters, he had yet to reach its deepest point. Moreover, he noted that the space expanded as he ventured further in. At first, the cave could accommodate only 4 people. But after traversing over 100 meters, it could comfortably hold more than 10. The shape resembled a trap he had crafted, albeit inverted, with a narrow entrance leading to a spacious interior. Suddenly, as Zhao Qian was completely absorbed in his surroundings, he stumbled upon something beneath his feet and nearly lost his balance. He quickly lowered the torch in his hand and found that he had stepped on a bone, specifically, a large rib. Unfortunately, lacking knowledge in this area, Zhao Qian could not identify the animal from which the rib belonged. However, one thing was certain, its owner had been quite large. Regardless of its origin, with a little refinement, the rib could serve as a weapon. Zhao Qian did not dwell on the rib's provenance. Instead, he contemplated how to fashion it into a weapon. Just as he secured the rib to his back, he caught sight of a shadow not far away. Previously, the light from his torch had rendered his eyes unaccustomed to the darkness, obscuring the shadow's presence. However, upon setting the torch aside to tie the rib, his eyes adjusted, revealing the shadow's existence. In an instant, Zhao Qian felt his heart constrict, and a chill enveloped him. He dared not breathe, fearing the shadow might spring forth. After a prolonged moment, the shadow remained motionless, resembling a lifeless object. After waiting a while longer and seeing that the shadow still did not move, he subdued his fear, picked up the torch, gripped his stone axe, and cautiously approached the shadow. As he drew closer, Zhao Qian's apprehension gradually dissipated, for he could ascertain that the shadow was indeed a lifeless entity. However, upon reaching the shadow, he gasped in shock, momentarily speechless. Before him lay the skull of an animal, one that had long ago been referred to as a Tyrannosaurus rex. At the campsite, although Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had gone a day without food, neither felt hunger, as their focus was entirely on smelting iron. Of course, this was not due to an ample collection of iron sand. They merely wished to experiment first, to avoid wasting time if the smelting process proved unsuccessful. Xiaoyan, is this sufficient? Wang Qianqian first excavated a small pit in the ground, and then constructed a tall cylindrical furnace out of mud, accompanied by a rudimentary bellows to continuously supply air to the furnace. It seems about right. Lu Yun was also occupied, diligently preparing charcoal. Although coal is preferable for smelting iron, their current circumstances rendered it unattainable, thus they had to settle for charcoal as a substitute. The method for creating charcoal is quite straightforward. One merely needs to ensure that the wood does not burn completely, resulting in charcoal. Consequently, she gathered a significant amount of wood, piled it into a pyramid shape, and then buried it with soil, leaving only a small aperture. By igniting the wood in this manner, the limited air supply would lead to incomplete combustion, thus producing charcoal. However, despite the simplicity of the process, it requires considerable time. Lu Yun had been preparing since morning, and had only just completed the charcoal. Xiaoyan, can we proceed to smelt iron now? Wang Qianqian inquired excitedly. Yes, Lu Yun. Observing Wang Qianqian's playful demeanor regarding the iron smelting, remarked, do not be overly exuberant. I am quite anxious. If we fail, our entire day's efforts will be in vain. Wang Qianqian, unfazed, retorted, as the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. As long as we persist, we are bound to succeed eventually. Lu Yun smiled and said nothing further, placing the collected iron sand into a clay bowl, which was propped up by stones at a height slightly below the center of the furnace. Next, the charcoal was packed into the furnace until it was completely filled, leaving no space unoccupied. We can ignite it now. After a moment of contemplation and finding no issues, Lu Yun instructed Wang Qianqian to light the charcoal. In truth, Lu Yun had intended to perform this step herself, but Wang Qianqian insisted on doing it for the thrill, although Lu Yun failed to see what was amusing about it. As the charcoal ignited, the temperature within the furnace began to rise steadily, and soon waves of heat radiated from around the furnace. At this point, Wang Qianqian began to waver, asking, Xiaoyan, how much longer will this take? It's scorching. Lu Yun, continuously operating the makeshift bellows to supply air to the furnace, replied. The burning temperature of charcoal is not as high as that of coal, so smelting iron will take longer. If you find it too hot, feel free to rest over there. Wang Qianqian quickly waved her hand, saying, I'm fine, I can endure, I don't need a break. With that, she took over for Lu Yun, starting to operate the bellows herself. The temperature within the furnace escalated, and looking down into the interior from the top, one could see an orange glow resembling volcanic lava, formed by the intense flames. As time passed, the charcoal was gradually consumed, and the furnace reached its peak temperature, at which point the iron sand finally began to transform. After half an hour, the charcoal was nearly exhausted, and the temperature within the furnace began to decline. An hour later, once the temperature had significantly decreased, she mustered her courage to pry open the furnace entrance and used a wooden stick to extract the clay bowl. However, the charcoal's combustion produced wood ash that obscured the clay bowl, making the iron we smelted difficult to discern. Xiaoyan, I haven't found the iron we smelted, have you? Wang Qianqian searched for quite some time, but found nothing. This is it. Lu Yun discovered a small, dark, marble-sized bead at the bottom of the clay bowl and remarked to Wang Qianqian, is this what we smelted? Wang Qianqian's face was contorted with disdain. She had never imagined that the iron they produced would be so unappealing, so vastly different from her expectations. The steel you typically encounter has undergone modern industrial processing. With our primitive methods, we can only yield such iron. Lu Yun observed Wang Qianqian's dissatisfaction and smiled as she explained. I'm back. At that moment, Zhao Qian's voice echoed in the darkness. Chapter 26. The Great Bone Stick. Although Zhao Qian had set off to return as soon as darkness fell, his exploration of the cave had delayed him, and the journey was somewhat long, so it was already quite dark by the time he returned. You great liar. Didn't you say you'd be back by noon? Are you trying to starve us? Wang Qianqian had been so focused on smelting iron that she hadn't realized how hungry she was until she heard Zhao Qian's voice, reminding her that she hadn't eaten all day. But there's still a coconut crab. If you're hungry, you can eat it, Zhao Qian suggested. The coconut crab is my friend. No one is allowed to eat it. Wang Qianqian replied loudly. Making friends with food? Who are you trying to starve? Zhao Qian didn't display much surprise, as he believed Wang Qianqian's mindset allowed her to befriend anything. Wang Qianqian wanted to argue but recalled that she had never won an argument against him and opted to step back, saying, I won't stoop to your level. Then she noticed what Zhao Qian was carrying and curiously inquired, where did you get that large bone stick? Is there still marrow inside? Large bone stick? Zhao Qian nearly didn't comprehend her at first, but upon realizing she referred to the bone he had brought back, he exclaimed, this bone is not for you to eat. It is worth a fortune. Wang Qianqian scoffed, how valuable can it be? As a popular star, whether filming movies or participating in variety shows, she earned a handsome income and had saved quite a bit over the years, considering herself somewhat affluent. What was deemed expensive by ordinary standards might be trivial in her eyes. If you wish to purchase it, I can offer you a friend's price, 200 million. Zhao Qian stated. 200 million. Wang Qianqian gasped, exclaiming, have you gone mad? You want to sell me a large bone stick for 200 million? Do you think I'm a fool? Or do you consider your bone stick to be a dragon bone? Zhao Qian grinned. You guessed correctly. This large bone stick is indeed a dragon bone, the bone of a Tyrannosaurus rex. While in the cave, he had repeatedly confirmed that the skeleton had a high probability of being that of a T-Rex. The skeleton was remarkably intact, with no bones missing from head to tail. Previously, he had come across a news article stating that a complete T. Rex fossil had been auctioned for $3,180,000, worth over $200 million. Tyrannosaurus Rex bones? Wang Qianqian leaned in for a closer look, pursing her lips and saying, "If you say so, then so be it. I could just as easily claim this as a piece of cow bone. Do not assume others are fools." Zhao Qian cast a glance at the astute Wang Qianqian, too weary to engage in a dispute with her, and instead approached Lu Yun. Lu Yun, being exceptionally bright, surely possessed more knowledge than he did, and he sought her assistance in assessing the value of the bone he had discovered. However, he noticed the smelting furnace that Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had constructed and inquired, "What is this contraption?" "The smelting furnace. While you were away, Qianqian and I have been smelting iron," Lu Yun explained. "Have you succeeded?" Zhao Qian asked. "Indeed." Lu Yun proudly handed him the iron ingots they had produced. Zhao Qian examined the ingots and was genuinely impressed. They were indeed iron. Although he longed for a weapon forged from iron, his initial plan involved searching for remnants of aircraft to extract steel and then refine it. Yet, in the eyes of an academic, the method of obtaining steel was through smelting, and the success they achieved made him feel as though, given Lu Yun enough time, she could even fabricate aircraft and artillery. "Yunjia, could you assist me in determining whether this bone has any worth?" Zhao Qian's address to Lu Yun had shifted to a more respectful tone. "Is this truly a dinosaur bone?" Lu Yun had overheard the exchange between Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian, but like Wang Qianqian, she assumed Zhao Qian was jesting. After all, even if a dinosaur bone existed, it would be buried deep underground, and with Zhao Qian's tools, it would be impossible to excavate. "Absolutely." Zhao Qian nodded vigorously, stating, "Today, I ventured to that mountain peak in search of stones suitable for crafting tools and inadvertently discovered a cave. Inside, I found the remains of a dinosaur. And I only retrieved this single bone. The rest remain within the cave." Upon hearing Zhao Qian's account, Wang Qianqian began to reconsider, realizing he might not be lying. "Let me have another look. I have never seen a dinosaur bone before." Zhao Qian blocked her outstretched hand, saying, "You might want to reconsider. I fear you might consume my dinosaur bone." Wang Qianqian retorted, "How can you call yourself a man and yet be so stingy?" Zhao Qian replied, "You offer me 200 million, and I shall sell you the bone. You may prepare soup or savor the marrow, as you please." Wang Qianqian shook her head. "Do not assume I am foolish. Dinosaurs have been extinct for ages. After such a long time, that bone must be rotten and inedible." At this, Zhao Qian was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated Wang Qianqian genuinely considering eating a dinosaur bone. Meanwhile, while Wang Qianqian and Zhao Qian engaged in their banter, Lu Yun was scrutinizing the bone closely. From Zhao Qian's words, she had no doubt about its authenticity as a dinosaur bone. However, after a moment's hesitation, she looked at Zhao Qian and said, "If this is indeed a dinosaur bone, and it is remarkably intact, it would indeed be worth a substantial amount. But this bone appears far too fresh." Wang Qianqian immediately inquired, "Too fresh? Does that imply it is still edible?" "Not at all." Lu Yun shook her head and remarked, "The Tyrannosaurus rex existed during the late Cretaceous period, approximately 65 to 68 million years ago. Even if we were to discover a T. rex skeleton, it would have long since fossilized or turned to jade. However, this particular bone evidently shows no signs of fossilization or jadification." Zhao Qian had not previously noticed this detail and responded, "It does seem to be the case. Compared to other T. rex skeletons, the one I have found appears remarkably fresh, completely unlike something that has been dead for tens of millions of years. Nevertheless, I assure you, this is indeed a T. rex skeleton. I have seen it with my own eyes and cannot be mistaken." Lu Yun replied, shaking her head. "Then I am at a loss to explain the reason behind it." Wang Qianqian cautiously leaned in and inquired, "I once watched a film that suggested there exists a world within the Earth, where animals that have become extinct on the surface still thrive in the Earth's core. Perhaps we are currently at the entrance to this subterranean world." Lu Yun again shook her head and countered, "With current technology, we would have long been able to explore the Earth's core. The world you speak of cannot possibly exist." Wang Qianqian added, "I also saw a film about humans utilizing cloning technology to resurrect dinosaurs. If that were the case, our current location might be a secret base where they are conducting nefarious experiments." Initially disinclined to engage with Wang Qianqian, Zhao Qian, upon hearing such implausible theories, could no longer contain himself. He stated, "You should really watch fewer movies." Wang Qianqian questioned why. Zhao Qian answered, "Your intellect is already lacking. Watching such unreliable films will only make you appear more foolish." Chapter 27. Moving You are the foolish one. Your entire family is foolish. Wang Qianqian retorted loudly at Zhao Qian, then quietly asked Lu Yun, "Xiaoyan, have I made another mistake?" "Yes." Lu Yun nodded and explained. The conditions for cloning are far more complex than you realize. With today's technology, it is entirely impossible to clone a dinosaur. And we have yet to find complete dinosaur DNA. Wang Qianqian countered, but didn't the film say that a mosquito that had just consumed a dinosaur's blood became amber? A mammoth that died 10,000 years ago, discovered in the polar regions, could not even be cloned. How much less likely is it for a dinosaur from millions of years ago? She continued, cloning is not as simple as portrayed in films. There are numerous requirements. Even if we were to find dinosaur DNA, without a suitable surrogate mother, we still could not clone a dinosaur. After hearing Lu Yun's explanation, Wang Qianqian realized her error once more. However, upon seeing Zhao Qian's smug expression, rather than feeling remorseful, she silently vowed that if given the chance, she would ensure Zhao Qian would be embarrassed. This man was utterly insufferable. Wang Qianqian scoffed and declared, even if I am wrong, so what? At least I have the courage to make bold speculations, unlike you, who lacks the audacity to even venture a guess. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Zhao Qian replied, while you may sincerely seek my thoughts as someone who has received higher education, I regret to inform you that I will not engage in unfounded speculation. Wang Qianqian scoffed, saying, if you are afraid, then just admit it. Do not feign bravado. You are no man at all. Zhao Qian, however, remained unfazed, shrugging his shoulders and replying, your taunts have no effect on me, so spare your efforts. Exasperated, Wang Qianqian was consumed by anger and frustration. At this moment, Lu Yun interjected with a question, Zhao Qian, how do you plan to handle this bone? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's smile faded as he fixated on the bone for a considerable time before responding. Initially, when I stumbled upon this bone, I intended to carve it into a weapon. However, upon realizing that it belonged to a complete Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton, I thought of selling it after our rescue to secure an early retirement for myself. While my passion lies in wilderness survival, it does not mean I am indifferent to wealth. I too desire boundless riches, enabling me to travel the world and embark on adventures without the constraints of a job. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it, embarking on spontaneous journeys. Lu Yun inquired, what are your thoughts now? I am uncertain, Zhao Qian replied, shaking his head. If it were a genuine Tyrannosaurus fossil, I would unhesitatingly keep it. However, this skeleton is not yet fossilized and may be deemed a forgery. Appraisal institutions adhere to their own standards. For instance, in determining the authenticity of a Tyrannosaurus skeleton, the age of the bones is paramount. If the age is insufficient, it may be dismissed outright. Those responsible for such evaluations place great emphasis on age, as it seems to be the sole criterion for assessing an item's worth. Let us keep it then. Lu Yun pondered before continuing. We have already smelted iron, and it won't be long before we can forge iron tools. Thus there is no need to waste this bone. If we manage to return alive, a complete Tyrannosaurus skeleton will hold even greater value. Indeed, Zhao Qian nodded in agreement, adding, by the way, while exploring the cave, I discovered it is quite suitable for habitation, with a water source present. We could easily relocate there. Wang Qianqian remarked, why would we move to a cave when we are comfortably settled here? Zhao Qian explained, we lack the tools to construct a shelter. Under normal weather conditions, we may fare well, but should a storm arise, such as a typhoon or heavy rain, we would be exposed to the elements without any protection. Imagine enduring 3 or 4 days of relentless rain. We would be unable to start a fire and would have to consume raw fish. With sleepless nights as rain relentlessly pelts us. As Wang Qianqian listened to Zhao Qian's description, vivid images formed in her mind, envisioning herself shivering amidst a tempest, unable to eat or sleep, while Zhao Qian remained sheltered in the cave, savoring roasted fish on a comfortable, dry surface, all the while berating her for her foolishness. No, we must relocate. Wang Qianqian's thoughts shifted in an instant, though she refused to concede verbally, asserting, I fear neither heaven nor earth, and I would gladly endure wind and rain. However, she paused, changing her tone, I cannot bear to see Xiaoyan suffer alongside me. So I reluctantly agree to your proposal of moving into the cave. Zhao Qian, with a hint of amusement, suggested, or perhaps you should stay here alone while Sister Yun and I move over. Wang Qianqian remarked, you have a shifty demeanor. It's evident that you are of questionable character. How could I possibly allow Sister Yun to share a cave with you? I must accompany her. Thank you, Qianqian. Lu Yun expressed her gratitude while subtly signaling Zhao Qian. Understanding her concern that a continued quarrel with Wang Qianqian might leave her in an awkward position and ultimately hinder their relocation to the cave, he decided to put an end to the discussion for Lu Yun's sake. It is already quite late. Let us have something to eat and begin our move early tomorrow. We should aim to complete it in 1 day. 1 day? Does that not seem a bit too rushed? Lu Yun voiced her thoughts, adding, I was hoping to gather more iron sand to forge a tool. However, the unpredictable weather at sea posed a significant risk. Thus, the sooner they could settle, the better. Which led him to believe that a substantial weather change might be imminent. If they failed to relocate to the cave beforehand, their situation could become dire. Zhao Qian continued. As for smelting iron, there is no need for haste. The collection of iron sand is a slow process, and a couple of days' delay should not pose a major issue. Lu Yun contemplated this and nodded in agreement. Fine, let us strive to move everything into the cave tomorrow. Wang Qianqian interjected. I must clarify that I will only move my belongings. Those suitcases and clothes do not belong to me, so I will not assist. However, should certain individuals beseech me, I might consider lending a hand. On the day of the plane incident, Zhao Qian had collected numerous suitcases, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that 90% of the camp's possessions were his. If left to his own devices, it would take him 2 days to complete the move. You want me to plead with you? Zhao Qian replied with a slight smile. Has it occurred to certain individuals that without the suitcases and clothes I collected, they might find themselves without a place to sleep tonight? What will they cover themselves with if it gets cold? Naturally, should certain individuals ask me, I might consider lending them some clothing. Chapter 28, Life Endures. Gossip persists. Moments ago, Wang Qianqian had been self-satisfied, but upon hearing Zhao Qian's words, she suddenly felt flustered. She was unaccustomed to sleeping on straw or the ground. Nor did she wish to find herself without something to cover herself with when the chill set in. Consequently, her expression transformed, and she smiled. Look at you. How could you take me seriously? I was merely jesting. We share life and death, and I would certainly assist you. After all, Wang Qianqian is known for her loyalty. Is that so? Zhao Qian shot her an incredulous glance, responding nonchalantly. So, does that imply I have misjudged you as petty? Wang Qianqian hurriedly waved her hands. No. We are friends. I was just joking. I wouldn't take it to heart. Zhao Qian pointed at the suitcases and inquired. So, you will be responsible for those 2 suitcases tomorrow. Is that agreeable? Wang Qianqian grimaced. As a delicate lady, how could I possibly manage 2 large suitcases? Zhao Qian countered. You are no delicate flower. When we were arguing earlier, I saw you had plenty of strength. It's settled then. With that, Zhao Qian turned away, leaving no room for Wang Qianqian to protest. As Wang Qianqian watched Zhao Qian depart, she muttered under her breath, I curse you, this ironclad male. The midday temperature on the island was quite high, so their optimal time for relocation was before the heat intensified. After investing some time, they managed to pack their belongings into a total of 10 suitcases. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun each dragged 2 suitcases, while Zhao Qian effortlessly pulled 4. The remaining 2 suitcases would have to be retrieved at a later time. Initially intending to complain about her exhaustion, Wang Qianqian was at a loss for words upon witnessing Zhao Qian's ability to manage 4 suitcases without apparent strain. Despite his burden, Zhao Qian felt remarkably unencumbered, attributing his newfound strength to the rigorous physical activity he had engaged in over the past few days on the deserted island. It was noteworthy that, in the past, he had struggled with 3 suitcases, yet now, with 4, he felt a sense of ease, consistently outpacing Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. Of course, their pace was rather sluggish. There were no roads on the island, and the suitcases could not be dragged but had to be carried, which required even more energy. Unbeknownst to them, an hour had elapsed as they journeyed. Zhao Qian remained unfazed, but Wang Qianqian could no longer endure and called out, Zhao Qian, how much farther do we have to go? I feel utterly exhausted. We still have a ways to go, Zhao Qian replied, pausing and turning to face her. The cave was quite distant from their current campsite. Even without any belongings, it would take several hours to reach, and with each person laden with their belongings, the time required would only increase. Had I known it was this far, I would have refrained from relocating, Wang Qianqian lamented. Zhao Qian, I too am fatigued. May we rest for a moment? Lu Yun, concerned that Wang Qianqian might give up, quickly suggested to Zhao Qian. Yes, let us take a break. Zhao Qian nodded. Having observed that although he did not feel particularly tired and had scarcely broken a sweat, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were drenched in perspiration, their clothes thoroughly soaked. It was evident that Wang Qianqian's fatigue was genuine this time, devoid of any pretense. Let us hydrate. Zhao Qian produced 2 bottles of water from his pack, handing one to each of them. Gulping down the water, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun drained nearly half a bottle each, their faces reflecting satisfaction. I nearly thought I was going to perish. This is truly exhausting, Wang Qianqian remarked, casting a glance at Zhao Qian. Are you not at all fatigued? A bit tired. But overall, I'm quite all right, Zhao Qian replied. Your physical prowess is quite extraordinary, unlike those male stars I worked with during filming, who, despite their impressive physiques, are often rather lackluster. Wang Qianqian resumed her gossiping, saying, "Not long ago, I filmed a television drama in which I had a scene where I was injured, and the male lead was supposed to carry me for treatment. However, as soon as he lifted me, he dropped me on the ground, utterly unable to manage my weight. Ultimately, 2 people had to come to support me from below to complete that scene." Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yun, noticing Wang Qianqian spilling the beans, coughed vigorously to remind her to cease her revelations. Nevertheless, Wang Qianqian paid no mind, having previously been restrained from discussing such matters. Now stranded on a deserted island with no constraints, she seized the opportunity to share more. Zhao Qian also grew intrigued and jokingly inquired, "Is there a possibility that your weight is the issue?" Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian immediately stood up, lifted her shirt slightly to reveal her slender, fair abdomen and waist, stating, "Look, does my waist resemble that of an overweight person? Let us be direct. I'll let you hold me so you can feel my weight." As a woman, particularly a female celebrity, she could hardly tolerate anyone suggesting she was overweight. Thus, when Zhao Qian questioned her weight, she was determined to prove otherwise. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yun coughed again, reminding Wang Qianqian that as a star following a pure image, she ought to exercise more restraint. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Qian joined in the coughing, awkwardly asserting, "I believe you're not overweight." Had Lu Yun not been present, he might have indeed embraced her, for such an opportunity was rare. However, with a third party nearby, any advance he made could easily be misconstrued as inappropriate. "When I filmed that scene, I weighed only 73 pounds. And if he couldn't lift me, one can imagine how delicate I was," Wang Qianqian continued, reveling in her gossip. In truth, many male stars in the entertainment industry act effeminately, which I find quite unappealing. Here's a secret. One male star, who already has a girlfriend, was caught red-handed with another female star at home while playing cards, just as his girlfriend returned from a business trip. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yun worried that if Wang Qianqian continued, the entire entertainment circle would be offended. How scandalous. Zhao Qian's curiosity was piqued, his eyes sparkling as he asked, "Who is this male star?" Just as Wang Qianqian was about to clarify, her mouth was covered by Lu Yun, who said, "Zhao Qian, don't listen to Qianqian's nonsense. Her words are untrustworthy, merely hearsay." "It's not hearsay. I have proof." Wang Qianqian freed herself from Lu Yun's grasp, but after uttering a few words, her mouth was covered again. Chapter 29. Rain and Hail. Just as Zhao Qian wore a smile while watching the scene unfold, a drop of water suddenly fell from the sky, landing on his face. Instinctively, he looked up and noticed that the once clear sky had turned ominously dark, with a mass of black clouds slowly approaching them from a distance. Immediately, Zhao Qian spoke up, "All right, enough of this. We must be on our way." "But we've barely rested. Can't we take a moment more?" Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun protested, with Wang Qianqian pleading, "No more resting." Zhao Qian, with a stern expression, pointed to the sky and remarked, "Have you not noticed that rain is imminent? If we do not reach the cave before it pours, we shall be drenched like drowned rats. And if we catch a cold, that would pose a significant problem." Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun followed Zhao Qian's gaze, observing the ominous, ink-black clouds looming in the distance, their faces reflecting apprehension. With their life experiences, it was easy for them to discern that a torrential downpour was on the horizon. Wang Qianqian, her face etched with urgency, inquired, "Even if we are soaked, there is little we can do. With 2 heavy suitcases, we cannot move swiftly. We are bound to get wet." Lu Yun pondered for a moment and suggested to Zhao Qian, "Perhaps we should disregard the suitcases for now, leave them here, and return to retrieve them once the rain has passed." Reluctantly, Zhao Qian, his expression grave, acquiesced to Lu Yun's proposal. He then turned towards the direction of the cave and declared, "From here on, we must reach the cave in one continuous effort without pausing." Agreed. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun nodded emphatically as they discarded their suitcases. "Let us proceed." Zhao Qian, carrying 4 suitcases, took the lead. Wang Qianqian, noticing Zhao Qian still clutching the suitcases, could not help but ask, "Aren't you going to leave the suitcases behind?" "Not necessary," Zhao Qian replied, not glancing back. He continued, "Firstly, I do not feel fatigued, and secondly, the cave is somewhat damp and chilly. If I do not prepare some clothing for you as bedding, you might fall ill." A peculiar sensation stirred within Wang Qianqian as she asked, "Are you so concerned about me because you have developed feelings for me?" "I have not, nor do I know." Zhao Qian responded playfully, before revealing the true reason. "You are thinking too much. If you were to fall ill, I would have to expend energy to care for you, which is far too troublesome." The phrase "too troublesome" struck Wang Qianqian deeply, and she pouted in silence. The trio continued on their journey. After discarding their suitcases, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun noticeably quickened their pace, yet even so, they could only just keep up with Zhao Qian. As they watched Zhao Qian effortlessly striding ahead with the 4 suitcases, they felt profoundly astonished. Initially, they had assumed Zhao Qian's strength was merely slightly above average, but throughout this trek, they realized his strength surpassed mere human limits. In truth, not only were Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun astounded, but Zhao Qian himself was increasingly alarmed. He was certain that his strength had not been as formidable before. It had grown only after arriving on this desolate island, particularly following the encounter with the wild boar herd, which had significantly enhanced his capabilities. Not only his strength, but also his endurance and speed had surged. Yet he remained uncertain of the extent of his newfound abilities. Was this transformation a natural evolution of his body, or had the island bestowed upon him unique powers? Zhao Qian pondered within himself. He held 2 hypotheses regarding his changes. One suggested that he possessed this innate talent all along, merely undiscovered until his arrival on the island, where it finally awakened. Another aspect is the extraordinary abilities bestowed upon him by this desolate island. After all, prior to arriving here, he had never experienced anything out of the ordinary. Regardless of the reason, the changes within him have only yielded benefits, devoid of any detriment. As Zhao Qian and his companions continued their journey, ominous clouds slowly caught up to them, now perilously close. Though they did not glance back, the sound of impending rain reached their ears, a cacophony reminiscent of a cascading waterfall, indicative of the storm's ferocity. How much further, Zhao Qian? Wang Qianqian turned to look back, her face paling in fright as she exclaimed. She had never witnessed such torrential rainfall, as if the heavens had torn open. 1 second of exposure would leave them utterly drenched. Not much longer. After discarding their suitcase, they had trekked for an hour and were nearing the cave. Could you provide a more precise answer? Wang Qianqian, growing anxious, did not wish to hear vague reassurances. At our current pace, it will take another half-hour. Zhao Qian pondered before responding. Half an hour? Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian deflated like a punctured balloon, her pace slowing as she remarked, at this rate, in 10 minutes. The clouds will catch up with us. Regardless, we will be drenched. I give up. Initially, she had been willing to abandon her dignity to avoid the rain. But now that it was inevitable, she chose to lie down and conserve her energy instead of running. Don't give up. Just hang on a little longer, Zhao Qian encouraged, refraining from ridiculing her despite her apparent desire to quit. I simply can't run anymore. Wang Qianqian gasped, drenched in sweat and breathless. Besides, what is the harm in getting a little wet? My constitution is robust. I doubt I will fall ill. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, something plummeted from the sky, striking Zhao Qian's suitcase and creating a gaping hole in it. The object rolled several times on the ground before coming to a halt, motionless. Hail! The trio exclaimed in unison as they recognized the object. Indeed, a hailstone the size of a fist had struck the suitcase, and they were relieved it had only damaged their luggage. Had it hit them, it could have been fatal or at the very least, grievously injurious. Yet, before they could fully exhale in relief, their expressions darkened as they gazed at the encroaching clouds, swallowing hard in apprehension. Initially, they had perceived this merely as a typical downpour, but now they comprehended the truth. It was rain accompanied by hail. Help! We're going to die? This time. Without waiting for Zhao Qian to speak, Wang Qianqian took off running. If it were simply rain, she would have been unconcerned, but with the addition of hail, the situation was entirely different, especially with the size of the hailstones. There was no doubt that if the clouds caught up to them, their fate would be sealed. At that moment, the 3 felt fortunate that Zhao Qian had discovered the cave the previous day and that they had set out early that morning. Had they remained at their original camp, their survival would have been highly improbable. Chapter 30. The Limit Under the Ominous Threat of Death. Zhao Qian and his companions fled for their lives, with even the previously vocal Wang Qianqian too fearful to utter a single complaint. They understood that halting meant certain demise. However, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, lacking Zhao Qian's robust constitution, could not withstand the relentless pace. After more than 10 minutes of frenzied running, exhaustion finally overcame them. At that moment, the dark cloud loomed perilously close, just a few hundred meters away, placing them on the very edge of its shadow. The rain and hail within this boundary were less ferocious than at the center, yet they drenched the 3 of them completely. The sporadic hailstones served as grim reminders of the impending danger. Zhao Qian, I can't run anymore, Wang Qianqian gasped, her legs feeling as though they were leaden. She recognized her limits and pleaded, if you survive, please tell everyone I perished in the plane crash. Do not let my fans know that I died from hail. With that, the terror of death overwhelmed her, and she burst into tears. Lu Yun remained silent, but her pale face and tightly clenched lips betrayed her own rising panic. I become anxious in front of the camera, so I cannot help you speak, Zhao Qian said as he approached Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. If you must say something, ensure you live to tell it to your fans yourself. With that, Zhao Qian discarded the suitcase he had clung to and hoisted Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun onto his shoulders. Do not struggle, he commanded, silencing the thrashing Wang Qianqian. The next moments may be uncomfortable, but this is the only way to save you. I promise, I will ensure your survival. With those words, he surged forward toward the cave, showcasing his formidable strength. It was important to note that the combined weight of Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun far exceeded that of 4 suitcases, and sprinting while carrying them tested his physical endurance to its limits. Even Zhao Qian, after mere minutes of this exertion, felt as though his chest were ablaze. Each breath a painful endeavor, muscles aching, and vapor rising from his overheated body. Clearly, after several minutes of sprinting while bearing the 2 women, he too approached his own breaking point. Thoughts of surrender flickered through his mind. Perhaps it would be best to simply stop running. He was utterly exhausted. Yet, despite his fatigue, he could never consider abandoning Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. He had made a promise to them. He would ensure their survival. Just hold on a little longer. Just a little longer, resonated in Zhao Qian's mind. Suddenly, a hailstone plummeted from the sky, striking Zhao Qian on the head with tremendous force. The impact split his scalp, and blood gushed forth, streaming down his face. The unexpected blow caused him to stagger, nearly toppling to the ground. Wang Qianqian sensed that something was amiss, but being carried on someone's shoulders prevented her from seeing Zhao Qian's expression. Therefore, she inquired, Zhao Qian, what is wrong? Are you all right? I am fine. Zhao Qian's voice was already hoarse, a result of prolonged mouth breathing that left his throat parched. After speaking, he exerted himself to stand, carrying both Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, and began to run once more. At this point, they had already entered the mountain range, and the cave was not far away. They just needed to persevere a little longer. However, after running a few hundred meters, Zhao Qian realized he had reached his limit. It felt as though his legs were anchored to the ground, unwilling to take another step. Should he give up? Perhaps it was time to surrender. Even if it meant death, he could not bear to run any longer. He was utterly exhausted. All right, then let it be. The voice in his mind urging him to give up grew louder. Yet, just as he was about to concede, another voice emerged within him. Do not give up. You have come so far. The cave is just ahead. How can you abandon this now? Endure for just one more minute. Once you reach the cave, you can rest as long as you wish. You are still young. Do not forsake this moment. You promised to ensure their survival, and you must see it through. The 2 conflicting voices echoed in his mind, but ultimately, the will to live prevailed. Gritting his teeth, he declared in a raspy voice, I will survive. With these words, a surge of strength erupted from his already exhausted body. Fueled by this newfound power, Zhao Qian roared and surged forward once more. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. He burst into the cave in one breath, collapsing onto the ground. Almost simultaneously, dark clouds caught up with them, and hailstones the size of fists began to pelt down, crashing against the hard rock floor and shattering into icy fragments. Have we made it into the cave? Wang Qianqian, having fallen to the ground, felt a bit dazed but quickly regained her composure, joyfully exclaiming, we have entered the cave. We are alive. Lu Yun echoed her sentiment. Yes. We have survived. The exhilaration of having escaped death caused both of them to cheer and leap in joy. Just moments ago, had it not been for Zhao Qian, their fates would have been sealed. After their celebration, they suddenly realized that Zhao Qian was still sprawled on the ground. Wang Qianqian assumed he was simply exhausted and approached him, gently nudging him with her foot. Zhao Qian, don't lie there. Get up quickly. I, Wang Qianqian, am a person who repays kindness. How about this? I will buy your T-Rex bones for 200 million. What do you think? After saying this, she awaited Zhao Qian's gratitude. However, he remained motionless on the ground. Observing this, Wang Qianqian sensed something was wrong and, with Lu Yun's help, turned Zhao Qian onto his back. They both gasped sharply. Zhao Qian's body was flushed with redness, his temperature alarmingly high to the touch, and his face was smeared with blood. Blood? How could there be so much blood? And why was his temperature so elevated? What had happened to him? Wang Qianqian, in a state of panic, turned to Lu Yun with tears streaming down her face. Zhao Qian had likely been struck on the head by hail, resulting in his bleeding. Lu Yun examined Zhao Qian's head, identifying the wound, and continued. As for why his temperature is so elevated, I cannot ascertain precisely, but it is likely due to excessive exertion and his heart being overtaxed. We must immediately lower his temperature. How do we do that? Wang Qianqian asked anxiously. Lu Yun remained silent, her gaze drifting towards the outside of the cave, where numerous hailstones lay scattered. Without a doubt, hail would serve as the most effective means of cooling. However, the frequency of the hail's descent posed a significant risk. Venturing out to collect it could result in injury. Chapter 31. Unconsciousness Goodness. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Wang Qianqian glanced outside the cave without a moment's hesitation, ready to step out and gather hail. Qianqian, don't be rash. Let us consider another approach, Lu Yun said, grasping Wang Qianqian's arm, concerned she might act recklessly. After all, they were not endowed with Zhao Qian's formidable physical prowess. Being struck by hail could lead to dire consequences. Xiaoyan, there is no time. If we don't cool Zhao Qian down, he will perish, Wang Qianqian cried, tears in her eyes. He sacrificed himself to save us. We cannot abandon him in his time of need. Of course, we must save Zhao Qian, but we need to think critically and devise a solution that serves us both. Lu Yun urged. There can be no perfect solution, Wang Qianqian replied, shaking her head. There must be. Lu Yun's mind raced. And suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited within her. Do you recall the large bone club Zhao Qian brought back? Wang Qianqian nodded. Yes, but what of it? He discarded it while rescuing us. We cannot retrieve it. Lu Yun countered. That is not what I meant. Have you forgotten that Zhao Qian mentioned that the bone club was discovered within this cave? It contains the complete skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus rex, which means we only need to locate the skeleton and obtain another bone. With that, Lu Yun hurried deeper into the cave in search of the Tyrannosaurus skeleton. Wang Qianqian remained frozen for a few moments, then slapped her forehead in frustration, her expression one of regret. No wonder Zhao Qian often remarked that she lacked foresight. There was indeed a better solution, and she had nearly walked into danger. What was the difference between her actions and Captain America's, who, in a bid to prevent a bomb from detonating, ended up frozen for decades? Reflecting on her earlier bravado in wanting to rescue Zhao Qian, she had felt noble. But now her actions seemed foolish. After chastising herself, Wang Qianqian also ventured into the depths of the cave in search of the Tyrannosaurus skeleton. Although they had no torches and the cave was shrouded in darkness, this very obscurity allowed them to adapt swiftly to their surroundings. Within mere minutes, they discovered the skeleton of the Tyrannosaurus rex. Without time for reflection, they quickly extracted a substantial bone club, returning to the entrance of the cave to use it to draw the hailstones into their refuge. With a resounding thud, the large bone-like stick was extended for a fleeting moment. Yet even in that brief interval, it was struck multiple times by the relentless hail, a testament to the sheer ferocity of the storm. Qianqian, please take these to Zhao Qian to cool him down, Lu Yun instructed, handing 2 pieces of hail to Wang Qianqian. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Qianqian approached Zhao Qian, shattering the hail into icy fragments before placing them upon him. However, Zhao Qian's body temperature had surged once more, causing the ice shards to melt at a visibly rapid pace, transforming into water. Fortunately, this method proved effective, successfully stabilizing the previously escalating fever. Xiaoyan, we are running low on hail. Fetch some more, Wang Qianqian called out after swiftly exhausting the 2 pieces. Coming right away. As Wang Qianqian tended to Zhao Qian's cooling needs, Lu Yun had managed to gather a considerable amount of hail, which they promptly crushed into fragments and layered over Zhao Qian's body. As the abundance of ice began to take effect, his temperature finally steadied and gradually declined. Observing this scene, Lu Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. She had harbored doubts about the efficacy of her methods, as she was not medically trained. Yet by a stroke of luck, she had indeed stumbled upon the right approach. Xiaoyan, Zhao Qian's temperature has decreased, but why hasn't he awakened? Wang Qianqian inquired. Unable to contain her concern upon seeing Zhao Qian's normalized temperature, yet his continued unconsciousness. I am uncertain, but it likely relates to the body's protective mechanisms. We must simply wait, Lu Yun replied, equally perplexed. Are you certain Zhao Qian is out of danger? Wang Qianqian asked, her worry evident. Lu Yun did not respond immediately, but conducted another examination of Zhao Qian. At that moment, the bleeding from his head had ceased, and given his recovery trajectory, scabbing would likely occur shortly. His body temperature had lowered, and all vital signs, including heart rate and respiration, were remarkably stable. Rest assured, there is absolutely no danger to his life, Lu Yun assured her. Then I can breathe easy, Wang Qianqian replied, a smile finally gracing her face. Lu Yun, observing the smile upon Wang Qianqian's lips, seemed to grasp something unspoken, yet chose to remain silent. As time passed, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun moved Zhao Qian deeper into the cave. With Zhao Qian still unresponsive, they found themselves with little to occupy their time and began to familiarize themselves with their surroundings. Before they realized it, The morning had transitioned to afternoon, and now evening was fast approaching. Gurgling sounds emanated from their stomachs. Having gone an entire day without sustenance, both Wang Qian and Lu Yun felt famished. They had lost all motivation to move, instead opting to remain by Zhao Qian's side, hoping for his awakening to provide them with food. However, there were no signs of his revival. As darkness crept in, the temperature within the cave began to drop, a chill seeping in that made them shiver uncontrollably. Yet, the cold and hunger were not the most daunting adversities they faced. The true terror lay in the relentless rain and hail that had persisted throughout the day, showing no signs of abating, with its intensity undiminished. In this predicament, they were akin to being trapped in a cave, unable to venture out in search of sustenance. Xiaoyan, it has been raining all day. Why does it persist? Wang Qian lamented. The weather on this island is exceedingly peculiar. I am uncertain. Lu Yun replied with a mild shake of her head. If this incessant rain continues, shall we perish from hunger within this cave? I am cold and famished, and while I wish to sleep, the chill prevent me from doing so. After expressing her thoughts, Wang Qian gazed at the unconscious Zhao Qian and remarked, in the past, with Zhao Qian by my side, I never felt that survival on this desolate island was particularly arduous. Now that he has been unconscious for an entire day, I feel as though I cannot endure any longer. Although Zhao Qian had previously endeavored to convey the gravity of survival on a deserted island through his actions, she had still led a relatively comfortable existence. When it was time to sleep, she had clothing to serve as bedding, and whenever hunger struck, Zhao Qian would return with food. When the cold seeped in, there was the warmth of the fire he had kindled. This situation resembled the parental admonition to children that neglecting their studies would lead to the hardships of labor. Though children may outwardly acknowledge this advice, they often fail to internalize it, as their living conditions remain unchanged. Thus they do not experience the associated struggles. Only upon entering society and enduring the trials of labor do they come to realize the comfort they once had. It is for this reason that many lament their lack of diligence in their studies once they step into the workforce. Lu Yun listened to Wang Qian's words without offering any comment, for she had long grasped these truths. Just as the two fell into silence, a cacophony akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig erupted outside the cave. What is that sound? Suddenly alert, Wang Qian and Lu Yun grasped the bones of a Tyrannosaurus rex, cautiously on guard against the exterior. At that moment, the sky had not yet succumbed to darkness, allowing them to faintly discern a shadowy figure approaching the cave. As hail continued to pelt this dark silhouette, it emitted mournful cries, yet it remained unharmed. This is dire. It is a wild boar. As the figure drew closer, Lu Yun's complexion changed dramatically, and she involuntarily exclaimed, "A wild boar." Wang Qian responded hastily. Do wild boars not dwell in forests? Why has it appeared here? Lu Yun furrowed her brow, stating, this must be related to the rain and hail. The boar seeks refuge from the storm in our cave. What shall we do now? Wang Qian inquired. Lu Yun replied, we cannot allow it to enter, otherwise we are doomed. If Zhao Qian were awake, the three of us might manage to confront a wild boar, but with him unconscious, we too are utterly defenseless against it. Moreover, wild boars are not creatures that coexist peacefully with humans. Once they sense danger, they attack without hesitation, to the death. How do we prevent it from entering? Wang Qian, in a panic, asked, what if we feign death? I have heard that many wild animals do not attack the deceased. Absolutely not. Lu Yun shook her head vigorously, explaining, wild boars are omnivorous and will consume carrion. If they would eat decayed flesh, they would certainly not hesitate to feast upon our fresh meat. In truth, it is not only wild boars that consume carrion, bears do as well. Therefore, when encountering a bear or a wild boar in the wilderness, it is prudent to avoid them if possible. Should avoidance prove impossible, one is likely to face dire consequences. Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing, for it is no exaggeration to assert that most animals surpass humans in both speed and endurance. However, the vast majority of wildlife will not initiate an attack on humans unless provoked. The current predicament is that the wild boar has endured a prolonged assault from hail, undoubtedly sustaining significant injuries. Injured animals are often on high alert. Even the slightest movement may be perceived as a threat, prompting an aggressive response. As Wang Qian and Lu Yun deliberated on their strategy, the wild boar drew ever closer to the cave, allowing them to discern its form clearly. It was a colossal creature, measuring over 2 meters in length, nearly reaching 3, with an indeterminate weight, but certainly no less than 400 kilograms. Its prominent tusks jutted from its mouth, and its coarse, matted fur provided a degree of protection, rendering the hail strikes merely painful rather than fatal. This is a male wild boar, Lu Yun remarked. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Wang Qianqian inquired. There are pros and cons. Lu Yun paused before continuing. Male wild boars tend to be solitary, rarely found within the company of others, so we only need to contend with this one. However, compared to their female counterparts, male wild boars are more temperamental, possess greater strength, and are larger in size. At that moment, the wild boar entered the cave. Its immense presence rendering Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun breathless and immobile. Fortunately, they had already moved Zhao Qian deeper into the cave, where the boar would have spotted him immediately upon entering. Suddenly, the wild boar stumbled and collapsed, remaining motionless for a considerable time. Zhao Yun, do you think the wild boar has succumbed to the hail? Wang Qianqian whispered excitedly. After observing intently for a moment, Lu Yun shook her head. No. Its belly is still moving, indicating it still breathes. It must have been injured and is now resting. Wang Qianqian promptly asked, should we take advantage of its condition? Lu Yun, eyeing the audacious Wang Qianqian, cautioned, this boar is enormous. Even if we wield the bones at hand, a simple earthen firearm may not suffice to bring it down. Our attack would only serve to provoke it, and that would truly endanger us. Wang Qianqian responded. If we do not attack, we cannot simply remain in waiting, can we? Lu Yun nodded. At present, waiting appears to be the safest course of action. Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian fell silent, her gaze fixed on the wild boar for an extended time before relinquishing her reckless thoughts. As the sun set, darkness enveloped the land completely. Outside the cave, one might still perceive some semblance of light, but within, there was naught but impenetrable darkness, leaving Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun engulfed in utter obscurity. In truth, both were already quite fatigued, their eyelids fighting to stay open. However, the mere thought of a wild boar lurking nearby prevented them from succumbing to slumber. As they remained vigilant, attuned to the creature's movements, in the enveloping darkness, the only sounds that pierced the stillness were the patter of rain and the relentless hail striking the earth outside the cave. The following day, unbeknownst to her, Wang Qianqian had drifted into sleep, only to be abruptly awakened by an unsettling chill that coursed through her body. Upon regaining her senses, her first instinct was to glance toward the cave entrance, where the wild boar lay undisturbed, still resting. She then turned her attention to Zhao Qian, whose vital signs appeared stable, yet he remained unconscious, raising her suspicions that perhaps the hail had inflicted injury upon his head. Just then, her stomach growled, a stark reminder of her hunger. Since yesterday, she had not consumed a morsel, and after running for an extended period in the morning, she felt as though she might perish from hunger. At that moment, even the thought of consuming repulsive insects seemed preferable to her dire situation. Yet, even those revolting creatures were absent, and with the wild boar blocking the cave entrance, venturing outside to seek food was futile. As the rain and hail continued to pour incessantly, having done so for an entire day and night, the accumulation of hail was nearly obstructing the cave's mouth. Zhao Yun, are you awake? Wang Qianqian gently nudged the slumbering Lu Yun, but no amount of coaxing could rouse her. Zhao Yun, what is wrong? Wang Qianqian hurriedly approached, only to discover that Lu Yun's temperature was alarmingly high, a clear indication that she had succumbed to a fever. Given their circumstances, having been drenched in the rain, sleeping in a damp, dark cave, and enduring a night filled with trepidation, it was no surprise that Lu Yun had fallen ill. However, as Wang Qianqian observed that she was the only one in a stable condition among the three, a wave of helplessness washed over her. In the past, she had relied on Zhao Qian and Lu Yun. Now, she found herself solely dependent on her own strength, as if the weight of all responsibility had settled squarely upon her shoulders. Just as despair settled in, the sound of the wild boar's snorting echoed ominously in her ears. Turning around, she was met with the sight of the massive boar, which had inexplicably awakened, now fixated on her with an intense gaze. Chapter 33. The power of sound. In that moment, Wang Qianqian felt her heart leap into her throat, her body frozen with fear. The sensation she experienced was not one that an observer could merely imagine. It was akin to someone claiming they were unafraid of a tiger, only to find their legs turned to jelly upon encountering the beast. Wang Qianqian's predicament was far more harrowing than she had anticipated, her anxiety mounting. Yet the wild boar showed no signs of retreating, approaching her as if it were a predator closing in on its prey. As the distance diminished, Wang Qianqian understood that she had to muster the courage to fight back, otherwise, the fate of the three of them would be sealed. Do not come any closer, she exclaimed, swiftly grasping a dinosaur bone from the ground and positioning its sharp end toward the wild boar, summoning every ounce of bravery to shout. Uncertain whether it was the effect of Wang Qianqian's voice or some other reason, the wild boar came to an abrupt halt as her words echoed in the air. However, after a brief moment of bewilderment, it charged forward once more. The creature, an imposing beast nearly 3 meters in length and weighing over 400 kilograms, unleashed a formidable force as it barreled toward its target. It was clear that even a robust individual like Zhao Qian would hesitate to confront such a creature head-on, let alone the fragile Wang Qianqian. Instinctively, she took a step back, but upon recalling the unconscious Zhao Qian and Lu Yun behind her, she resolutely halted. Yet, as the wild boar continued its relentless advance, terror gripped her, causing her to shut her eyes and, in a desperate attempt to defend herself, swing the large bone club she held. Normally, closing her eyes would render it impossible to strike the boar, and she would likely be tossed aside. Yet, to her astonishment, she felt the club connect with the beast, the recoil sending a jolt of pain through her hands. Elated by her unexpected success, she opened her eyes, only to be met with regret as she found the boar mere centimeters away, her club having struck its forehead. The damage she had inflicted, however, brought her no joy. As Lu Yun had pointed out, her feeble attack had not harmed the beast in the slightest. Instead, it had only served to enrage it further. The boar emitted a furious bellow and, with a powerful thrust, knocked Wang Qianqian to the ground, its jaws poised to bite down. "Help! Somebody help!" she cried out, instinctively shoving the bone club into the boar's mouth, her voice filled with panic. Yet, on this desolate island, there were only the three of them. Zhao Qian and Lu Yun lay unconscious, leaving no one to answer her pleas. The wild boar pinned Wang Qianqian down with its weight. Had the bone club not been lodged in its mouth, she would likely have met a grim fate. Clinging to the club, she managed to hold the beast at bay for a moment. However, it soon realized the predicament and clamped down fiercely on the bone, shaking its head violently until the weapon was wrenched from her grasp and flung away. The club clattered against the hard rocky ground, producing a harsh, jarring sound. Without the club's barrier, the boar lunged at Wang Qianqian once more, its massive jaws ready to deliver a devastating bite. With her eyes tightly shut, she screamed in terror, fully aware that escape seemed impossible. Yet, after a brief moment, the anticipated pain of being mauled did not come. Curiosity overcame her fear, and she timidly opened her eyes to assess the situation. In that instant, she gasped sharply. The boar's mouth was mere centimeters from her face, and she could even detect the foul odor emanating from its maw. She simply could not comprehend why the wild boar had ceased its assault upon her. What could be the reason? Wang Qianqian speculated. Could it be that my cries have frightened it? However, there was no time for such ponderings. She quickly crawled out from beneath the wild boar and maneuvered to its rear, carefully avoiding the unconscious Zhao Qian and Lu Yun. Just as she positioned herself behind the beast, the wild boar shook its head as if regaining consciousness. Lowering its gaze, it discovered Wang Qianqian was no longer in sight, and, upon looking around without finding her, let out a furious roar. "Hey, you big dumb pig, I'm right here." Wang Qianqian called out loudly from behind, anxious that the wild boar would notice Zhao Qian and Lu Yun. Upon hearing her voice, the wild boar immediately turned around, snorting in discontent before charging forward once more. "Ah!" Wang Qianqian screamed again. This time, however, her outcry was not born of fear, but rather a test to see if her voice could indeed intimidate the wild boar. As it turned out, her assumption was correct. The once manic wild boar, upon hearing her loud shout, momentarily lost its fervor, its eyes clouding over, and its pace slowed. "Indeed, my voice can frighten the wild boar," Wang Qianqian thought, her face lighting up with joy, her fear diminishing. She contemplated whether she might attempt to utilize her voice to subdue it entirely. It felt akin to employing control skills in a game. Once the enemy is immobilized, the next step is to strike down the foe. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed, as she did not believe she could slay the wild boar without a weapon. Remember, she had previously struck the beast with a hefty bone club with all her might, yet had inflicted no damage whatsoever. The wild boar soon regained its composure, its eyes turning a fierce crimson, brimming with rage. Yet, Wang Qianqian did not afford the beast the opportunity to attack. The instant it appeared alert, she shouted once more, managing to stun it again. Thus, this back and forth continued, Wang Qianqian reveling in the effort. However, she soon realized that the effect of her voice on the wild boar was diminishing over time. Initially, she could intimidate the creature for several tens of seconds, but now, her voice only held sway for mere seconds. At this rate, it would not be long before her shouts would no longer have any effect. After a short interval, when the wild boar surged forth once more, Wang Qianqian's cries lost their efficacy. In truth, they had not entirely ceased to work. The intimidation lasted merely a fleeting moment, causing the wild boar to hesitate slightly before it resumed its advance. "It's over." Wang Qianqian's mind fell into a void, her face paling in despair. When her voice could no longer deter the wild boar, she was rendered utterly defenseless before it. Chapter 34. The Useless Wild Boar Thud. The wild boar thundered across the hard rocky ground, producing a heavy sound akin to a death knell, causing Wang Qian to pale, her complexion ashen. I do not wish to die. I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. To perish like this would be such a loss in this lifetime. Wang Qian, at her core, was merely an ordinary individual. To claim she was unafraid of death would be a falsehood. In her moment of panic, an exclamation escaped her lips. She wished to articulate more, but the wild boar was already perilously close, prompting her to shut her eyes in fear. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed in the air. However, contrary to her expectations of being hurled away, she felt no pain whatsoever. What was happening? Confounded, Wang Qian gathered her courage and opened her eyes. This time, instead of the terrifying visage of the boar, she beheld the broad back of a person. Zhao Qian. A surge of joy filled her heart, for it was Zhao Qian, who had just moments ago been unconscious, standing between her and the beast. Observing his back, Wang Qian felt an unprecedented sense of security envelop her. I heard every word you just said. Zhao Qian turned his head, grinning. I never imagined you would think of a man in such a dire moment. Are you truly that eager to marry? Upon hearing this, Wang Qian, recalling her earlier words, wished to vanish into the ground, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Stay back. I will handle this from here, Zhao Qian gently reminded her with a smile as she fell silent. Oh, Wang Qian, feeling an unparalleled sense of safety, swiftly retreated deeper into the cave, distancing herself from Zhao Qian and the wild boar. Thank you. Just then, Zhao Qian called out loudly. Although he had remained unconscious since entering the cave, he was, in truth, aware, unable to control his body. Thus, he was cognizant of the efforts Wang Qian and Lu Yun had made on his behalf, and he felt a profound need to express his gratitude. Wang Qian paused momentarily, tears cascading down her face as she stood with her back to him. A simple thank you made her feel that all her efforts were worthwhile. Zhao Qian erupted with a terrifying strength, his hands gripping the boar's tusks tightly as he engaged in a fierce struggle, not yielding an inch. Indeed, during his day and night of unconsciousness, his strength had surged once more, now sufficient to contend with the wild boar. Had he been carrying both Wang Qian and Lu Yun at that moment, he would have effortlessly transported them to safety within the cave, avoiding the earlier predicament altogether. I was just lamenting the relentless rain and hail outside. What shall we three eat next? Zhao Qian chuckled. I never expected you to deliver yourself to me. If that is the case, I shall graciously accept. With that, Zhao Qian exerted even more force, and suddenly, he managed to bring the wild boar crashing to the ground. Not allowing the boar a moment to rise, Zhao Qian lunged forward, firmly pressing its head down and delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, his fist struck the boar's head, eliciting a pained scream from the creature, which began to struggle with increasing intensity. However, pinned sideways against the ground, it was unable to escape, no matter how fiercely it fought. In truth, Zhao Qian's strength was not vastly superior to that of the boar. The reason it could not break free was entirely due to being restrained in such a position, preventing it from utilizing its full power. This is akin to the formidable bite force of a crocodile, which can be easily restrained, as the strength required to open its jaws is rather minimal. A mere punch would not suffice to incapacitate it. Zhao Qian delivered a powerful blow, only to feel the resilient bristles of the wild boar. Realizing that it was futile to rely solely on his fists to vanquish the creature. Consequently, he swiftly scanned his surroundings for a weapon. Soon, he spotted a hefty bone club, ejected by the wild boar, and after a brief moment of hesitation, he relinquished his hold on the boar and lunged for the club, seizing it firmly in his grasp. With a furious roar, the wild boar, now freed from Zhao Qian's control, struggled fiercely to regain its footing, redirecting its wrath towards him. Evidently, its animosity had shifted from Wang Qian to Zhao Qian. The enraged beast charged at Zhao Qian, its speed reaching at least 45 kilometers per hour. To Wang Qian, the wild boar appeared merely as a blur, her eyes unable to keep pace with its velocity. However, as the frenzied creature approached Zhao Qian, he swung the bone club with all his might, striking the boar squarely on the head. The force of the blow was considerable, causing the bone club to shatter into two pieces. The wild boar was instantly knocked unconscious, collapsing heavily to the ground, unable to rise for some time. Zhao Qian, with a grim expression, stepped forward, casting a cold gaze at the still-breathing boar, and raised the fractured bone club high. All for the sake of survival, he declared, as he plunged the sharp edge of the broken bone into the boar's neck. In an instant, blood gushed forth. The wild boar emitted a heart-wrenching cry, attempting to struggle. Yet Zhao Qian maintained a firm grip. As the creature's lifeblood ebbed away, its struggles grew weaker until it ceased altogether, save for the occasional spasm. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Qian turned to Wang Qianqian and beckoned, "Come here." Wang Qianqian hurriedly approached, her eyes widening in disbelief at the slain boar. "You are astonishing," she exclaimed. "You single-handedly brought down such a large wild boar. Your strength has grown immensely. Are you even human anymore?" Previously, Zhao Qian's strength had merely surpassed that of an average individual but remained within the realm of the ordinary. However, his current prowess was far beyond that of an average human, verging on monstrous. "Well, I did save you, so why the insults?" Zhao Qian replied, somewhat exasperated. As he clenched his powerful fist, "If I am not mistaken, my transformation is likely linked to this desolate island." "What kind of connection?" Wang Qianqian inquired eagerly. Zhao Qian shook his head. "I only know there is a connection. The specifics elude me, but we can ask Sister Yan. She is quite astute and must have insight into what transpired." "Oh dear," Wang Qianqian exclaimed, slapping her forehead. "Xiaoyan was caught in the rain yesterday and slept on the ground. She seems to have caught a cold and cannot be roused." Zhao Qian urged, "Quick, take me to see her." Wang Qianqian led Zhao Qian to Lu Yun's side. Zhao Qian knelt down and gently touched Lu Yun's forehead. Realizing that her temperature was indeed alarmingly high. "What should we do now?" Wang Qianqian inquired anxiously, noticing Zhao Qian's prolonged silence. "I need to step outside for a moment." Zhao Qian hesitantly replied. "Outside?" Wang Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, questioning, "Where are you going?" Zhao Qian turned his gaze toward the entrance of the cave, where rain and hail continued to pour down, and stated, "Outside the cave." Chapter 35. Retrieving the suitcase. No, absolutely not. Wang Qianqian was startled by Zhao Qian's words, pointing toward the terrifying downpour of hail and rain. "In such weather, how can you go out? Even if you are exceptionally strong, you cannot withstand the hail." "Exceptional?" Zhao Qian retorted. "Is that how you compliment someone?" "You cannot go out," he insisted. He gently touched Lu Yun's head again, his expression grave. "Sister Yun's temperature is too high. She requires immediate treatment. However, the medicine I collected earlier is in the suitcase, so I must retrieve it." After regaining consciousness, he had gathered numerous suitcases, some containing commonly used medicines. He had carefully stored these supplies in the suitcase for emergencies. Had it not been for the need to save Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, those medicines would have long since accompanied him into the cave. Upon hearing that Zhao Qian's intention to go out was to save Lu Yun, Wang Qianqian fell silent, her previous objections fading. Yet, as she gazed at the hail outside, concern etched her face. The extreme weather outside was beyond terrifying. It was a calamity. Fortunately, such conditions were confined to this deserted island. Had they occurred in a city, countless lives would have been lost. Wang Qianqian's reluctance to allow Zhao Qian to venture out stemmed from her desire to avoid feeling helpless again. However, for Lu Yun's sake, she ultimately acquiesced to Zhao Qian's quest for the suitcase. "How can you go out in this weather?" she asked. "I plan to detach the skull of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and use it as a shield." Zhao Qian contemplated aloud, having devised a plan. The enormous skull could indeed serve as a protective barrier against the hail. The only concern was that the skull had deteriorated over time, its hardness significantly diminished, potentially rendering it ineffective against the hail. Should it shatter, he would have no choice but to endure the hail with his own body. Despite his current extraordinary physical strength, he doubted his ability to withstand the onslaught. That's a viable plan. Wang Qianqian recalled the vast Tyrannosaurus skull, affirming its capacity to shield a person. "But are you truly willing to sacrifice the skull? Any damage could affect its value. Saving a life takes precedence," Zhao Qian replied earnestly. Although he was reluctant to see the Tyrannosaurus skeleton suffer any harm, he was even less inclined to witness Lu Yun's demise. Thus, he resolved to retrieve the suitcase and ensure Lu Yun's recovery. "Are you truly that noble?" Wang Qianqian expressed skepticism, having witnessed many betrayals over money. "On this deserted island, where food is scarce, am I not already generous by providing you with shelter and sustenance at no cost?" Zhao Qian countered. "Do not speak to me as if I were a worthless being. I just saved you," Wang Qianqian retorted defiantly. "Should I offer myself in gratitude?" Zhao Qian jested. "Get lost, you lecher." Wang Qianqian's cheeks flushed crimson. She was about to say more when her stomach growled audibly. Rubbing her belly, she turned to Zhao Qian and lamented. "I am on the verge of starvation. When you return, please bring back something to eat. I wouldn't even mind if it were some kind of explosive insect. I am simply too hungry." "Food, you say?" Zhao Qian's gaze drifted towards the deceased wild boar. "Is a 400-kilogram wild boar not sufficient for your appetite? Or have you not realized that the wild boar is now our sustenance?" Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian's expression froze momentarily before she broke into an awkward yet polite smile. Perhaps due to the fright instilled by the wild boar, she had not even considered the prospect of consuming it. I should offer you the boar's brain to enhance your intellect. Though, given its dim-wittedness, that may not be wise. What if this wild boar is smarter than you? Zhao Qian laughed heartily. Wang Qianqian, I swear I will kill you, she declared, clenching her fists and pretending to claw at Zhao Qian. A gentleman does not contend with a lady. I will retrieve the luggage first. Zhao Qian chuckled as he evaded her, then ventured deeper into the cave to dismantle the Tyrannosaurus Rex skull. Surprisingly, the skull, even in his heightened state of strength from his earlier unconsciousness, felt quite heavy. Fortunately, the distance was not great. A round trip would take merely 20 minutes, and he could manage that. I'm off, Zhao Qian announced, balancing the Tyrannosaurus skull as he reached the cave entrance, glancing back at Wang Qianqian. Be careful, she cautioned. Understood. He nodded, not hesitating as he dashed out. Upon exiting the cave, he was immediately pelted by hailstones the size of fists, striking the skull and creating a cacophony of sound. Fortunately, the skull's defensive properties were robust enough to withstand the barrage, and it remained unscathed. Zhao Qian exhaled in relief and sprinted towards the luggage. His speed had notably increased. A journey that once took over 10 minutes could now be accomplished in mere minutes. All 4 pieces of luggage were still present. However, 2 of them had been battered by the hail, allowing torrents of rainwater to flood in, soaking the clothing inside. Thankfully, the suitcase containing medical supplies remained intact. I'll take these 2 back first, he decided. Balancing the Tyrannosaurus skull made it impractical to carry all 4 at once. The remaining luggage could wait until the storm passed. After all, most of it contained clothing, which was not overly concerned with getting wet or being struck by hail. Securing the 2 intact suitcases to himself, Zhao Qian prepared to rush back. Yet, after only a few steps, he suddenly remembered something. Veering towards a large tree to break off several branches. Now that they had food to eat, they lacked firewood. In order to avoid consuming raw meat, he planned to gather some twigs to take back. As for igniting the damp branches, he would devise a method when the time came. After gathering the twigs, Zhao Qian hurried back with his suitcase and the branches. Perhaps due to the burden of carrying numerous items, the return journey took considerably longer. Yet it did not exceed half an hour in total. I'm back, Zhao Qian announced upon entering the cave. He promptly opened the suitcase, retrieved some cold medicine, and handed it to Wang Qianqian, saying, First, give the medicine to Sister Yun, then select some clothing to cushion beneath and cover her. Oh. Wang Qianqian nodded eagerly and departed with the medicine. Once Wang Qianqian had left, Zhao Qian gazed at the damp branches he had brought back, troubled. If it was already challenging to ignite dry wood, how would he manage with these wet twigs? Chapter 36. Are you dreaming? Although the temperature was high upon their arrival on the deserted island, it had significantly dropped after 2 consecutive days of rain and hail. The cave was even colder than the outside, necessitating a fire for survival. Otherwise, given Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun's physical conditions, they would not be able to endure. In fact, it was already surprising to him that Wang Qianqian had not fallen ill like Lu Yun. The fire-starting tools were still available, but they were thoroughly soaked and likely unusable. Zhao Qian remarked as he retrieved the fire-starting tools. Confirming his suspicions, they were completely drenched and would not dry in the short term. With a bitter smile, he realized that while wet branches posed a dilemma, he was beset by troubles on all sides. It appeared he would need to seek alternatives. Rubbing his chin, Zhao Qian pondered for a moment. The wooden stick can be replaced with small fragments from the Tyrannosaurus skeleton, and as for the base, I recall that the torch used during the first exploration of the cave was left behind, which can be split in half to serve as a base. For kindling, I can search through these clothes. Surely, some will be suitable for igniting a fire. Although the wet branches cannot be used immediately for kindling, I can burn the clothes first. Once the fire is lit, the damp twigs will no longer be an issue. With this thought, Zhao Qian hastily set to work. He first selected a suitably sized bone from the Tyrannosaurus skeleton, then found the discarded torch from his initial exploration of the cave. Although the torch's exterior was damp, upon splitting it open, he discovered that the interior remained quite dry. Finally, he chose several pieces of clothing that would be appropriate for starting a fire and began attempting to drill for ignition. The bone scraped against the base, producing a hissing sound. However, perhaps due to the excessively humid environment of the cave, Zhao Qian felt as though he had exerted immense effort, barely managing to scorch the base wood, which began to emit sparks. He dared not exhale, holding his breath as he directed the sparks toward the kindling. But before he could even blow gently, the sparks extinguished. Once, 5 times, 10 times. despite Zhao Qian's extensive experience with fire starting in such a damp setting. He endeavored numerous times before finally succeeding in igniting the kindling. Zhao Qian promptly placed the prepared, easily ignitable garments upon the kindling, releasing a noxious odor as they ignited. At this juncture, he had indeed achieved a semblance of success. However, Zhao Qian remained vigilant, for the damp branches had yet to catch fire, and he could not rely indefinitely on the burning fabric. In comparison to wood, clothing on this desolate island constituted a non-renewable resource. He first sought out slender twigs, vigorously shaking off the rainwater that clung to them, before stripping away the leaves and finally roasting them over the flames. As steam billowed from the wood, the wet branches transformed into dry ones, which Zhao Qian then cast into the fire. With a crackling sound, the damp twigs ignited. Once the fire was kindled, a flicker of light pierced the previously impenetrable darkness of the cave, and in its glow, the chill seemed to dissipate significantly. "Zhao Qian, you are remarkable. You managed to start a fire even in this rain," exclaimed Wang Qianqian, racing over with a beaming smile. "I nearly exhausted myself," Zhao Qian retorted, before inquiring, "Is Sister Yun's condition stable?" Wang Qianqian shook her head. "She has taken the cold medicine, but her temperature has yet to subside." "Do you think the medicine is ineffective?" Zhao Qian cast her a glance. "Do you perceive cold medicine as a miraculous remedy? The effects require time to manifest. This cannot be rushed." "Oh." Wang Qianqian refrained from engaging in an argument. It was not due to newfound wisdom, but rather her overwhelming hunger, which rendered her unwilling to waste energy on a quarrel. "When will you prepare the meal?" "Immediately." Zhao Qian, equally famished, turned his gaze toward the wild boar, saying, "However, it will take some time. The boar has yet to be processed." Although the boar had been slain, cleaning and preparing it would demand considerable time. Most critically, Zhao Qian had never undertaken such a task before and would need to learn through trial and error. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get to it," Wang Qianqian urged impatiently. In light of her earlier rescue, Zhao Qian chose to overlook her provocation in an effort to conserve his strength. He dragged the wild boar to the cave entrance, sourced a sharp-edged stone from within, and after a brief sharpening, commenced the butchering. He began with skinning it, followed by the removal of the entrails. The task of processing the 400-kilogram boar stretched over 4 to 5 hours before he could finally claim it was done. The meat would suffice for an extended period, and preservation methods included freezing, smoking, or salting. As he gazed upon the processed boar, a smile graced Zhao Qian's face. This wild boar was substantial. It would not merely serve for 1 or 2 meals, but potentially for an entire month. To avert spoilage, he would have to devise means of preservation. Outside the cave, hail offered an opportunity for freezing, before long. The tantalizing aroma of the wild boar meat roasting over the fire wafted through the air, compelling Wang Qianqian to abandon her watch over Lu Yun and eagerly scamper over. Kneeling with her arms wrapped around her knees, her eyes fixated on the delectable meat, she seemed oblivious to the tears trickling from the corners of her mouth. Zhao Qian, somewhat speechless, recalled how he once perceived celebrities as exalted beings. Now, he recognized them as mere mortals. "I feel as if I'm on the verge of starvation. What do I care for appearances? Hurry up," Wang Qianqian exclaimed. "Rest assured, you won't starve," Zhao Qian replied. "Aren't you celebrities always preoccupied with weight loss? Don't you ever consider dieting? I must inform you that this is pork, which can easily lead to weight gain. Of course, I am also on a diet." Wang Qianqian shuddered as she reminisced. "My meals are meticulously curated by a specialist, touted as healthy, but, in reality, utterly unpalatable. I feel perpetually famished. Yet my manager is constantly monitoring me, insisting on regular weigh-ins, and even the slightest gain is unacceptable." Zhao Qian had heard tales of the torment celebrities endure for the sake of their figures, but he had not anticipated it to be so severe. "If being a celebrity is so arduous, have you ever considered not being one?" he queried. Wang Qianqian instinctively retorted, "Are you suggesting you would support me if I weren't a star?" Upon uttering those words, she immediately regretted it, fearing Zhao Qian might respond in a manner reminiscent of a film, declaring, "Sure, I'll take care of you." However, her worries were unfounded, and she underestimated Zhao Qian's resolute demeanor. With a look of disdain, he vigorously shook his head and stated, "Support you? In your dreams." Chapter 37. The transformation of the body. At that moment, Zhao Qian felt a pang of regret. He had merely posed a casual inquiry. Yet Wang Qianqian had latched onto him, demanding his support. He was no fool. There was no way he would acquiesce to such a request. After all, the crux of the matter lay in his income. He could hardly afford to sustain a celebrity. Wang Qianqian, witnessing the disdain etched across Zhao Qian's face, felt a surge of anger rising within her. As a top-tier star in her homeland, she had countless fans, many of whom would leap at the opportunity to care for her. Yet here was Zhao Qian, dismissing her as if she were insignificant. Enough talk. Let's eat the roasted meat, Zhao Qian urged, concerned that Wang Qianqian might genuinely expect him to provide for her. He swiftly removed the nearly cooked pork from the fire, sprinkled it with a touch of salt, and handed it to her. Here, take this, surely it will keep your mouth busy. Wang Qianqian had more to say, but as her stomach grumbled in protest, she could no longer afford to bicker with Zhao Qian. With a swift motion, she seized the roasted meat and began devouring it hungrily. With each bite, she experienced an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Zhao Qian breathed a sigh of relief and took another piece of raw meat, skewering it to place it over the flames. After their meal, the afternoon arrived, and the rain and hail continued to pelt the cave's entrance, showing no signs of abating. The relentless downpour had blanketed the deserted island in a layer of hail, significantly altering its temperature. Zhao Qian felt the chill intensifying. Even seated beside the fire, he found himself shivering uncontrollably. To combat the cold, he donned several layers of clothing and kindled multiple fires within the cave, striving to dispel the biting cold. Has Sister Yun's condition improved? Zhao Qian filled a bottle with water, placed it over the fire to boil, and handed it to Wang Qianqian for warmth. Much better, she replied. Wang Qianqian, shivering uncontrollably, quickly tucked the bottle into her coat to stave off the cold. The weather on this island is truly bizarre. Just a couple of days ago, it was unbearably hot. And now it has been incessantly raining and hailing for nearly 2 days. When will it end? Zhao Qian shook his head, expressing his ignorance of the situation. When I went out to gather firewood, the ominous clouds showed no signs of dissipating. Wang Qianqian suggested, next time, gather more firewood so we won't have to go out repeatedly. The wet branches she had brought back on her first trip were long burnt out. Zhao Qian had ventured out twice more, returning with additional wood. However, the multiple fires consumed the firewood at an alarming rate, necessitating yet another expedition. Zhao Qian was well aware of the need for more wood, but the harsh weather outside made it difficult to gather sufficient supplies. He found no desire to explain this to Wang Qianqian and chose to remain silent. At that moment, Lu Yun suddenly erupted into a violent fit of coughing, drawing the attention of Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian rushed over, expressing concern. Little Yun, are you all right? I'm feeling much better, Lu Yun replied. Yet her pallor and faint breaths betrayed her weakness. Do you want something to eat? Wang Qianqian inquired again. I don't want to eat, just feeling a bit thirsty. Lu Yun weakly responded. I'll get you some water, Wang Qianqian said, reaching into her clothing to retrieve a bottle of water. This was the very water Zhao Qian had provided to warm her, and had Lu Yun not expressed her thirst, she would have hesitated to part with it. Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback by the gesture, reminding her, be mindful of your image. Wang Qianqian, however, was unperturbed, responding, it's not like we're walking the red carpet. There's no image to maintain. Right now, I just know that I'm freezing and need to warm up. Lu Yun too felt the biting cold and asked, why has it suddenly become so cold? Zhao Qian explained, you've been unconscious for an entire day, and the rain and hail outside Haven Tea ceased. The entire deserted island is now covered in hail, causing the temperature to plummet. I didn't realize I had been asleep for so long. Lu Yun's expression momentarily froze as she turned to Wang Qianqian and asked, what about that wild boar? Zhao Qian killed it with his bare hands. Wang Qianqian continued, we should be grateful for that wild boar, otherwise, we would have had nothing to eat. Since their arrival on the deserted island, they had barely managed to stave off hunger. Later, fortune smiled upon them when they caught a coconut crab for sustenance. But Wang Qianqian forbade them from eating it. During their move, they lost the coconut crab, leaving them without any reserves. Had it not been for the sudden intrusion of the wild boar, they would have faced starvation, given that they had no idea when the rain and hail might cease. This was exceedingly perilous. Even if they were not starved to death, their weakened state would significantly diminish their capacity to cope with risks. In such circumstances, even the slightest misfortune could lead to their demise on this desolate island. Thus, the wild boar that unexpectedly burst into the cave became their unintentional savior. To slay a wild boar with bare hands. Lu Yun gazed at Zhao Qian in disbelief, her expression more astonished than that of Wang Qianqian, who had witnessed the entire ordeal. Her shock stemmed from her understanding of the formidable nature of wild boars. A colossal beast weighing 400 kilograms could not be vanquished by a single individual. Indeed, even a group of 10 could not hope to conquer a wild boar unarmed. Such creatures are simply beyond the capacity of a solitary human to defeat without weaponry. Indeed, Wang Qianqian nodded vigorously, subsequently recounting the events, including her own confrontation with the wild boar. Upon hearing the tale, Lu Yun furrowed her brow tightly, remaining silent for a considerable time, lost in thought. Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian refrained from interrupting her, patiently awaiting her reflections. After a considerable pause, Lu Yun turned to Zhao Qian and inquired, "Do you suspect that the changes in your body are connected to this deserted island?" "Yes," Zhao Qian affirmed with a vigorous nod, stating, "I am quite certain that I was an ordinary person before arriving on this island. Yet since my arrival, my body has undergone various transformations." Initially, he had pondered whether this newfound ability was inherent within him, awakened by his presence on the island. However, upon further contemplation, he deemed this possibility unlikely and thus abandoned that notion. "I knew it. The coconut I could never crack open was easily shattered by him." At that moment, I remarked on his strength, yet he dismissed my observation, Wang Qianqian remarked, wearing an expression of someone who had long since recognized the truth. "You are correct in your conjecture. The changes in your body are indeed linked to this island," Lu Yun stated, pausing momentarily before addressing Wang Qianqian. "To be precise, it is not just you. Qianqian has also experienced a transformation, though she has yet to notice it." Chapter 38. Transcendence at this revelation. Both Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian were rendered speechless. Shortly thereafter, Wang Qianqian's face lit up with uncontained joy as she inquired, "Lu Yun, do you mean to say that I too will become as formidable as Zhao Qian?" "Zhao Qian, let me demonstrate the prowess of this heroine." Without waiting for Lu Yun to elaborate, she sprang to her feet and threw a punch at Zhao Qian. Smack! Wang Qianqian's fist landed squarely on Zhao Qian's chest. In retaliation for Zhao Qian's incessant teasing, she had exerted considerable force. However, the elation on Wang Qianqian's face dissipated at an observable rate, replaced by a grimace of pain as she cradled her fist and exclaimed, "Ouch, that hurts." "Lu Yun, you tricked me." Lu Yun replied, "Qianqian, I did not deceive you. You were simply too hasty and did not allow me to finish my explanation. Your transformation differs from Zhao Qian's." "What does that mean?" Wang Qianqian inquired. Lu Yun elucidated. "Zhao Qian's change enhances his physical prowess, while your transformation does not augment your physical attributes, but instead grants you the ability to control other creatures." Wang Qianqian's face was a canvas of confusion, her expression indicating she did not comprehend. "Do you remember that coconut crab?" Lu Yun asked. "My friend, of course I remember." Wang Qianqian nodded. "If I am not mistaken, you inadvertently activated your ability and managed to control that coconut crab. Could it be true? Surely, you do not genuinely believe that a coconut crab can comprehend human commands like a border collie does?" Wang Qianqian remained silent, yet her thoughts aligned with this notion. However, this time she had learned to be wise. Whenever her opinions diverged from those of others, she opted for silence, thus preventing Zhao Qian from finding grounds to belittle her. After pondering for a moment, she inquired, "If I truly possess the power to control other creatures, then why was I unable to command the wild boar?" Lu Yun furrowed her brow and contemplated for a moment before responding. "It is likely because your ability has not yet reached the level required to control wild boars. Nevertheless, you can still halt their attacks through your voice." Wang Qianqian questioned, "Wasn't the wild boar intimidated by my voice?" Zhao Qian glanced over, remarking, "Do you think of yourself as a mother tiger, capable of intimidating wild boars with a mere roar?" In fact, he too had previously pondered how Wang Qianqian managed to prevent the wild boar's attack using her voice. Upon hearing Lu Yun's explanation, he finally understood that it was Wang Qianqian's ability that had subdued the wild boar, and her vocalization had little to do with it. He thought to himself, how could such a creature be deterred by mere sound? "If I were a mother tiger, you would be the first to be devoured," Wang Qianqian retorted, followed by a sigh as she lamented, "I feel my ability is so feeble. Apart from the coconut crab, I cannot even control a wild boar." "Your ability is by no means weak. It simply remains undeveloped," Lu Yun interjected, pausing before continuing. "Do you aspire to wrestle with wild boars like Zhao Qian?" At this, Wang Qianqian was taken aback, envisioning Zhao Qian grappling with a wild boar, and could not suppress her disdainful expression. While she indeed envied Zhao Qian's prowess, the thought of wrestling a wild boar made her shake her head vigorously. Regardless of her disregard for appearances, she had never entertained the idea of engaging in such a spectacle. It was simply too appalling. At that moment, Zhao Qian asked, "Sister Yun, have you determined the location of this island? Why have we been endowed with such extraordinary abilities?" Lu Yun did not respond immediately. She cast a glance at Wang Qianqian and said, "I am fatigued and require rest. We shall discuss this matter later." "Zhao Yun, do you know something you are reluctant to share with us?" Wang Qianqian pressed, sensing Lu Yun's reticence. "Enough," Zhao Qian interjected, pulling Wang Qianqian aside. "Sister Yun has yet to recover from her cold and is feeling quite weak. Let her rest for now. Once she is well, she will inform you. Wang Qian looked at Zhao Qian and asked, Are you not curious about where we are? Zhao Qian shrugged nonchalantly. Where could we possibly be? Of course. We are on Earth. Could it be that we have left the planet? You are being unreasonable. You are lawless. You are homeless. You are causing trouble. Nobody likes you. That is not an idiom. What business is it of yours? As Wang Qian and Zhao Qian bickered, their argument unexpectedly transformed into a competition of idioms. Although Zhao Qian, with his superior education, easily outmatched Wang Qian, she resorted to clever tactics, declaring any four-character phrase as an idiom regardless of its validity. Thus, Zhao Qian suffered a narrow defeat. In the deep of night, due to the biting cold, Wang Qian retired to bed early, leaving the vigil to be upheld by Zhao Qian. Seated before the crackling fire, Zhao curled himself into a tight ball, striving to shield himself from the chilling grasp of the night. Was it cold? Once Wang Qian had drifted into a deep slumber, Lu Yun cautiously rose and settled beside Zhao Qian. It's bearable, Zhao replied, inquiring, Sister Yun, why aren't you resting? Lu Yun spoke in a flat tone. I'm pondering some matters and can't seem to find sleep. Zhao appeared to grasp her unspoken thoughts and asked, Is it about the matter you concealed from her today? The her in his inquiry naturally referred to Wang Qian. In truth, not only had Wang Qian sensed Lu Yun's reticence, but Zhao too had noticed it. However, he understood that Lu Yun had her reasons for withholding information, so he refrained from pressing her further and even led Wang Qian away. It's not that I wish to conceal things from Qian. Rather, this matter is so extraordinary that I fear she may not be able to bear it, Lu Yun expressed, her demeanor reflecting inner turmoil, caught between words. Having been stranded on this deserted island for so many days, her psychological fortitude has significantly strengthened. She faces wild boars without flinching. What could possibly be beyond her capacity to endure? Zhao found himself intrigued. Zhao Qian, do you believe in time travel? Lu Yun inquired. You mean like in the stories? Zhao retorted, shaking his head. To be honest, I do not believe. In his youth, he had fantasized about time travel, but as he matured, he recognized it to be mere fiction. Indeed, many scientific advancements that existed were not as remarkable as advertised, leading him to dismiss the notion of time travel altogether. Upon finishing his thoughts, he seemed to grasp the essence of her words and looked at Lu Yun, asking, Are you suggesting that we have traveled through time? Yes. Lu Yun affirmed solemnly. Is there evidence? Zhao inquired, his expression unyielding. There is, Lu Yun replied. You previously told me that every corner of Earth is littered with human refuse, yet this deserted island is devoid of such waste. And the dinosaur skeleton you discovered is perplexingly intact despite the extinction of such creatures millions of years ago. The weather here is extraordinarily extreme, unlike anything found on Earth, where climatic patterns can be traced. Otherwise, weather forecasts would not exist. Finally, consider the changes that have transpired in you and Qian, acquiring superhuman abilities. All of this can only point to one conclusion. We are no longer on our original Earth. Chapter 39. The Hurricane Barrier. As Zhao listened to Lu Yun's revelations, a growing sense of shock stirred within him. Though he remained silent, he began to entertain the notion. After all, the evidence Lu Yun presented was familiar to him. He simply had not considered it in the context of time travel. After a lengthy pause, Zhao asked, Sister Yun, where do you think we are now? Lu Yun furrowed her brow slightly. Ecologically speaking, we should still be on Earth, but it may not be within our original timeline. Not in our original timeline? Zhao raised an eyebrow, inquiring, Are you suggesting we have traveled to ancient times? Lu Yun nodded, not to the ancient past, but to a period far more primordial. Have you ever heard of the Gandaya civilization? Zhao shook his head, no. Lu Yun elucidated that the Gandaya civilization is a culture referenced in the legends of the Maya, emerging during the First Sun era. This civilization is also known by another appellation, the civilization of superpowers. Superpowers. Zhao Qian immediately recalled the changes occurring within himself and Wang Qian. Could it be that they possessed superpowers? Had they traversed back to the era of the Gandaya civilization? Zhao Qian pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow, and inquired, Do we have a more profound understanding of the Gandaya civilization? Lu Yun replied, The Gandaya civilization existed millions of years ago, and whether it ever truly existed remains a matter of debate, so our knowledge of it is understandably limited. Upon hearing that the Gandaya civilization boasted a history of millions of years, Zhao Qian realized that it could hardly have left any trace behind. Its very existence was questionable. Leaving aside the distant past, take the Xia dynasty for instance. Many Western scholars do not acknowledge this dynasty, as no archaeological relics or artifacts related to it have yet been discovered. Even the artifacts unearthed from the Shang dynasty bear no mention of the Xia. It is important to note that the Xia dynasty is only 4 to 5,000 years old, let alone the million-year-old Jindaya civilization. Noticing Zhao Qian lost in thought, Lu Yun continued, "In truth, even if we have journeyed back to the Jindaya civilization, the timeline seems off. For the Tyrannosaurus rex had already perished over 60 million years ago. Its skeletal structure could not possibly resemble what we see today. Thus, there exists another possibility." Zhao Qian eagerly asked, "What possibility?" Lu Yun responded, "That we may have traversed to a parallel world akin to Earth, where the ecology is generally similar, yet fundamentally different." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian refrained from expressing his thoughts, though his frown deepened. According to Lu Yun's hypothesis, they had either crossed the timeline or ventured into another world. Regardless of the scenario, they were no longer in their original space-time continuum. The mere thought of being in an unfamiliar world filled him with anxiety. "Can we ever return?" Zhao Qian took a deep breath and asked. "I don't know." Lu Yun shook her head. "I understand." Zhao Qian said nothing further, feeling somewhat disoriented as he stood up. At that moment, however, Lu Yun remarked, "I know it is difficult for you to accept this reality. I feel the same. I cannot believe that merely by boarding a plane, we have inexplicably crossed over, leaving behind family, friends, and colleagues. Everything we once knew has vanished. Yet, we must muster our strength. Otherwise, survival in this alien world will be impossible. Furthermore, I confide this secret to you in hopes that you will help conceal it from Qian. If she learns of our current situation, she may very well break down." Zhao Qian cast a glance at the resting Wang Qian, remaining silent but nodding in acknowledgement. In their original world, both he and Lu Yun were inconspicuous individuals. Even after the transition, they could reluctantly come to terms with it. However, Wang Qian was different. In her former life, she was a top-tier celebrity. While not globally renowned, she held significant fame across Asia. Suddenly, he found himself transported to another realm. His hard-won career vanished in an instant, coupled with his fragile mental fortitude. The prospect of collapse loomed ominously. The following day, the relentless rain and hail outside the cave showed no signs of abating, marking the 3rd day of their confinement. Standing at the entrance, he gazed at the ground, now thickly carpeted with hailstones, while numerous depressions brimmed with rainwater. Had the cave not been perched at a considerable height, it was likely that water or hail would have inundated their refuge. Though unable to venture outside, Zhao Qian diligently occupied himself. He discovered a peculiar bone among the remains of a Tyrannosaurus rex and commenced the arduous task of shaping it into a weapon. Just the night before, he would have hesitated to damage the dinosaur skeleton. Now, however, he was unperturbed. With a rasping sound, Zhao Qian placed the bone upon a coarse stone and relentlessly polished its edges. As the bone rubbed against the stone, a fine powder, pale with a hint of crimson, began to accumulate. This bone was indeed extraordinary. While selecting suitable bones from the skeleton, he noted that all were decayed, save for this singular piece, which appeared as fresh as if it had just been taken from a recently deceased Tyrannosaurus. Furthermore, during the polishing process, he discerned its remarkable hardness, akin to that of iron. To shape the bone, he had already consumed 2 whetstones, achieving but a semblance of a weapon. To fully refine it, at least 2 more whetstones would be required. "Zhao Qian, come out quickly." Just as he was engrossed in his task, Wang Qian, inhaling the fresh air at the cave's entrance, suddenly called out loudly. Uncertain of the commotion, Zhao Qian instinctively grasped his makeshift bone knife and rushed to the entrance. Upon arriving, he saw Wang Qian pointing excitedly outside, her face alight with enthusiasm, prompting him to furrow his brow and inquire, "What is it?" "The dark clouds are dispersing, and the rain and hail have ceased," Wang Qian exclaimed, her joy evident as she gestured towards the sky. Zhao Qian followed her gaze, and indeed, the ominous clouds were parting, revealing the long-awaited sun, which bathed the island in its warm embrace. Although the temperature remained low, the sunlight upon their skin was a comforting warmth. As the clouds dissipated, the rain and hail finally relented, heralding the prospect of their liberation from the cave. Yet, before they could revel in their newfound hope for long, their smiles froze, and their expressions became vacant as they stared out toward the distant sea. They beheld, several dozen nautical miles from the desolate island, a colossal hurricane materializing, its swirling black clouds stretching from the ocean's surface to the heavens above, punctuated by serpentine flashes of lightning. Most terrifying of all, this hurricane formed a barrier, isolating their island from the outside world entirely.